This article tells the story of a high school student named Zhang Hao who, after witnessing a once-in-a-century blood moon, wakes up to find the world completely transformed, with gender roles and perceptions reversed. In this new world, women marry men. Men are expected to pay a dowry. Women are the breadwinners, and men take on the role of homemakers. Zhang Hao's father remarries, and everything around him becomes unfamiliar. However, Zhang Hao is determined to remain true to himself and strive to be a real man in this matriarchal world. On a scorching day, two 17-year-old boys with stunning looks strolled down the bustling streets, drawing nearly 100% of the passers-by's attention. They were stopped from time to time by women who couldn't help but admire their beauty. "Jean, come on, let's buy some masks. We've run out of the ones at my place." One of the boys with golden hair suddenly turned to his companion and said, his voice warm, but his request seemingly inappropriate. The boy named Jean Fu had a sullen expression. He roughly pulled his hand away from his friend and replied in a low, serious tone, "Long, if you call me Jean again, or suddenly grab my hand like that, I swear it'll crush your nuts." Though he knew the world had changed, Jean Fu was far from adapting to the new norms. His friend's behavior, which mirrored the actions of a gay man in the previous world, was deeply unsettling to him. Jean, why are you being so harsh? Have I done something to upset you? We've been best friends since childhood, right? What's got into you lately?" Lin Long feigned innocence, his eyes wide with pretend hurt. He couldn't comprehend why his friend was acting so strangely. Jean Fu was seething. The world had turned upside down, and it wasn't just the genders that had swapped roles, even the very fabric of society seemed to have changed. Men had become as soft and delicate as women, while women had taken on the roles of providers and protectors. Jean Fu's father, once a quiet and hardworking man, had even been pursued by a woman with children for 5 years before finally agreeing to remarry. His once muscular and fierce friend had transformed into a soft-spoken and timid individual. It seemed that everyone around him had been affected by this strange new world, and Jean Fu was the only one who hadn't changed. Or so he thought. "Long, listen to me. The world, as I remember, it was the opposite of what it is now. You used to hate effeminate men, but now you've become one yourself. You even had plans to get a tattoo last month, didn't you? Let's go to the tattoo shop now and get some ink done. Maybe that will help you remember what it means to be a real man," Jean Fu urged, his frustration evident. Lin Yilong's face paled at the mention of the tattoo shop. He quickly backed down, his earlier bravado gone. Jean Fu's sudden change in behavior was baffling to Lin Yilong, who believed in the new world's norms. Jean Fu's insistence on the old ways only made him seem more out of place. Ignoring Lin Yilong's fear, Jean Fu led him into a tattoo parlor. "Boss, get a green dragon tattoo for both of us, covering the entire arm," Jean Fu demanded as soon as they entered. A female tattoo artist with arms covered in tattoos looked up, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the handsome young man. "Zhang Hao, you're crazy again," Lin Yilong exclaimed in shock. "Spit out. I'm not joking," Jean Fu retorted with a disgusted expression. Jean Fu couldn't understand why his friend was so scared. He lifted his sleeve to reveal his bare arm and pointed out to Lin Yilong that he had no muscles left. "You used to brag about your six-pack abs, but look at you now. You've lost all your strength. You need to shape up. Let's go to the gym after we get the tattoos," Jean Fu insisted. Lin Yilong shook his head in denial, his face pale with fear. The world had changed, and Jean Fu's behavior was becoming increasingly strange and alarming. Jean Fu, however, was determined. He wanted to help his friend regain his masculinity in this new world. He had no idea how much his own behavior was starting to stand out as abnormal in this gender-averse society. Chapter 002. Father's remarriage. Previously, he had searched online and discovered that the world had undergone a profound transformation. Even history itself had changed. Essentially, the development followed a similar trajectory, merely necessitating a reversal of the gender roles in the previous world. Male emperors became female emperors, male celebrities transformed into female celebrities. In this realm, ancient society had always been matriarchal. Men, by nature, were deemed inferior to women, weaker in strength and lacking in endurance. Consequently, physical labor fell to the women. With productivity less than that of nature, men became dependent. After countless years of evolution and innumerable patriarchal movements, the current semblance of gender equality emerged. Just as in the original world, where males were favored over females, in this world, ancient traditions favored women over men. This shift resulted in a significant disparity in gender numbers, leading to many women unable to find husbands even with a 1-to-1 allocation. Thus, men became precious commodities. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, followed by the entrance of Zhang Hao's father, Chen Guohang. "Dad," Zhang Hao said. his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed at the father who had been his sole companion since childhood, softly calling out to him. In this world, children inherited their mother's surname. His father, originally named Zhang, now bore the surname Chun, while his mother had become a Zhang. However, this shared surname brought Zhang Hao little joy, as it was now associated with his mother. He had scant memories of her, only recalling her infidelity and divorce when he was very young, a scenario that remained unchanged from the previous world. He could not comprehend why, in this world, his father did not allow him to carry a surname. His good friend had not always been known as Lin Ilong. He was originally Li Ilong. As for Zhang Hao, he did not particularly care about his surname, as he had always referred to him as a Long or Long Go, given that he used to be immensely strong. His physique embodying the ideal of masculinity he aspired to, gallant and robust, a true man of iron and blood. Yet, the current Lin Ilong had become a source of exasperation for him, even expressing disdain for the title Long Go, insisting Zhang Hao call him Xiao Long Long instead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was nearly driven to laughter, unsure of how to respond. Are you truly all right? If something is troubling you, feel free to tell me. I will help you resolve it, Chen Guoheng said, his face etched with concern as he regarded Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt warmth in his heart. Regardless of how his father had changed, he remained his father, and his concern for him had not waned. In fact, it seemed to have intensified. In the past, his father had not been so openly expressive of his emotions. Zhang Hao longed to share his thoughts, but feared being dismissed as insane, so he laughed it off, saying, Dad, what I just said was true. I merely intended to frighten Long. Xiaolong Long. I never expected him to take it seriously. He would listen to anything I said and insisted on calling you here. That is sheer nonsense. Even if it's a joke, you cannot strip off your clothes. Aren't you concerned about not being able to marry in the future? If you dare to behave like this again, I will arrange your marriage early. Chen Guoheng reprimanded him sternly, devoid of any amusement. Marry? All right. I promise I won't do it again. Zhang Hao replied, his heart tightening at the mention of marriage, hastily assuring his father. Chen Guoheng observed that his son's demeanor was relatively sincere, and with a nod of satisfaction, he chose to remain silent for the moment. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. Hao, your father has decided to remarry. If you have any objections, please voice them. What? Zhang Hao exclaimed, rising abruptly in shock at the unexpected revelation. Yet, almost instantly, his expression transformed into one of delight. Dad, how could I possibly oppose this? This is wonderful. Have you finally found someone you cherish? Who is she? What is she like? Zhang Hao was genuinely elated. He had longed for his father to emerge from the shadows of his first marriage. Over the years, he had witnessed his father's solitary existence, returning home late and leading a mundane life, which had weighed heavily on his heart. Zhang Hao had consistently encouraged him to seek companionship, to find someone with whom he could share support and grow old together. However, his father often responded that he was too old to seek a new partner. At that moment, Zhang Hao nurtured a dream, to amass wealth so that his father would never be looked down upon and could marry a virtuous and loving wife. Your acceptance is a relief. I was concerned you might be displeased, Chen Guoheng remarked, visibly relaxing. In fact, she is my superior. We shouldn't delay any longer. I will invite her and her daughter over for dinner shortly. She has a daughter who is 4 years older than you, beautiful and well-mannered. I believe you two will get along splendidly. For the first time, Zhang Hao sensed that the world after this change wasn't so bleak. His father, who was typically taciturn and honest, had been pursued by his superior for 5 years. Such a scenario would have been inconceivable in the previous world. Back then, his father, due to his excessive honesty and reclusive nature, had never attracted female attention and had resigned himself to the notion of remaining single, dedicating his life to saving and providing for his son, aspiring to buy him a car and a home, and to gather a dowry for him to eventually marry a good wife. That was swift, but Dad, as long as you're happy. That's all that matters to me, Zhang Hao said earnestly. In the past, he would have found it difficult to express such heartfelt sentiments. Yet seeing his father's anxious demeanor prompted him to speak out. Thank you. My son Chen Guoheng's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded appreciatively. He then proceeded to share much more with Zhang Hao, imparting wisdom about relationships, stressing the importance of finding someone who loves and cherishes you, warning that one should never pursue a partner who does not reciprocate such affection. After absorbing his father's words, Zhang Hao felt a complex mixture of emotions. It seemed his father didn't truly love his superior, but rather felt a mere fondness, while she appeared to be deeply infatuated with him, having pursued him for 5 years, leading to her proposal. Such a narrative unfolding in real life felt rather reluctant nonetheless. What mattered most was his father's happiness. Zhang Hao refrained from overthinking. He had but one desire, to see his father joyful, while everything else was of little consequence. As the moment of their meeting approached, Zhang Hao sensed his father's eagerness and hoped he would not be met with disdain from them. He scratched his head, gazing at the closed door. Anxiety creeping in as he feared that any negativity directed at him might jeopardize his father's newfound joy. I hope they one day come to my room. What if they see my room and think I'm peculiar? He thought, shaking his head in disbelief. In this contemporary world, it appears that men have become rather effeminate, and merely dining together should not warrant a visit to my room. Zhang Hao turned to gaze at the pile of Pokemon and other adorable plush toys strewn across the bed, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the realization that these were all his acquisitions. With a surge of determination, he rushed over and mercilessly pummeled them, casting them to the ground and stomping on them with fervor. A true man would never harbor affection for such trinkets. With a swift kick, he sent a charming plush flying, grappling with the inconceivable nature of the world he now inhabited. As he pondered what kind of person he had been before this transformation, a series of disturbing images flashed through his mind. Oh, the little dragon is so cute. I absolutely adore this bear. Wow. Hao wants to cuddle the bear every night while sleeping. Chapter 003. To capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. I absolutely refuse to accept this. Just wait, I will make you pay. Zhang Hao, initially taken aback, quickly succumbed to a fit of rage. With a grim expression, he lunged towards the flung teddy, pinning him down and unleashing a barrage of blows. Except for his cherished onyx, which he spared, he mercilessly disregarded the others, kicking and striking them aside. After an extensive bout of exertion that left him drenched in sweat, Zhang Hao finally retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. As he caught a whiff of his own scent, he stumbled upon a rather alarming revelation. He seemed to possess a certain body fragrance. Although the odor of perspiration lingered, he detected a hint of something else, a rather intoxicating aroma, indeed. How absurd that a man's body could emit such a delightful fragrance. Yet, it appeared to be an innate quality, utterly beyond his control. Standing before the mirror, stripped of his garments, Zhang Hao found it hard to believe that the reflection was indeed his own. In the past, he had paid little heed to his appearance, content with his unkempt locks as long as they remained somewhat orderly. However, the visage staring back at him now, though still undeniably handsome, bore an air of nonconformity. His hair cascaded down to his shoulders, adorned with cross-shaped earrings. One could say he was even more flamboyant than that little dragon. Yet, he truly was striking. Had it not been for the world's prior transformation, he could have easily stepped into the role of an idol star. Perhaps this was the significance of grooming and skincare. In his room, he discovered an array of facial masks, sunscreen, and even a diet plan for enhancing beauty. All these items were presumably meant for him, further attesting to the profound changes in his life. Without years of diligent skincare, how could he possess such fair and flawless skin? His brows appeared meticulously shaped, making him seem like an entirely different person. Though his hairstyle was a bit ostentatious and the earrings somewhat juvenile, Zhang Hao had to concede that he was indeed handsome now. It was not just him. Lin Yilong had also transformed. Previously, this muscular friend was merely average in appearance, with his physique being his only redeeming feature. Now, however, he could barely be classified as handsome. It was evident that those who had embraced grooming and beauty from a young age truly stood apart. Regrettably, the muscles he had painstakingly developed alongside along had seemingly diminished, and his stature appeared slightly reduced. Once standing at 1.74 meters, he was now likely only 1.70 meters tall, with smaller hands to boot. How vexing. Muscles could be rebuilt, but what could be done about his hands? Perhaps it was best to find a time to trim that nonconformist hairstyle first. Zhang Hao tousled his hair, casting a glance at his flat abdomen, unable to suppress a wry smile. Yet, his resolve hardened as he murmured to himself, next time, it will be my turn to take along to the gym. A man cannot afford to be so feeble. He shook his head and turned on the shower, utterly bewildered by the force that had altered the world so drastically. Nevertheless, his aspiration to become a steadfast, iron-willed man remained unwavering. After his shower, Zhang Hao discovered several concerned messages from Lin Yilong on WeChat, warming his heart. A true brother remains a true brother, and although their personalities had shifted, the concern was genuine, especially after the rather excessive actions he had taken. Previously, Zhang Hao did not perceive any issues, but upon reflection, he shifted his perspective. He envisioned a scenario where both individuals were female, and he abruptly exposed the young lady's attire in a public setting, leaving her vulnerable under the gaze of passersby. Furthermore, he imagined forcibly taking her to shave her head and tattoo her entire back, a notion that transcended mere impropriety. It was nothing short of bullying. Consequently, Zhang Hao sincerely apologized, acknowledging his misstep and assuring that it would not recur. He even proposed to treat Lin Yilong to a meal during their studies the following day. In matters of forgiveness, Lin Yilong remained unchanged, readily absolving Zhang Hao and suggesting they enjoy ice cream or dessert together. Zhang Hao refrained from engaging in further conversation, as guests were soon to arrive, and his father was still preoccupied in the kitchen. When Zhang Hao entered the kitchen, he was almost blinded by the sight of his father, who, despite his limited culinary skills, appeared to be channeling a culinary deity. Dressed in an apron, he expertly prepared an array of dishes. "What are you standing there for? Come help out," Chen Guoheng called out to Zhang Hao, imparting wisdom as he did so. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. "Come here, I'll teach you some delectable recipes." Zhang Hao was at a loss for words and approached to assist, as he was indeed capable in the kitchen. Previously, with his father often busy at work and lacking culinary prowess, it was Zhang Hao who primarily prepared their meals. After a flurry of activity, they managed to prepare a splendid spread, leaving Zhang Hao in a state of disbelief. His father had transformed into a chef of remarkable skill. "All right, they have arrived. Come with me to greet them. Remember to be composed, understood?" Chen Guoheng glanced at his phone and cautioned Zhang Hao before making his way to the entrance. The mention of Wenjing caused a few dark lines to form across Zhang Hao's face. He was still unaccustomed to the vernacular of this world. However, he set aside his thoughts, as his father's new partner was imminent, and he dared not be negligent. He promptly followed his father, his emotions a blend of complexity. Soon, Zhang Hao encountered his father's fiancée, who appeared to be around the same age as his father, 36 or 37, dressed fashionably and exuding charm, a clear indication of her former beauty. Upon entering, she excitedly embraced Chen Guoheng and then turned to Zhang Hao, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Hao, for agreeing to our union. As long as your father is happy, I will not oppose." Being addressed by a stranger in such a manner left Zhang Hao slightly disconcerted, yet he managed to smile. Soon after, his expression grew serious as he bowed respectfully and stated, "And Zhang Yin, I entrust my father to your care." Zhang Hao had learned her name from his father. Indeed, they shared the same surname, and his father had joked that no name change was necessary. "What a handsome and well-mannered young man," Zhang Yin remarked, unable to contain her praise upon witnessing Zhang Hao's maturity. She replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I will ensure Guoheng's happiness." With that, she gazed affectionately at Chen Guoheng standing beside her. Zhang Hao revealed an awkward yet polite smile in response to her compliments. Indeed, being praised for his beauty left him feeling quite embarrassed. He understood that in today's world, it is quite normal to commend boys for their attractiveness, while the term handsome is predominantly reserved for females. Of course, beautiful can also apply to women, for regardless of gender, the innate desire for beauty remains. Complimenting a woman on her looks invariably brings her joy. Zhang Hao could sense Zhang Yan's sincerity and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to her, before turning his cheerful gaze towards a woman who had just entered the room. Wow, his father's choice of descriptors seemed woefully inadequate. To call her merely pretty was an understatement. She was nothing short of a mesmerizing beauty, a goddess whose radiance could dazzle the eyes. With her flowing black hair cascading in perfect spirals, a flawless visage, and lips delicately poised, she wore a form-fitting gray sweater dress that accentuated her stunning figure, exuding an air of maturity and poise. Zhang Hao was not a superficial individual, yet he was undeniably taken aback by her appearance. It was the first time he had experienced such awe. However, he refrained from displaying excessive astonishment, considering she was soon to be his sister. He gently averted his gaze and said, "You must be Sister Qianqin. Welcome." Zhang Hao endeavored to be as amiable as possible, since his father had decided to remarry. He was determined to foster a harmonious relationship with her, ensuring that his father bore no emotional burden. Chapter 004. Girls are just charming flirts who speak sweet nothings. It must be said that both mother and daughter are stunning beauties. Zhang Hao is well aware that Aunt Zhang Yin has reached the age of 40, yet she appears to be merely 36 or 37, still radiantly beautiful. He genuinely feels delighted that his father has the fortune to marry such an enchanting woman. As for her daughter, Zhang Qianqin, there is no need to elaborate. If her appearance and figure were to be graded, Zhang Hao would undoubtedly bestow upon her a perfect score of 100. She also seems very approachable, her face adorned with a confident and captivating smile since the moment she entered. "Finally, I have met my younger brother, and from now on, we shall be one family," Zhang Hao remarked. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qianqin's smile became even more radiant as she extended her fair right hand towards him. "Let us get along well," she said. Zhang Hao was quite moved by the sentiment expressed by someone he had just met, but he promptly extended his hand to shake hers. He quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, as it was clear that she was a mature individual who genuinely wished for her mother's happiness, showing no sign of opposition and exuding an amiable demeanor that left him at ease. If her intentions aligned with his, then there would certainly be no issues in the future. He was apprehensive about encountering someone with a poor attitude who might cause his father distress. "All right, let us head inside for dinner," From now on, we are family, so there is no need for such formality. Chen Guoheng and Zhang Yan remarked with joyful expressions upon witnessing the harmonious scene, with Chen Guoheng repeating good 3 times as he beckoned them to enter. Zhang Qianqing, still holding Zhang Hao's hand, finally released it and walked alongside him into the room. Zhang Hao felt a tinge of awkwardness. It was surreal that this unfamiliar, breathtaking beauty was suddenly to become his sister. Just the thought of it struck him as odd, almost dreamlike. However, the awkward atmosphere dissipated shortly after, as they all seemed to be quite talkative, and the mood became much more lively. Yet, they incessantly praised Zhang Hao, leaving him feeling embarrassed and speechless. Well, these dishes were prepared by Hao Hao. They taste exquisite. Boys who can cook like you are becoming increasingly rare these days. You will surely be a devoted husband and father in the future. With such beauty and charm, you must have many admirers, right? But do be cautious nowadays. Many girls are merely charming flirts who speak sweet nothings, they warned him. There are indeed too many bad girls around, but do not worry, dear brother. I shall protect you. Zhang Hao found himself at a loss for words due to their unconventional perspectives. Fearing the potential for disagreement, he remained mostly silent, only occasionally posing simple questions. He learned that this newly arrived goddess of a sister was also a medical student. Regardless of the circumstances, the atmosphere remained quite amicable, as all 4 of them shared the intent to foster a good relationship, ensuring that the mood could hardly be poor. After dinner, they all helped clean up together and then settled in the living room for a leisurely chat. It was inevitable that Zhang Hao would bid farewell to his previous life. Aunt Zhang Yan had already mentioned that she had purchased a house nearby and planned for Zhang Hao and the others to move in this weekend. They would truly begin a new life together as a genuine family. As they chatted, Zhang Qianqing suddenly expressed her desire to visit Zhang Hao's room, genuinely wishing to foster a closer bond with him and deepen her understanding of him. Entering each other's rooms served as an excellent means of getting to know one another. Zhang Hao, eager to avoid any unpleasantness between them, readily agreed, especially since his room was no longer what it used to be, absent of any inappropriate materials. He could hardly fathom how upright he had become in this world. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Hao cast a fleeting glance at his slightly disheveled room and apologized to Zhang Qianqing. I'm sorry, Qianqing, my room is quite messy. Ordinarily, his room was pristine and orderly, but an outburst of frustration had left it in disarray. It could have been worse. He wondered why all the stuffed toys had ended up on the floor. Zhang Qianqing shook her head. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed Zhang Hao's room, quickly becoming captivated by the toys scattered about. I was planning to throw those away, he admitted, following her gaze to a pink doll, his cheeks flushing. Although he understood that finding toys in a boy's room might be normal, he still felt a wave of embarrassment. Zhang Qianqing picked up a nearby doll, bringing it close to her nose to take a gentle whiff, her lips curling into a smile as she remarked, "What a pity to throw away such a delightful toy. Give it to me. Of course, if you like it, Qianqing, feel free to take it. I'll help you pack it up," Zhang Hao replied without hesitation. Having previously thought it a waste to discard what appeared to be expensive toys, he quickly grabbed a bag to start packing, genuinely eager to rid his room of these dolls. A man should play with models, not stuffed animals. You are so kind, Hao Hao. We will soon be as close as we were in childhood, Zhang Qianqing said, crouching in front of him, her face alight with joy as she gazed at him. Childhood? Zhang Hao paused, momentarily stunned by her words, looking at Zhang Qianqing with confusion. However, as he focused on her striking beauty so near to him, his face flushed. He was surprised to realize how close they were, the fragrance from her body wafting toward him. His gaze inadvertently wandered to her beautifully contoured figure, enveloped in a sweater, causing his mind to race, and he discreetly averted his eyes. Zhang Qianqing showed no signs of shyness, her gaze fixed on Zhang Hao, her smile unwavering as she reached out to stroke his hair. In truth, we have known each other for a long time. When my mother placed me in the company daycare, I met you there, and we played together constantly. Zhang Hao, still astonished by her sudden touch and her revelation, was utterly taken aback. They had been childhood acquaintances. Yet, how could he have no recollection at all? During his childhood, his father was perpetually occupied with work, leaving little room for parental care. Fortunately, the large corporation employed a dedicated daycare for the children of its staff, where he was indeed placed. Zhang Hao strained to recall those days, his mind instantly becoming a tumultuous whirlpool. It wasn't that he couldn't remember, but rather that an overwhelming flood of memories surged forth, two distinct yet similar epochs, before and after the change, crashing into one another, inducing a piercing headache. It is perfectly natural to draw a blank. After all, you were quite young then. Moreover, I only spent 2 years there. Wearing corrective glasses and sporting a hairstyle vastly different from the present, Zhang Qianqing chuckled softly, ruffling Zhang Hao's hair to interrupt his thoughts, and said, "But back then, you used to call me Sister Qianqing." Chapter 005. Captivated by my sister. Qin. This name seems somewhat familiar to me. Upon hearing it, Zhang Hao indeed recalled some indistinct memories. However, viewing Zhang Qianqin now filled him with a sense of warmth. It turned out they had known each other since childhood. Do you remember when you said you wanted to marry me when we grew up? Zhang Qianqin asked, her expression a playful blend of amusement and teasing as she gazed at Zhang Hao. I said that? Zhang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. He stared at Zhang Qianqin's half-smiling visage, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He felt a twinge of shame for his childhood words. While the notion of marrying someone was one thing, the idea of a girl wanting to marry him was quite another. Could it be that Zhang Qianqin, who was now destined to become his sister, was his first love in this altered reality? How clutch! Zhang Hao did not doubt her words, although he couldn't clearly recall. He believed Zhang Qianqin was speaking the truth. After all, her perfection made it entirely reasonable for his younger self to be enamored. Sensing the atmosphere shift awkwardly due to her statement, he chuckled nervously. Children's innocence. At this point, that was all he could say. Zhang Qianqin was now essentially his sister, and any other thought seemed inappropriate. Though he felt a pang of regret, forgetting about childhood. Even now he yearned to marry a woman as stunning as Zhang Qianqin. She was the epitome of every man's dream. Unfortunately, she was to become his sister. Yet, having such a beautiful sister was not entirely a misfortune. You were quite serious back then. Haha. Even at just 5 years old, Zhang Qianqin reminisced. Her smile radiant as she recalled those times. She affectionately ruffled Zhang Hao's hair before turning to peruse the bookshelf in the room. Watching her graceful silhouette, Zhang Hao felt a sense of awkwardness, unsure of what to say. Their relationship had transformed into that of siblings, making discussions of such topics feel strange. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire her figure. It was undeniably alluring, accentuating her curves and creating an astonishing silhouette beneath her fitted sweater dress. Wait, this was not the time to marvel at his sister's physique. His bookshelf housed numerous rather embarrassing novels. The thought of those various romantic tales he had yet to organize made him panic. He may not have any risk of literature, but he certainly had an abundance of domineering CEO narratives. Of course, these CEOs were all female, and it seemed quite normal for boys in this altered world to enjoy such stories, yet Zhang Hao still wished to keep it a secret. The notion of a grown man being discovered by his sister, surrounded by numerous tales of powerful women, was far more humiliating than being found with inappropriate literature. He feared that Zhang Qianqin would view him as a boy with a delicate heart. Alas, it was too late. Before he could concoct an excuse, he heard Zhang Qianqin flipping through a book, her voice nonchalantly cutting through the air. So, you enjoy stories about CEOs, huh? TSK, all centered around domineering figures. This was a disaster of epic proportions. Wait, he could always blame it on Xiao Long. Qin, this is, Zhang Hao began, attempting to find a way out. But before he could finish, Zhang Qianqin suddenly spun around, wrapping her arms around his waist and pinning him against the bookshelf. Whoa. Wall slam. Zhang Hao's mind momentarily went blank as a particular phrase flashed through his thoughts, leaving him bewildered by the current situation. Why was Qianqin suddenly pinning him against the wall? Zhang Qianqin pressed her right hand against the side of Zhang Hao's dazed head, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, gradually deepening in intensity as she declared with an air of dominance, "You won't be going home tonight." Her face was nearly touching his, and Zhang Hao could feel the warmth of her breath, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. However, upon hearing her words, he realized she was merely imitating a domineering CEO, which calmed his mind slightly. He had briefly feared that this might escalate into some forbidden romance. This topsy-turvy world truly turned everything upside down. Even wall confrontations were led by women. Yet, Zhang Qianqin's assertive gesture bore no sense of incongruity. Her piercing gaze, confident and commanding smile would have easily ensnared a man with a gentle heart in this new world. But Zhang Hao possessed no such tender disposition and despised being treated like a delicate girl. Just as he was about to gently push Zhang Qianqin away, he heard Aunt Zhang Yan's voice call from outside. "Qianqin, it's time to go back." "All right," Zhang Qianqin replied, her CEO aura dissipating instantly. She couldn't help but chuckle lightly, looking at Zhang Hao with a hint of exasperation. "Looks like the domineering CEO has to return. Is this what you envisioned, little brother Hao?" Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Qianqin. He had not anticipated her playful nature. Her beautiful and mature facade belied such a light-hearted spirit. But the misunderstanding was quite significant. "Sister Qianqin, these books were thrust upon me by a friend. I'm not particularly fond of them. You seem genuinely interested, so please take them with you." Zhang Hao helplessly pushed the books onto Lin alone, as he indeed found no joy in them. He then procured a bag to gather the tomes. Zhang Qianqin accepted without hesitation, taking away the items Zhang Hao had long wished to dispose of. "How? If you dislike something, please express it openly. Don't worry about your father. I understand that his sudden decision to remarry and move might be difficult for you to accept. After sending them off, Chen Guoheng turned to Zhang Hao with earnestness. Dad, you needn't worry. Aunt Zhang Yin and Sister Qian Qin seem like good people. I have no objections. In fact, I knew Sister Qian Qin from the nursery at your company, and we have a great rapport. So please don't fret about me. Just ensure that Aunt Zhang Yin doesn't slip away. She's truly a wonderful woman. How could Zhang Hao possibly disagree? Aunt Zhang Yin treated his father with such kindness that it was beyond words, her gaze filled with affection. She had even bought her own house and was beautiful to boot. Where could one find such an exceptional woman? Zhang Hao felt it was a stroke of divine fortune. A reward for his father, who had toiled alone for so many years. He recognized that this was due to the world's inversion. It was not that he underestimated his father. Setting aside other practical matters, his father's honest and unassuming nature left him hesitant to engage with women. And he had never shown interest in pursuing a romantic relationship. Thus, it seemed improbable that he would attract a woman, especially one as remarkable as Aunt Zhang Yin, who had pursued him for 5 years. Haha. Father, it seems that in the future we shall become a family of striking beauty. With Sister Qian Qin and Aunt Zhang Yin both being so exquisite, and you and I also possessing good looks, it is simply enviable. With such a beautiful sister, I am certain I will be incessantly bothered by those brothers. Zhang Hao could clearly sense his father's continued concern for him, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Chen Guoheng couldn't help but chuckle as well, seemingly unashamed. Zhang Hao chuckled mischievously. He used to think he looked quite decent, radiating a sunny disposition, ranking among the most attractive in his class. However, now the world has shifted, and having understood the importance of skin care from a young age, his appearance has transformed significantly, instilling him with even greater confidence in his looks. Of course, he primarily expressed this to alleviate any worries his father might have for him. Chapter 006. Do not be deceived by wicked women. Ai Yin is indeed a virtuous woman. You must marry a good woman like her in the future. And do not let yourself be deceived by wicked women, Chen Guoheng suddenly remarked. Mary. All right, Dad, I will return to my room now. Although Zhang Hao was already aware that the gender perspectives in this world had been turned upside down, he still found himself struggling to adapt to the manner in which people spoke, which left him feeling quite exasperated. It was truly absurd that everyone was so concerned he might be deceived by some wicked woman. The worry should rightly be directed towards those women instead. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Hao opened his computer and began to browse the internet for information, determined to thoroughly comprehend this altered world. As he opened the webpage, he was greeted with a plethora of bizarre news articles. Well, in the transformed world, perhaps these were not so bizarre, but they certainly were peculiar before the change. For instance, a minor boy arranged to meet a female online acquaintance, only to be swindled of his money and dignity. Marital rape was deemed legal? A young man, unable to endure humiliation, murdered his wife and was sentenced to death. Once rumored to have ascended through backdoor dealings, he had now become a leading figure in the entertainment industry. A 21-year-old male university student auctioned off his virginity, and a wealthy female real estate mogul purchased it for $1 million. As Zhang Hao perused these articles, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and disbelief. Just yesterday, he had read of a young boy who was assaulted by several underage girls during a night run. While initially shocked, he couldn't help but think that the boy would be envied by many. However, upon clicking further, he discovered that the boy had taken his own life, with comments lamenting that women were mere beings who thought with their lower halves. It was at this moment that Zhang Hao truly grasped the inversion of the world. Societal thoughts had indeed shifted dramatically, and such occurrences were no longer a cause for envy among men. Sigh, what can I even say? Men can now sell their virginity. But how would a man even know if it was his first time? Don't tell me it's about bleeding. Zhang Hao was suddenly struck with a terrifying thought and anxiously searched on a site named Envied You for information regarding a man's virginity. After searching, his expression became complex, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that men indeed possess a virginity, which becomes evident during their first union with a woman. Fortunately, there is no bleeding and no pain. Rather, one might feel utterly weak and powerless, as if devoid of bones, making concealment nearly impossible. The woman, however, appeared unchanged, seemingly feeling little pain. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words regarding these bizarre physiological reactions. Initially unsettled by these physiological transformations, he felt somewhat relieved at the thought that he would not have to endure the same experiences as women did in the past, an unexpected silver lining amidst misfortune. Subsequently, Zhang Hao delved into various topics and historical events, seeking to gain a deeper understanding of the world as changes. It seemed that a male-dominated world had never truly existed. Such a reality appeared to him like a distant dream. According to his research, the world had always been like this, from ancient times to the present. Women possessed greater physical strength and had historically lived in a matriarchal society, gradually evolving towards equality in modern times. Not only humans, but even animals reflected the shift, with male-dominant species now transformed into female-centric ones. Was there a divine presence orchestrating these changes in the world? Only a divine being could alter the world in such a manner, could it not? Zhang Hao, with an ever-deepening understanding of his own heart, found himself increasingly shaken. He was not deceived by the present world. He firmly believed it ought to be the opposite of what he observed, for his memories were undeniably genuine. Massaging his temples in frustration, he acknowledged the weariness that enveloped him, oblivious to the fact that he had been engrossed in research until the late hours of the night. It was imperative that he not be swayed by this world. The thought was utterly terrifying. The notion that a man must fear being bullied or subjected to indignities was alarming. Nowadays, men donning women's attire seemed rather commonplace. Why then? Had he discovered several articles of women's clothing in his wardrobe? No, he could not dwell on that. From tomorrow onward, he would resume his trainings, focusing on regaining his vanished muscles. With a weary shake of his head, Zhang Hao dismissed further thoughts, collapsing onto his bed, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit, and fell asleep in no time. Around 6:30 the following morning, he awoke in accordance with his biological clock, sensing the emergence of vague memories in his mind. He suddenly speculated, could this be a manifestation of the outer world and the inner world? Last night, he had experienced a multitude of dreams, or rather, they felt more like recollections of his past, albeit set against the backdrop of his current world. These memories bore a resemblance to his previous existence, yet diverged significantly. For instance, he and Lin Yilong were still good brothers, but they no longer aspired to be fierce, stoic men, nor did they engage in physical training. Instead, their daily pursuits revolved around presenting themselves handsomely, their personalities having taken on a notably softer demeanor, reminiscent of a time when they were often bullied by girls. These memories substantiated his belief in such a past, leading him to ponder the existence of both an outer and an inner world. Perhaps the world he had previously inhabited was the outer realm, while this one represented the inner realm. Both worlds contained similar characters, interconnected yet separate, and somehow he had unwittingly traversed into the inner world? Regardless, he decided to dismiss the thought. Zhang Hao lightly tapped his forehead, resolving not to overthink it. Whether it was a deity reshaping the world or the existence of two realms was merely conjecture on his part. Who could ascertain the truth? He felt little inclination to continue pondering these unscientific matters, unsure of how to validate his musings. For now, he needed to rise promptly and prepare for school. Dressed in sleek black school attire resembling a tailored suit, Zhang Hao stepped out of his room. Although his school remained unchanged, the uniform had transformed dramatically, aesthetically surpassing the previous version. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect at play. Women, inherently drawn to beauty, would naturally influence the world to reflect their preferences, making everything more visually appealing. Yet, this was merely Zhang Hao's fanciful speculation, albeit not entirely unfounded. As he sensed that many aspects of his surroundings had indeed become more aesthetically pleasing, televisions, chairs, and so forth. His father was already up, preparing breakfast, and Zhang Hao had gradually grown accustomed to these significant changes. The dreamlike recollections he had experienced included memories of his father cooking each morning, after which they would eat together before departing. The fact that his father still worked at the same multinational corporation had not altered, and their work and class schedules remained closely aligned. However, the dynamic had shifted from his father requesting breakfast to him now preparing it himself. After completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, Zhang Hao set out with his father, only to part ways almost immediately as their paths diverged. Zhang Hao's university, Hongxiang College, is conveniently located nearby. A mere 10-minute walk suffices to reach it. Thus, he typically prefers to walk. Lin Yilong's residence is also in close proximity, and they often accompany one another along the way. However, today Zhang Hao chose to run, and before long, he arrived at Lin Yilong's home. He became acutely aware of his own frailty as he found himself huffing and puffing after only a brief run, which further solidified his resolve to enhance his physical fitness. Having acquired numerous memories, he increasingly recognized the extent of his misconduct yesterday and resolved to offer a sincere apology in person later. As Zhang Hao approached the entrance of Lin Yilong's home, he had yet to call out when a small figure excitedly dashed out, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang Hao." In the blink of an eye, the little one leapt into Zhang Hao's embrace, taking a hearty breath against his neck. With a small hand inadvertently pressed against Zhang Hao's chest, a mischievous grin spread across the child's face, one that Zhang Hao could not see. Chapter 007. Men's Self-Defense Techniques. Good morning, Xiao Lingling. Zhang Hao greeted with a helpless smile as he instinctively embraced Linling. This adorable little girl, resembling a doll, was Lin Yilong's 10-year-old sister. Linling. Zhang Hao affectionately called her Xiao Lingling, and they shared a close bond. Prior to the world's upheaval, She was quite well behaved and sensible. However, after the changes, she became considerably more mischievous, often leaping into his arms without warning. How, you're here. Let us go. Lin Yilong emerged shortly after, promptly pulling his sister away from Zhang Hao. He admonished her, don't you know there's a difference between boys and girls? You're old enough to understand this. Hurry inside and finish your meal. Dad is waiting to wash the dishes. All right, then, goodbye, brother Zhang Hao. I'll see you next time. Lin Ling pouted, casting a glare at her brother. She discreetly pinched Zhang Hao's arm before reluctantly bidding him farewell, glancing back 3 times as she walked back into the house. Once Lin Ling had retreated, Lin Yilong, both exasperated and embarrassed, cautioned, next time. Don't let that strange girl jump on you like that. I found a few adult books under her bed, and they're all about neighborhood boys. She is no longer the innocent child she once was. I suspect her intentions every time she leaps onto you. Come on. No way. How old is she? Anyway? Zhang Hao gasped, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could elementary school girls truly be this intimidating? As for those adult books, well, never mind. Lin Yilong intended to voice more concerns but sighed in resignation mid-sentence, asking, are you really okay? Zhang Hao shook his head, feeling a profound discomfort at Lin Yilong's evidently meticulous grooming. His hairstyle, slicked with gel into a damp side part, along with the backpack slung over his shoulders, starkly contrasted his previous rugged demeanor. However, Zhang Hao chose not to intervene in his friend's transformation. I apologize for yesterday, Zhang Hao suddenly said, half seriously explaining as they walked. It was inspired by a dream I had, where the world was reversed and you were a muscular hunk. Haha. I accidentally immersed myself in that scenario. Zhang Hao shared a hint of their previous world with Lin Yilong, although Lin Yilong found it amusing. He was irked by the notion of being envisioned as a muscular man, aware of his friend's skewed perspective. Zhang Hao refrained from elaborating further and instead broached the topic of his father's impending remarriage and their upcoming move. Initially, Lin Yilong reacted strongly, but upon learning that their new home would be nearby, he quickly calmed down. After offering his congratulations, he began to gossip about Zhang Qianqin, who would soon become his sister. He spun tales akin to those found in teen novels, imagining the thrilling life of cohabitation with a domineering beauty, which could evolve into a forbidden romance. Truth be told, Zhang Hao had entertained such fantasies before. After all, Zhang Qianqin was exceptionally enchanting, exuding maturity and elegance that captivated young men like him. However, the thought of her soon becoming his sister quelled any further daydreaming. On the way, Zhang Hao, fearing that Lin Yilong might suddenly grasp his hand again, took the initiative to drape an arm over his shoulder. Truly, what kind of absurdity is it for good brothers to hold hands? However, a casual embrace is perfectly acceptable. It is a normal display of camaraderie among friends. But hand-holding is rather eye-watering. Zhang Hao felt quite awkward towards Lin Yilong, especially after having boasted the previous day that if he dared to take his hand, he would crush his manhood. To put things in perspective, imagine 2 close sisters who regularly hold hands. Yet one day, one of them disdainfully pulls away and warns the other that if she attempts to hold her hand again, she would tear something apart. It is simply incomprehensible. It is a wonder that Lin Yilong could forgive him. Be careful, the person ahead seems to be a lecher. Lin Yilong suddenly whispered amidst Zhang Hao's wandering thoughts. A lecher. Zhang Hao was taken aback. This jarring term was not new to him, as he understood it to mean a lascivious man. Following Lin Yilong's gaze, he soon spotted a short, plump woman in her 20s, peering at them from a nearby corner with an unmistakably lascivious demeanor. Shall we take another route? There aren't many people around here, Lin Yilong suggested, clearly unsettled, although the woman pretended not to be watching them. It was evident to anyone with eyes that she had her sights set on them. Her demeanor was peculiar, standing with her hands in her pockets and breathing strangely, which was quite intimidating. What are you afraid of? Are we 2 grown men truly frightened of a short, chubby woman? Rest assured, if she dares to harass you, I will certainly kick her away, Zhang Hao remarked, a bit exasperated by Lin Yilong's timid demeanor. This was an excellent opportunity for him to toughen up. So he continued to walk with his arm draped over Lin Yilong's shoulder. It was impossible for him to feel fear. Despite knowing that women in this world possessed considerable strength, the sight of this young, stout woman made it difficult for him to feel threatened. He even entertained the notion that he could easily send her sprawling with a single kick. However, Lin Yilong was clearly reluctant. Yet, Zhang Hao had already committed to this path and could not abandon his friend. Fortunately, despite her strange appearance, the woman did not take any overt actions. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but Lin Yilong remained on high alert, suppressing his fear as they passed by her. As they approached, the woman immediately lowered her head, blushing profusely. However, once they had walked past, she boldly lifted her gaze, gazing at their retreating figures with a look of infatuation, muttering to herself, "The boys from Hongxiang High are truly remarkable, especially that handsome man with shoulder-length hair. I wish I could unveil that partially exposed, fair arm. After distancing themselves from the peculiar woman, Zhang Hao noticed that Lin Yilong could hardly maintain his footing, his body trembling visibly. Concerned, he inquired, "Hey, little dragon, are you okay?" I just recalled some terrifying news reports and became frightened. How, we should be more cautious in the future. That woman's gaze was so unsettling and disgusting. She must be thinking of something revolting. Lin Yilong replied, Indeed, we should exercise a bit more caution." Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, nodded in acknowledgement. Reflecting on the news, he realized he could not afford to be careless. While he could endure it, Lin Yilong's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. The harassment from women would undoubtedly cast a lifelong shadow over him. Zhang Hao had merely overlooked this fact. He patted Lin Yilong's pale shoulder and said, "However, little Long, you tremble in fear despite nothing having happened. This won't do. From now on, you shall join me in exercising. Even if we encounter ill-intentioned individuals, we need not be afraid." Zhang Hao seized this opportunity to invite Lin Yilong to enhance his physical fitness. "Are you suggesting we practice self-defense techniques for men?" Lin Yilong inquired. "Self-defense for men?" Zhang Hao paused. He was familiar with women's self-defense, but had never heard of men's self-defense. However, he surmised it was akin to women's self-defense, designed to protect oneself. Yet he had no intention of engaging in such practices. With a frown, Zhang Hao declared, "What's self-defense? I want to practice Muay Thai." How? Why do you always mention something so daunting? Muay Thai is not suited for us men. Be confident. In dreams, Muay Thai is primarily practiced by men. You just said that was a dream. Our physiques are vastly inferior to those of women, and besides, why practice something so perilous? If we're worried about danger, we can simply use anti-donkey spray. How? You truly seem to be overthinking things. Should we consider consulting a doctor? Chapter 008. The girls of this world are quite annoying. I'm just speaking casually. Zhang Haoxing, fearing that Lin Yilong might suddenly call his father again, chose to remain silent. However, he genuinely harbored aspirations of honing his combat skills. He was unwilling to be physically weaker than girls. While he was indifferent to how others perceived him, he was determined to embody the strength and vigor of a true man. In the past, Zhang Haoxing had loathed being seen as frail, which compelled him to train vigorously alongside Lin Yilong. Yet now, surrounded by individuals who regarded him as a delicate girl, he felt an undeniable dissatisfaction. Zhang Haoxing had devised a rather comprehensive plan for himself. First, he would strengthen his body, and thereafter, he would enroll in a kickboxing class. As the two made their way to school, they engaged in light conversation, and soon enough, they arrived at their destination. Indeed, humans are visual creatures. Observing his fellow students clad in stylish attire, exuding beauty, Zhang Haoxing felt his spirits lift. However, the sight of some boys walking hand in hand was rather disconcerting. Before the transformation, irrespective of gender, students donned heavy sports jackets daily, seldom adorned themselves, and emanated a stifling atmosphere. Now, the boys sported impeccably tailored school uniforms, and their hairstyles were meticulously styled. The girls mirrored this trend, wearing fitted blazers paired with short skirts that showcased their long, fair legs, creating a visually pleasing scene. It appeared that the school imposed no restrictions on students' attire, allowing everyone to express themselves freely. The carefully curated appearances radiated vitality and exuberance, easily uplifting those around them. Of course, it would have been far more pleasant had the girls not fixated their gazes on certain parts of Zhang Haoxing's physique. He felt as though he had acquired an uncanny ability to sense the stares directed towards him, particularly at his hands, feet, rear, chest, and even his lower regions, making him profoundly uncomfortable. The discomfort intensified when he rolled up his sleeves due to the heat, exposing his arms, which seemed to attract even more attention from several girls. Akin to a group of boys fixating on a pair of lovely legs, Zhang Haoxing instinctively pulled down his sleeves, feeling particularly uneasy. In the past, he had been subtly observed by girls, but it had never elicited such a reaction. He even felt a sense of pride. Yet now, he found it utterly distasteful. Imagine a group of girls fixating on your lower half. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Zhang Haoxing hurriedly led Lin Yilong towards their classroom. Indeed, they were both in the second year of high school and shared the same class. Ugh, those girls are simply insufferable, always leering at others. Their minds are filled with nothing but lewd thoughts, neglecting their studies in favor of such trivialities, Lin Yilong remarked in frustration. Yet, being this popular can be seen as a good thing. It signifies our charm, Zhang Haoxing replied, scratching his head, surprised by Lin Yilong's aversion. Before the world transformed, such attention was coveted by men, but now, he too found it unappealing, particularly the lascivious glances that he found particularly repulsive. Indeed, it is true. It indicates that we are desirable men, unlike those who are overlooked. Lin Yilong stroked his chin, contemplating Zhang Hao's words, recognizing the unfortunate plight of those overlooked, short, and unattractive men. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Hao felt the collective gaze of his peers fixated upon him, particularly that of the women, and he was acutely aware of some individuals scrutinizing his more sensitive areas. Although this attention had persisted for several days, he remained unaccustomed to it. Finding his seat, he promptly sat down. Perhaps he was a sentimental individual. The reality of a fantasy he once imagined had suddenly materialized, yet he found himself disoriented and somewhat discontented, possibly even influenced by the circumstances. Zhang Hao occupied the first seat in the second row, where his deskmate, Huang Yuanyuan, was already seated, while Lin Yilong lingered in a corner. "Good morning," Huang Yuanyuan greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "Morning," Zhang Hao replied, nodding at the fairly attractive girl. He then retrieved his books from his rather adorable backpack, which he resolved to replace at his earliest convenience. Prior to the changes, he had enjoyed a good rapport with Huang Yuanyuan, but since her transformation, she had taken to teasing him incessantly, which left Zhang Hao feeling quite vexed and somewhat irritated. It was utterly nonsensical. Just 2 days prior, due to a sleepless night spent researching the New World, he had found himself napping at his desk during the lunch break. To his dismay, Huang Yuanyuan had leaned in to blow gently in his ear, rousing him from his slumber, and she had taken to hiding his textbooks and stationery. Reminiscent of childish antics. "Zhang Hao, let me tell you a secret. Just now, several girls were discussing how to capture your heart," Huang Yuanyuan whispered conspiratorially in his ear, playfully altering his name to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's heart remained unperturbed by her words, having dreamt of a myriad of past memories the previous night. He was acutely aware of his popularity. Since elementary school, he had been pursued by girls, and he had long lost count of how many had sought his affection. Thus, he merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." Huang Yuanyuan, taken aback by his lack of reaction, leaned in closer, unwilling to relent. "Aren't you curious about what they said?" The heady fragrance wafted into Zhang Hao's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. Without even glancing at Huang Yuanyuan, he replied, "Whatever they are saying has nothing to do with me. I just want to focus on my studies. How can it be unrelated? They want to win you over. I even know that Lu Guoli, who has harbored a secret crush on you since middle school, is looking for an opportunity to confess her feelings." Huang Yuanyuan continued to chatter away, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Hao's disinterest in further conversation. "Oh, girls these days are so bothersome," Zhang Hao groaned, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He was no fool. He could clearly perceive Huang Yuanyuan's interest in him. Despite her incessant teasing, she often went out of her way to be kind to him, a behavior not uncommon among young boys enamored with certain girls. Not to boast, but it was evident that many girls in the class were attracted to him, as demonstrated by their gifts and efforts to engage him in conversation, behaviors that he could easily decipher. He now found himself akin to the class beauties of the previous world. After all, the temperament of women nowadays bears a striking resemblance to that of boys from yesteryears. He finds it perplexing to fathom their subtle thoughts. And only a handful openly pursue him, which has become a source of exasperation. Being persistently pursued by a group of emotionally detached individuals is hardly a source of joy, especially since he is not a person enamored with vanity. "Did you not sleep well? Would you like me to help you with an ancestral method?" Huang Yuanyuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she observed Zhang Hao rubbing his head, eager to lend her assistance. Zhang Hao, at a loss for words, merely shook his head. And at that moment, he noticed the entrance of the English teacher. The English instructor, now a woman, was different from the previous one, while the former was rather matronly. This new teacher appeared to be in her early 30s, sporting short hair and androgynous style, resembling a faux gentleman. After casually greeting the class, she promptly commenced the lesson. Chapter 009, Manhood as a Pejorative Term. Zhang Hao's academic performance was once merely mediocre. However, in this transformed world, he has undeniably become a true scholar. From the recollections of yesterday, he realized that he had always been a well-behaved, diligent student since childhood. As he casually perused his English textbook, he found no section he could not comprehend. He grasped the teacher's lecture effortlessly, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Not only in English, but he also found the subsequent subjects to be exceedingly simplistic. Unconsciously, a scholarly smile graced Zhang Hao's face. It seemed that if he applied himself diligently, becoming an academic achiever would be an effortless endeavor. His previous lackluster grades were solely due to his inadequate efforts in this world. He must have always been his father's pride. The lunch break arrived swiftly, and Huang Yuanyuan immediately inquired, "What are you going to eat today, Zhang Hao?" "Don't call me Zhang Hao. If you do so again, I won't respond," Zhang Hao retorted casually, waving to Lin Yilong who was approaching, and they made their way outside. But Zhang Hao is undeniably cuter. Huang Yuanyuan naturally followed suit, but midway, she was unexpectedly embraced by another girl who beckoned her to join for lunch. Zhang Hao, uninterested in their antics, promptly proceeded to the cafeteria with Lin Yilong, knowing that arriving late would entail a lengthy wait in line. Even though Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong reached the cafeteria promptly, they still found themselves queuing. While waiting, Zhang Hao experienced an awkward moment as he realized he was being harassed. A slender girl behind him, feigning to be jostled, pressed herself against him, her body snugly against his. The intentional, albeit subtle, friction left Zhang Hao certain he was being harassed. Yet, he felt helpless. The line behind him indeed seemed a bit crowded, and he couldn't reprimand her for her pretense. Casting a glance back, he noted that the girl was rather cute, and he sighed resignedly. Oh well, after he met her gaze, she seemed to lose her boldness. The brief moment of contact, though, had been experienced. He could certainly feel her softness. In his original mindset, this was not harassment, but rather a stroke of luck. He had gained something. After a while, Lin Yilong and Zhang Hao finally acquired their lunch and settled at an empty table. How, are you not concerned about gaining weight with all this food you're consuming? Lin Yilong asked incredulously, glancing at Zhang Hao's enormous portion of lunch. Men need to eat more. How can one grow strong without it? Zhang Hao replied, unperturbed by the prospect of weight gain, taking a hefty spoonful of rice into his mouth and mumbling, only strong men can be called true men. Your boisterous eating while speaking is reminiscent of those burly women who carry bricks. Lin Yilong remarked, somewhat bewildered. Moreover, manhood is a pejorative term. You mustn't aspire to be a man, or you may never find a spouse. Lin Yilong gaped at the audacious Zhang Hao, still convinced that something was amiss, and promptly offered his counsel. In the past, Zhang Hao had a notably small appetite, fearing the consequences of weight gain, and he would savor each bite with great care. However, he now seemed to be indulging recklessly, shoveling vegetables and rice into his mouth with abandon, leaving those around him, regardless of gender, utterly astonished. The term manly man had taken on a pejorative connotation. The burly women of the construction site. Zhang Hao nearly choked on his food at Lin Yilong's words, but he managed to suppress the urge to spit it all out, forcing himself to swallow. What was the point of eating rice separately from meat and vegetables? He had never been criticized before, so why was he now being compared to a laborer? He sighed, declaring, in any case, I intend to be a manly man. Please, do not dissuade me. What are you all discussing? A tall, beautiful girl suddenly approached and naturally took a seat beside Zhang Hao. She glanced at him, momentarily taken aback, and inquired, did you skip breakfast today? I did. Zhang Hao responded coolly, giving her a brief glance. His indifferent demeanor incited envy in many men. With her short hair and striking features, she embodied a spirited elegance that perfectly aligned with the aesthetic ideals of the men in this world, as evidenced by the starry-eyed boys surrounding her. Although there were many vacant seats beside Zhang Hao and numerous girls who wished to sit with him, no one dared approach, except for this woman. Zhang Hao felt a headache coming on at the sight of her. Her name was Xiaoying, a classmate from the same year, but a different class, a prominent figure in their school. Not only was she stunning, but she was also exceptionally athletic, particularly excelling in basketball, earning her the adoration of many boys who affectionately dubbed her the goddess of Red Xiang. In the previous world, Zhang Hao was aware of her, albeit under a different surname. While she hadn't been as exaggeratedly popular then, she was still known as a beautiful and academically gifted student, previously having no connection to him. Yet now she was one of his fervent admirers. From his hazy recollections, he recalled that she had confessed her feelings for him numerous times, claiming to have fallen for him at first sight and constantly devising ways to pursue him. In contrast, his past self had been singularly focused on his studies, openly rejecting her advances from start to finish, ultimately growing weary of her relentless pursuit. Much like how he felt a headache coming on at the sight of her now, Zhang Hao lamented internally. He truly had no feelings for Xiaoying. At this moment, he could sense a group of envious men casting him disdainful glances. Although he was quite popular with the girls, he was far from favored by the boys, save for his good friend Lin Yilong, who was often in the company of these beautiful pursuers. Xiaoying, in particular, had garnered the secret affections of many men, who naturally held Zhang Hao in low regard. You seem quite hungry today. Here, let me share some meat with you, Xiaoying said, generously placing several pieces of meat from her plate into Zhang Hao's bowl. Zhang Hao was momentarily speechless, wondering why she acted so familiar with him. Nevertheless, he reasoned that since a beautiful girl was being so generous, he might as well indulge. Refusing would only embarrass her. Besides, her enthusiastic demeanor was not entirely unappealing. He thanked her casually before resuming his voracious eating, leaving Xiaoying momentarily stunned by his appetite. After Lin Yilong, still savoring his meal, finished his food, he let out a wry smile and explained, Xiaoying, you should also talk to Hao Hao. He suddenly declares he wants to be a man, yet look at him. He is still chewing his food and talking, not afraid of spitting out rice. What has transpired? Xiaoying immediately glanced at Zhang Hao. her eyes betraying her concern. His health is too fragile. He needs to eat more to nourish his body. Zhang Hao casually remarked that he now understood that speaking excessively might seem abnormal. He felt helpless during meals. In his previous world, he had always eaten heartily. But in this realm, his past habit of eating slowly appeared peculiar. All right, then take your time and don't choke. Drink some water first. Zhao Ying nodded gently and, after opening her unopened bottle of mineral water, handed it to Zhang Hao, embodying the essence of warmth and femininity. Why don't you advise him? Aren't you afraid he'll become a glutton? Lin Yilong asked helplessly. If he gains weight, no one will compete with me, Zhao Ying replied. Gazing affectionately at the ravenous Zhang Hao, finding his previously unseen side utterly endearing, rather than crude. Zhang Hao swallowed a mouthful of food with great effort. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of what to say. It's still quite difficult to adjust. A beautiful woman pursuing him so openly. Speaking so boldly. Noticing Zhang Hao's discomfort, Zhao Ying chose not to disturb his meal further and instead turned to Lin Yilong, asking, have you tried the game Heroine League that I recommended to you last time? Chapter 010. Games unsuitable for boys. I tried it, and it's incredibly challenging. After playing a couple of rounds, I still can't grasp it. It seems boys are not suited for such games, Lin Yilong lamented. The League of Extraordinary Women. Zhang Hao, upon hearing this name, was momentarily speechless and after a brief pause, inquired, are you referring to that 5v5 game where players dismantle each other's towers? Indeed. How? Have you tried it as well? Weren't you saying last time that you had no interest in these games for girls? Lin Yilong nodded, looking at Zhang Hao with curiosity. There are many boys who play this game. Zhao Ying interjected eagerly, her face lighting up as she asked Zhang Hao, come play with us, how? It's important to relax occasionally after all the hard work, and playing together is quite enjoyable. I can guide you. Zhao Ying had long wished to draw Zhang Hao into this gaming world. Being a skilled player herself, she envisioned guiding him daily, hoping that time would cultivate deeper feelings between them. However, previously Zhang Hao had shown no interest, and now, seeing him actively inquire, she seized the opportunity to promote the game fervently. Perhaps not. We boys are more suited for games like Miracle Nikki, those dancing games. Zhao Ying, why not join us for a dance? Lin Yilong suggested. Aware that Zhang Hao likely had no interest in the League of Extraordinary Women and sought to gently decline on his behalf. What boy could possibly enjoy such a game? Even if some do, they are but a minority. True, that game is indeed not ideal for boys. Although some males participate, the top players are predominantly female. Zhao Ying chimed in. I'm willing to play whatever you choose, even dancing. Zhao Ying nodded in agreement, eager to partake in any game as long as it involved her crush. Zhang Hao found their demeanor and dialogue quite irksome. Although they did not explicitly state that boys were inferior to girls, their implicit belief that boys were ill-suited for more challenging games left him feeling uncomfortable. It was not just Zhao Ying. Even Lin Yilong seemed entrenched in this mindset. Zhao Ying claimed there were no top male players in MOBA games, which Zhang Hao found hard to believe. Could these women truly be better than Yuzi? Indeed. The illustrious achievements of top male professional players like Yuzi and RNG in MOBA games seemed to fade into obscurity. Surely, they were not spending their time in some corner of the world playing Miracle Nikki or the like. Next time, shall we play a dance together? Zhao Ying asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Hao shook his head, responding, let us stick to that tower-pushing game. Perhaps we can give it a try. Such cooperative games appear quite intriguing. As a former Diamond Tier player, he could not simply dismiss those remarks. Zhang Hao felt compelled to vindicate the male players, who said men were incapable of excelling in such games, while other games might be overlooked. This particular game had countless male professional players who had dedicated immense effort and sweat to reach the pinnacle of success. To suggest there were no top male players was to trivialize the hard work and sacrifices of those individuals. Zhang Hao does not seek to have the entire world recognize his prowess in this game. He merely desires those around him to be aware, for he is not exceptionally skilled himself. Previously, he was lured into the game by Lin Yilong and became engrossed for a time, achieving a peak rank of Diamond 5. However, the fundamental reason lies in the time-consuming nature of gaming. He must also focus on physical fitness. In comparison, a robust physique undoubtedly takes precedence over gaming. Indeed, playing such games together can be quite enjoyable. There is no need to fret about one's skills. Should you wish to play, I am more than willing to guide you. Zhao Ying was utterly elated. Zhang Hao had finally consented to play games with her, allowing this Platinum 3 player to truly showcase her abilities. All right then, let us schedule a time to play together. I may not have time in the coming days due to my move. Zhang Hao nodded, glancing at the remaining third of his meal with resignation, setting down his chopsticks as he simply could not eat anymore. His appetite had diminished significantly, and despite pushing himself to the limit, he could not finish everything on his plate. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, with daily meals, his stomach would eventually expand again. What? The male idol is moving? Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled with interest as she immediately inquired, "Are you relocating? Where to? Do you need my help? This is my personal matter. Now, let us return to the classroom, shall." Long, Zhang Hao interjected before Lin alone could speak. He did not wish for Zhao Ying to discover his new address, recalling how she used to bring him breakfast at his doorstep every morning. To be honest, the scenario of a beautiful school goddess fervently pursuing someone would typically exist only in novels. Zhang Hao believed that with a single word from him, they could easily embark on a romantic relationship. Yet, at this moment, he found himself disinclined. Perhaps it was due to his lack of feelings for Zhao Ying, or perhaps the impact of a past experience that rendered him unprepared for romance, creating a sense of unease at the thought of such an intimate relationship. The mere idea of it evolving into something more physical caused a wave of anxiety within him, whereas he had previously anticipated such moments with fervor. There was no need for further contemplation. It must be attributed to his distinct past experiences, which instilled in him the belief that a man should maintain self-respect, that purity is of utmost importance, and that early romance should be avoided, as many women merely seek to deceive one into bed. These somewhat inverted notions subtly influenced his subconscious. Whenever you wish to play, feel free to reach out to me. I am always available. Although Zhao Ying felt regretful that Zhang Hao did not share his new address, she refrained from expressing further concerns. Zhang Hao's agreement to accompany her in gaming was already a significant advancement. Zhang Hao responded with a simple acknowledgement, rising to clear the table. Just then, he sensed something approaching from behind and instinctively turned, only to see a boy carrying a bowl of soup stumbling toward him. Startled, he quickly stepped back. With a loud clatter, the iron bowl fell, and the thick soup splattered everywhere. Fortunately, Zhang Hao had dodged in time, and only a small amount splattered onto him. "Zhang Hao, are you all right?" Zhao Ying and Lin alone were equally taken aback. Zhao Ying, disregarding the splatter of thick soup that had landed on her, immediately approached Zhang Hao, producing a tissue to wipe him clean. In her anger, she shouted at the male student, "Do you not have eyes? How do you walk like that?" "Calm down." Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively, accepting the tissue from Zhao Ying and giving himself a cursory wipe. "How can I remain calm? If it weren't for your quick reflexes just now, that soup would have drenched you." Zhao Ying struggled to contain her frustration, recalling how her idol had nearly been splattered with soup right beside her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Hao reflected on the incident, recognizing that his reaction had indeed been astonishingly swift, almost as if he had sensed the impending crisis in advance. Otherwise, how could he have evaded the deluge? He would have been soaked long ago. Chapter 011. Exceptional reflexes. My sincerest apologies. I just accidentally slipped. Are you all right? The boy, who had inadvertently sent the bowl flying, hurriedly expressed his remorse, leaning closer to Zhang Hao with a face full of contrition. "You should clean this up. Come on." Shalong. Zhang Hao, who was nearly doused in hot soup, felt quite irked. However, upon observing the flamboyant attire and heavy perfume of the man before him, he was overcome with a sense of discomfort. Disinterested in prolonging the encounter, he casually uttered a parting remark and departed, the sound of incessant apologies trailing behind him. What a stroke of bad luck. How? You reacted swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Lin Yilong, who had caught up, remarked with relief. Indeed, Zhang Hao nodded. Inquiring, "Do you know who he is?" He harbored a suspicion that the incident was intentional, as the floor was decidedly not slippery, and the soup had been aimed squarely at him. "I know. I've heard of him. Lu Feng from the senior class. Rumor has it that he is being supported by an older woman. It's quite distasteful." Lin Yilong responded quietly, nodding. "How alarming." Zhang Hao was at a loss for words, silently committing the name to memory. Zhao Ying soon followed, her concern palpable. Zhang Hao was genuinely touched, for no woman had ever shown him such kindness in the world before, especially not a beauty. Clearly, she was attempting to seduce him. Though ample time remained in the lunch break, Zhang Hao chose not to wander elsewhere. After dismissing Zhao Ying, he returned to the sparsely populated classroom. "Shalong. Let us play a game. You hold this eraser, and then suddenly drop it to see if I can catch it," Zhang Hao suggested from his seat, handing an eraser to Lin Yilong and positioning his fingers in a V shape below. "Sounds good, although this game seems quite challenging." Lin Yilong replied as he promptly released the eraser, watching as Zhang Hao deftly pinched it between his fingers. "Did I catch it?" Lin Yilong was taken aback, the task not appearing as difficult as anticipated. "Let us try again. Time your release carefully. If I catch it, you lose," Zhang Hao declared, passing the eraser back to Lin Yilong. This time, Lin Yilong was more deliberate, hesitating several times before finally letting go. Yet again, Zhang Hao effortlessly caught the eraser. "Wow, I can't believe you caught it again," Lin Yilong exclaimed, astonished. "How, you possess such remarkable talent." Zhang Hao remained silent, having confirmed his exceptional reflexes. Regardless of when Lin Along dropped the eraser or how unexpectedly he did so, Zhang Hao could respond promptly and catch it effortlessly. His reflexes had evidently never been this sharp before. "Now it's your turn to catch," he said, passing the eraser once more. Zhang Hao picked up an eraser and addressed Lin Along, curious to test whether the boys in this world possessed exceptional reflexes or if he himself was truly gifted. "All right," Lin Along replied, eager to participate. He had observed Zhang Hao's consistent success and assumed the game lacked any real challenge. However, when Zhang Hao tossed the eraser, Lin Along realized just how difficult it was and how remarkable Zhang Hao truly was. He failed to catch it the first time, then the second, and even the third. "Well, I win," Zhang Hao declared, having discerned his own extraordinary talent with just a casual attempt. Hao, you excel at everything." Lin Along expressed his admiration for Zhang Hao, though he acknowledged that while catching an eraser might not be particularly useful, it was indeed a skill. "That is quite impressive," Zhang Hao mused, rubbing his temples, contemplating his exceptional reflexes and pondering the potential for combat prowess. Perhaps he could become a boxer in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Along, bored and resting his chin on his hand, cast a glance at the corner and quietly remarked to Zhang Hao that transfer student Min Yuehua is quite beautiful, yet she is always alone. Following Lin Along's gaze, Zhang Hao noticed a stunning girl seated by herself, with shoulder-length hair and long bangs nearly obscuring one of her eyes. She sat expressionless, quietly engrossed in a book at her designated seat. When did she transfer in? Zhang Hao wondered aloud, as he had no recollection of her presence. Despite the world changing around him, his classmates remained the same, merely altered in name and appearance, yet this girl did not ring any bells. "I believe it was just last week. She seems rather reticent. Such a cool beauty is quite captivating," Lin Along remarked with a giggle, wary of being noticed. "No wonder. She must have just transferred last week." But Zhang Hao suddenly lost track of his thoughts, momentarily stunned by Lin Along's laugh, his expression growing increasingly somber. Zhang Hao felt compelled to voice his thoughts. "You know, my friend, a true man, when encountering a woman of interest, does not shy away in the corner, but rather approaches with confidence." "Ah, that's not true. A man should maintain some composure," Lin Along responded, surprised by Zhang Hao's unexpected declaration. He looked again at Min Yuehua, who sat alone, and said, "She seems so lonely." Zhang Hao shared this sentiment. In an unfamiliar setting, everyone clustered in groups, while she sat solitary in the corner, untouched by conversation. During the lunch break, she sat in quiet isolation, as if separated from the world. The palpable sense of loneliness resonated with Zhang Hao, reflecting his own circumstances. "If you don't want her to be lonely, then go on, befriend her." Zhang Hao earnestly addressed Lin Along, initially anticipating that Lin would shyly refuse. To his surprise, Lin nodded in agreement, leaving Zhang momentarily taken aback. Yet, before Zhang could fully process this unexpected turn, Lin hesitated, bashfully stating, "But perhaps it's best to forget it. I only felt she was quite lonely and wanted to converse with her. However, people will undoubtedly gossip, suggesting that we have feelings for her. Don't overthink it. Follow your heart. If you can't bear to see her alone, then approach her. There's no need for excessive hesitation. It's merely a conversation with a classmate. Come on, walk over with your head held high, just like I will." Zhang Hao smiled slightly, rising to grasp Lin Along's arm. Under the watchful eyes of their classmates, he led Lin to sit opposite Min Yuehua. Lin Along was utterly stunned, unable to believe they had truly approached her. He fell into a state of shock, his face flushed, unable to even glance at Min, too shy to utter a single word. In contrast, Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua remained quite composed, exchanging glances and a silent stare-off. I am your classmate." "Zhang Hao," he said after a moment, extending his hand for a self-introduction. Upon closer inspection, Zhang found Min even more beautiful than Zhaoying. Though perhaps that was solely his opinion, as tastes and aesthetics vary. If the two were compared side by side, it was likely that the prevailing sentiment would still favor the striking Zhaoying. Chapter 012. Awkward conversation. Min Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she responded with a brief acknowledgement, extending her hand to shake Zhang Hao's, but there was little more to it, nor did she inquire why he had approached her. This left Zhang Hao surprised. He had noticed over the past few days that the girls in this world were exceedingly enthusiastic towards him, unlike Min Yuehua, whom he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, finding this behavior to be rather normal. "This is Lin Along," Zhang Hao said, pointing at the bashful Lin Along, who was shyly looking down. "Oh," Min Yuehua said, glancing at Lin Along with a faint acknowledgement. "Why hello," Lin Along stammered, his face reddening like a ripe apple, feeling awkward as he greeted her. He then tugged at Zhang Hao insistently, wanting to leave, as the situation was overwhelmingly embarrassing, especially since it was clear she was not interested in conversing with him. He never imagined Zhang Hao would actually dare to approach her. Recently, He had indeed become quite bold. "I'm just reading an English book," Zhang Hao said, disregarding Lin Yilong's attempts to pull him away. Min Yuehua nodded. "Let us go." "She clearly doesn't want to talk to us," Lin Yilong urged, growing increasingly anxious at her cool demeanor. Leaning closer to Zhang Hao, he whispered. "She really doesn't seem interested." Zhang Hao, however, entertained a different notion and inquired, "What do you like?" Lin Yilong nearly lost his mind. Her apparent indifference was unmistakable. Yet Zhang Hao continued to ask her preferences. Just as he expected Min Yuehua to grow impatient and refrain from responding, she replied, "Building blocks." "All right then, goodbye," Zhang Hao remarked, realizing from her immediate response that she did not actually wish to avoid conversation but rather struggled with social interaction. Observing Lin Yilong tugging more forcefully, he refrained from prolonging the dialogue and bid her farewell, allowing himself to be led away. "Goodbye," Min Yuehua echoed. "You really went over there. Everyone is watching us. Aren't you feeling embarrassed?" "I don't even know what to say to you," Lin Yilong said, returning to their seats. A mix of shyness and exasperation evident in his expression. "As men, we should maintain a certain reserve, you know. Besides, you, the charming male god," approached her. And yet she seemed so disinterested. Yet, as Lin Yilong concluded his thoughts, he felt a sense of injustice on Zhang Hao's behalf, pondering why her beauty warranted such aloofness. After all, his good friend was the school's widely recognized heartthrob, pursued by countless admirers. Zhang Hao chose to disregard Lin Yilong's notion of a man's reserve. Shrugging in resignation, he mused that someone with such a timid disposition would likely be left waiting for a chance at romance in the previous world. "Perhaps things are different here," he pondered aloud. "Do you really think she doesn't want to talk to us?" It doesn't seem that way." She responded thoughtfully to everything you said. Lin Yilong reconsidered, then suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed. "Could it be that she is employing a strategy of allure, acting aloof to capture your attention? Was there someone in the past who did the same? You are undoubtedly overthinking this. However, observe, by taking the initiative, one can uncover the truth." Zhang Hao is not as self-absorbed as one might assume. He had intended to explain to Lin Yilong the benefits of being proactive, but his words faltered as a crowd of people gathered around him, compelling him to silence. They inquired about his recent conversation with the transfer student, voicing their grievances about her seemingly aloof demeanor, to which he could only respond with non-committal murmurs. Zhang Hao soon realized that Min Yuehua's indifference was not a personal affront. She treated everyone with the same detached manner. Initially, many classmates had sought to befriend this beautiful new student, but her coldness deterred them. Amidst the cacophony of complaints directed at Min Yuehua, Zhang Hao felt at a loss for words, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Compared to these individuals, he preferred the cool detachment of Min Yuehua. The boys were largely effeminate, eliciting discomfort, while the girls were overly enthusiastic, often casting lingering glances at his hands. This sensation was rather unpleasant. It is unlikely that any man appreciates being scrutinized by an excessively hefty girl or a dark-skinned girl with a gluttonous gaze. Zhang Hao, seeking an excuse to escape, feigned fatigue and rested his head on the desk, tuning them out. The lunch break passed in the blink of an eye, and classes resumed promptly. He attended lectures until 5:30, and although there was evening study, it did not concern him as a day student. Redxiang High School did not enforce evening study for day students, allowing him the freedom to return home immediately after classes. With the prospect of avoiding evening study, he relished the thought of preparing for his weekend move, as the following day was Friday. Regardless of the world's transformation, Zhang Hao always walked home with Lin Yilong. To prevent Lin Yilong from unexpectedly grasping his hand, Zhang Hao instinctively reached for his phone, ready to adopt the guise of a distracted individual. As he casually glanced at his phone, he noticed several messages on WeChat and QQ, most from females, Zhao Ying, the recently departed Huang Yuan, and a few others whose names he barely recognized. Each message was imbued with warmth, offers to escort him home, invitations to hang out later, reminders to be cautious on the road, and suggestions to rest early and drink warm water. This was reminiscent of the daily interactions he once had with his goddess. Contemplating these messages, Zhang Hao was struck by the irony of his current situation, surrounded by a throng of admirers, much like those glamorous goddesses of his past. Upon reviewing his previous replies, he noted they exuded a certain charm, simple acknowledgments like haha, or I'm going to shower. Yet, in the present, he had not reciprocated. Since he held no interest in these women, he deemed it wisest to disengage entirely, allowing them to withdraw on their own. As Zhang Hao scrolled through his phone, he engaged in casual conversation with Lin Yilong. Before long, they arrived at Lin Yilong's home. Just as Lin Yilong was about to enter, his younger sister, Lin Ling, burst forth, her small backpack bouncing as she exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Hao." It was evident she was about to leap into his embrace. Go away, go away. Don't cling to Hao Hao. He needs to return home early. It's dangerous to be out too late." Lin Yilong immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Ling. gesturing behind him for Zhang Hao to hasten his departure. Lin Yilong's concern was not born from jealousy over his sister's affection for Zhang Hao, but rather from a protective instinct, fearing that the innocent and kind-hearted Zhang Hao might fall victim to his sister's mischievous intentions. Ever since he stumbled upon those alarming adult books in her room, he had been on high alert. "Goodbye, Lingling. I shall take my leave now," Zhang Hao said helplessly. Waving at Lin Ling, he found her petite and charming demeanor endearing, and he felt that Lin Yilong's worries were somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he turned to leave. "Brother Zhang," Lin Ling exclaimed as she realized Zhang Hao was truly departing. She cried out in frustration, directing her ire at Lin Yilong, who was still blocking her way. "Brother, what are you doing? You little vixen, your intentions are all too clear. Don't think I'm unaware of your desire to hold Hao Hao's hand. Now, go back inside," Lin Yilong reprimanded, pulling her towards the house. "I did not. Let go of me, you old rascal," Lin Ling retorted, her face flushed with indignation. As she saw Zhang Hao retreating further away, she began to struggle fiercely, but despite her efforts, she was no match for Lin Yilong's strength, even as a girl. Chapter 013. The biceps of first love. Zhang Hao paid no heed to the happenings behind him, his hands languidly tucked in his pockets as he ambled back home. Just as he was nearing his residence, a sudden thought struck him, one of great significance. Along the way, he noticed several passers-by casting furtive glances in his direction, some even whispering to one another, speculating whether he might be a model. It dawned on him that perhaps he now had a chance to pursue his former goddess. At 17, he certainly harbored his own infatuations, particularly for the daughter of the local convenience store owner, Sister Yang Mei. Zhang Hao had been enamored with her since childhood. A few years his senior, she was gentle and kind, with an adorably petite face. Each time he visited the store, her sweet demeanor captivated him, filling the void of maternal affection he had long felt. In the past, he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to face rejection. She had expressed a disinterest in younger boys and a preference for muscular men. This had spurred him to fervently pursue physical fitness. However, those were bygone days. In the current climate, where gender perceptions had shifted, surely an older woman with aspirations akin to a man's would find appeal in a youthful high schooler like him. Moreover, he fancied himself somewhat of a campus heartthrob. The odds of a successful confession seemed significantly higher now. Excitement surged within him at the thought, compelling him to seek out Yang Mei, especially since the route was not overly complicated. Yet, as he traversed the path, anxiety began to grip him. It had been quite some time since he last laid eyes on her. Following his rejection, each encounter had been laced with an awkwardness he endeavored to avoid. He also harbored concerns that Yang Mei might have vanished, although many things in the world remained unchanged. Some areas had undergone drastic transformations, such as the disappearance of a nearby game store. The more he pondered, the quicker his pace became. Upon turning a corner and walking a short distance, he finally spotted a somewhat familiar convenience store, prompting him to ease his stride. Indeed, it had changed somewhat. The exterior was more appealing, and the establishment's name had transitioned from Yang's convenience store to Jin's convenience store. Nevertheless, it still exuded a sense of familiarity, indicating it was likely still Yang Mei's, merely under a different surname. With a sigh of relief, he adjusted his attire and approached the store with deliberate steps, a confident smile unconsciously gracing his face. He was no longer the same as before. He had become more handsome, and the mindset of women had evolved as well. Surely she would no longer harbor indifference towards him. However, until he laid eyes on her, he dared not draw conclusions. Nonetheless, his confidence was buoyed, especially after recent experiences where he had been pursued by several girls, including a campus beauty. With anticipation, he moved closer, only to witness a robust woman, her face adorned with flesh, striding purposefully into the store while hefting a large bag of rice. Indeed, women were remarkably strong these days, Zhang Hao mused, as he followed suit. Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, he was met with the sound of raised voices from within. "Buying so much rice? Are you planning to stay home forever? You think you can earn enough to marry someone without stepping out into the world? Hello, Dad. You tend to ramble. Am I not working hard? Today, I moved several truckloads of bricks. Is that of any significance? With your demeanor, how could you possibly attract a husband? The daughter of the Li family, merely 2 years older than you, has managed to earn a gift of 300,000 with her own skills and has married a considerate and obedient husband." Zhang Hao, upon overhearing the increasingly heated argument inside, found himself frozen at the entrance, hesitating to enter until there was a lull in the commotion, at which point he feigned nonchalance and strolled in through the main door. In the modest room, there were only 2 individuals present. One was the robust woman who had just carried in the rice, of whom Zhang Hao had no recollection. The other was Yang Mei's father, a somewhat frail man who appeared slightly younger than before. Upon seeing him, Zhang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed. This establishment had merely undergone a name change. The man recognized Zhang Hao, and after a moment of blank stares exchanged with the strong woman, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Isn't this little Hao Hao? Well, you've become even more beautiful since we last met. What brings you here today?" At that moment, vague memories flooded Zhang Hao's mind, and he instinctively called out, "Uncle Jean, I'm here to find your daughter, Mei Jia," he said, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Zhang Hao was unsure how young Mei's name had changed, so he referred to her as Mei Jia, as he always had. "Ah, Mei Jia." The sturdy woman was momentarily taken aback, then eagerly turned to Zhang Hao and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Zhang Hao's face fell, and he lifted his gaze to the formidable woman before him, stammering, You are Mei Jia? What is this person saying?" The gentle, charming, petite Mei Jia and this laborious warrior could not possibly be the same individual. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a faint resemblance. As he continued to observe, Zhang Hao's complexion drained of color, and fragments of memories began to resurface. Jean Mei, the only daughter of the corner store. A remarkably strong woman who would often sneak glances at his backside whenever they crossed paths, he had always been uncomfortable around her. It couldn't be. This robust woman was indeed his former goddess, young Mei. Zhang Hao staggered back, nearly losing his balance. "Are you all right, Zhang Hao?" Jean Mei was utterly bewildered by his reaction. The beautiful youth she had fantasized about countless times had suddenly come looking for her and affectionately called her Mei Jia. She nearly burst into laughter, yet Zhang Hao seemed to not recognize her at all, having weathered significant changes in the world. Zhang Hao struggled to suppress the urge to recoil in shock, quickly regaining his composure with a forced smile. He attempted to engage in trivial conversation, saying, "I'm moving in a few days and heard you are the strongest woman in this neighborhood. I wanted to ask how much it would cost for your assistance for a day." "What? You're moving? Where to?" Jean Mei immediately grew anxious. Clearly more concerned about Zhang Hao's relocation than anything else, and pressed him for details. Just nearby, Zhang Hao replied, his spirit in disarray, grappling with the harsh reality. "Oh, how treacherous this new world is. It has ensnared his first love, his goddess, transformed into a muscular woman with a face full of determination. Quickly, return my goddess. If there is a way, he must restore the world to its former state." Zhang Hao fixated on the prominent biceps of Sister Mei, his heart fervently shouting. Upon hearing that assistance was nearby, Jean Mei instantly sighed in relief, thumping her chest and exclaiming, "In this vicinity, I require no payment. I am always ready to lend a hand. What is your WeChat? I shall add you, and you can contact me whenever you need." "Well, perhaps it is unnecessary. I will see when the time comes." Zhang Hao displayed an awkward yet polite smile, exchanged WeChat contacts with her, and then departed. He felt utterly exhausted, longing only to return home, burrow into his blankets, and enjoy a moment of solitude. Chapter 014. Leave the heavy lifting to us women. As Zhang Hao stepped out of the convenience store, he felt as if his very essence had been drained. Crouching by the doorway, he found himself perplexed by the transformation of his goddess. What had she experienced to become this way? Others had not changed so dramatically. Was brick moving truly that daunting? What are you grinning about? Even if you manage to get her contact information, don't get your hopes up. Focus on your work. The admonishing voice of Jean Mei's father echoed from within the shop. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words, his emotions tangled as he departed. Just as he had previously imagined, the goddess indeed showed interest in him. Yet he could not find joy in it. She seemed like a different person entirely. Recalling her robust figure sent shivers down his spine. "Zhang Hao, how shallow you are. Judging by appearances, the goddess admires you, yet you feel this way. What a disappointment. You are unworthy of being called a man. Lost in disappointment." Zhang Hao murmured to himself as he trudged homeward, devoid of energy. "I'm back." He soon arrived home, and the first sight that greeted him was none other than Zhang Qianqin, clad in an apron, exuding perfection. Today, she was as radiant as ever. Although dressed in a simple top and jeans, her exquisite figure lent her an alluring charm, especially with the apron accentuating her femininity. Before Zhang Hao could utter a word, Zhang Qianqin flashed him a sweet smile. "You're finally back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Qin Jie is here." Zhang Hao pondered why Zhang Qianqin was in his home, busily preparing a meal, casting a bewildered glance toward his father, who was also occupied. He continued to address her as Qin Jie, a term from their childhood, which felt more endearing. "You should learn more from your sister. Look how wonderful she is. Coming over to help tidy up and even cooking. These days, few women can cook, so you need not worry about finding a good husband in the future." Chen Guoheng shot a glance at Zhang Hao, immediately praising Zhang Qianqin, clearly pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing her beauty, impressive physique, and future career as a doctor. Truly, She was flawless, so different from Jie, who now fretted over her prospects of marriage. However, Zhang Hao's romantic life was fraught with challenges. 2 phases of life, 2 first loves, one transformed into a muscular woman, the other into his sister. The weight of his melancholy was immense. While he held no significant memories of Zhang Qianqin, the thought of young Mei Jie, the goddess he had admired since childhood, now feeling utterly changed, brought him to the brink of tears. Is something the matter, Hao Hao? You seem a bit down. Zhang Qianqin observed his despondence and inquired with concern. It's nothing, just feeling a bit sad about moving. After all, I've formed attachments over the years. Zhang Hao offered a vague excuse, knowing that no one would believe his true feelings and fearing they would deem him mad. Zhang Hao's excuse was quite reasonable. Everyone believed him sincerely, offering him a few comforting words before they all went out to dine. Zhang Qianqin's culinary skills were exceptional, and the dishes she prepared were beyond reproach. After the meal, Zhang Hao took it upon himself to wash the dishes, as it was certainly out of the question to let Zhang Qianqin, the goddess, handle that chore. Subsequently, they moved to the room to tidy up their belongings, as they were scheduled to move in 2 days, necessitating an early packing of their items. Tell me what needs to be sorted, and I will gladly assist you, Zhang Qianqin said as she rolled up her sleeves upon entering Zhang Hao's room. I must help as well. Let's pack everything together. Zhang Hao could hardly entrust such tasks entirely to Zhang Qianqin, who was like a deity to him. He too rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage in earnest work, feeling quite embarrassed at the thought of assigning such duties to her. However, for Zhang Qianqin, the sentiment was quite the opposite. She had no intention of allowing Zhang Hao to undertake such laborious tasks. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled him to the edge of the bed, pressed his shoulders down, and smiled, saying, "You handsome man should take a good rest. This is too dirty. Let us women handle these rough jobs." Zhang Hao felt somewhat vexed upon hearing such a reversal of roles, helplessly addressing Zhang Qianqin's back. Sister Qianqin, please do not underestimate me. I am a man, and I am quite accustomed to doing such labor. With me around, you need not worry about these tasks anymore, he added. Zhang Qianqin turned back with a warm smile that stirred one's heart, independently picking up a large bag to start placing the clutter from the room inside it. It was indeed touching to see a woman work so diligently, yet he pondered that if he simply accepted it, he would become a mere pretty boy. I do not wish for women to undertake such rough work. Zhang Hao shook his head, grabbing a bag to begin organizing as well. Although women's roles had become more robust than men's in contemporary society, the deeply ingrained notions made it difficult for him to accept the shift. He absolutely could not sit idly by while a woman performed laborious tasks. His pride and conscience would not allow it. You risk being perceived as a womanizer, Zhang Qianqin remarked as she playfully ruffled his hair. A womanizer? Whatever, Zhang Hao chuckled bitterly, continuing to focus on sorting the items. It felt so dissonant to be labeled as such, and he had grown weary of this world. Regardless of the changes, he was determined to remain true to himself. I'm teasing you. Looking handsome will not earn you such a title. People will still regard you as a handsome man. Zhang Qianqin smiled gently, not stopping him, yet resolutely refusing to let him handle any heavy items. Zhang Hao felt quite helpless. Zhang Qianqin's sense of pride as a woman was no different from his own as a man. How could she allow him to move something heavy? Sister Qianqin, I can manage the heavy things too. How about this? Let us have a friendly competition to see who can organize more items. The loser will agree to one request from the winner, Zhang Hao suddenly proposed. He simply could not bear to watch Zhang Qianqin struggle with a massive suitcase while he stood by folding clothes. Which man, raised with traditional values, could endure such a sight? Watching a beautiful woman carry heavy loads while he folded clothes was beyond his tolerance, even though he was aware that she possessed greater strength. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He merely wished that Sister Qianqin would not underestimate him or treat him with undue distinction. He too was capable of lifting heavy objects. Is this truly such an unfair contest? Are you certain? I am, after all, a woman, Zhang Qianqin exclaimed in astonishment. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Do not underestimate the strength of a man. I am quite formidable, Zhang Hao replied, nodding in affirmation to her words. He not only aspired to lift heavy items but also sought to seize this opportunity to prove his worth. Otherwise, he would find it irksome if this sister continued to regard him as a weakling. I still find it rather unjust, but I must admit, having Hao Hao promise me something is indeed enticing. Zhang Qianqin gazed intently at Zhang Hao's earnest expression for a few moments, a smile creeping across her lips as she nodded in agreement. Then let us begin. Zhang Hao smiled with satisfaction, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him as he sprang into action. It seemed as though he alone understood the preternatural essence of manhood before the world transformed. He felt a sense of duty to enlighten others to the notion that men are not inherently feeble. Even in Zhang Hao's heart, there resided a desire to demonstrate to those who perceived men as fragile that they could indeed be powerful. Men can provide for their families, perform arduous tasks, defend their homes, and shoulder great responsibilities. They are not as weak as others may believe. Chapter 15. Accepting defeat in gambling as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him. Zhang Hao's thoughts became remarkably clear. He realized what he truly wished to pursue. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy and passion coursing through his body, quickening his movements. With unwavering focus, he diligently stuffed one item after another into his bag. Yet, it all felt like an illusion. His physical condition was undeniably inadequate. He could hardly fathom how pampered he had been in the past, for even a brief exertion left him aching and dizzy. In stark contrast, Zhang Qianqin remained vigorous and bustling about, exuding strength that made her appear more like a robust man than he did at that moment. Zhang Hao had anticipated some disparity, but he had not expected it to be so vast. It was truly exaggerated. What on earth was this wretched world, so audaciously altering the essence of manhood? Zhang Hao slapped his forehead, forcing himself to muster his spirit and continue his labor. After all, it was merely the task of moving a few items. He could not afford to succumb so easily. Even if he had to feign strength, he must endure. Anything less would be utterly humiliating. Although he no longer possessed the physical prowess of a man, he still retained the indomitable will of one. The mere thought of the countless male compatriots who had fought tooth and nail for survival, enduring hardships and shedding blood without shedding tears, fueled his determination to resist falling. Despite his escalating fatigue, nearing the brink of collapse, Zhang Hao persisted, laboriously shifting a small cabinet aside. "Looks like I've won," came Zhang Qianqin's voice suddenly. Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat as he turned to glance at her, his pupils narrowing slightly. He managed a bittersweet smile, replying, "You've indeed won." Unbeknownst to him, 3 large black bags filled to the brim with items had materialized beside Zhang Qianqin, while the cabinet and other belongings were neatly arranged to the side, leaving Zhang Hao with only 2 large bags to show for his efforts. Zhang Qianqin appeared unfazed, her composure intact, while he felt on the verge of fainting. It was evident that Zhang Qianqin had triumphed. There was little merit in a physiological advantage. The wager was hardly significant. After some contemplation, Zhang Qianqin decided to forego the bet, realizing that a grown woman competing against an underage boy in a moving task was inherently unfair. Observing the pile of belongings beside Zhang Hao, she couldn't suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, Hao, you truly took me by surprise. Honestly, I thought you would tire out quickly. If I were a man, I surely wouldn't stand a chance against you. Men are not that weak. However, the wager still stands. I uphold my end of the bargain." Zhang Hao, indifferent, waved his hand dismissively. Although disappointed by his loss, he accepted it graciously. He was not one to shy away from defeat. He had come to a profound realization regarding the vast gender disparity in this world. With his currently untrained physique, it was a miracle he had even managed to compete, and he suspected that even with training, he would only surpass untrained women by a slim margin. This thought brought a bitter smile to his face. He was unconcerned about the wager. After all, it was merely a promise to Zhang Qianqin. Even without a bet, he would not refuse any request she might have. His only regret lay in the fact that, as a man, he had been outperformed in physical labor by a woman, bringing shame to the countless strong male compatriots he represented. In the future, one must certainly exercise diligently to reclaim one's stature. It turns out that Hao is indeed like a woman of her word. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqin couldn't help but laugh. Noticing Zhang Hao's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting, her smile broadened as she scrutinized him from head to toe, eagerly inquiring, "Is there anything I can ask for?" This. Zhang Hao nearly blurted out, "Of course," but as he caught sight of the mischievous smile gracing Zhang Qianqin's beautiful face, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sister Qianqin harbored some peculiar thoughts? That seemed unlikely. She was not only stunning but had consistently demonstrated integrity, unlike other women who might sneak glances with ulterior motives. Although their acquaintance was still brief, Zhang Hao could discern that her character was undoubtedly commendable, and moreover, she was his sister. No, one cannot jump to conclusions. Women in this world, much like men, possess formidable desires. One could easily succumb to the temptations of the flesh. How about a lap pillow? I've always wanted to try a lap pillow. Is that permissible? Just as Zhang Hao was lost in his musings, Zhang Qianqin touched her nose and replied, "A lap pillow? Of course." Hearing this response, Zhang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he had feared that Zhang Qianqin might make some outlandish request that would leave him at a loss. However, upon hearing lap pillow, his initial thought was of lying on Zhang Qianqin's lap. But quickly, he realized the roles were now reversed, meaning she would rest her head upon his knee. It was quite a simple request, suggesting that women had now become eager for such an experience. Why did it feel as if he had triumphed? To have a woman as perfect as Qianqin offer her lap was evidently a boon for him. But wait, Sister Qianqin. Let me shower first. I'm rather dirty and quite sweaty, Zhang Hao said as he patted his pants, preparing to wash up before fulfilling the wager. It's all right. I can hardly wait to experience the lap pillow of a handsome man, Zhang Qianqin replied, holding on to Zhang Hao and slightly blushing as she brushed her hair. Zhang Hao thought Zhang Qianqin's reaction was somewhat exaggerated, but it was merely a lap pillow. Gazing closely at her flawless visage, pale as freshly peeled lotus root, with long lashes, bright, large eyes, and an undeniably conspicuous bosom, he couldn't resist saying, Sister Qianqin, you are so perfect. I am certain there would be countless men eager to offer you their lap if you desired. Who knows? But I only wish for Hao Hao's lap, Zhang Qianqin stated noncommittally, pressing her palms together as she earnestly gazed at Zhang Hao's legs and said, So, I would appreciate it. Her eager anticipation appeared entirely genuine. And Zhang Hao found this side of her particularly endearing, eliciting a soft chuckle from him. He knelt on the bed and patted his thigh with grandiosity, declaring, All right. Sister Qianqin, feel free to lie down. This minor request, even without the wager, I would gladly fulfill. Allow me to demonstrate a man's spirit of accountability. Even if you were to crush my legs with your head, I wouldn't flinch. Really? Then I shall not hold back. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Qianqin climbed onto the bed without a hint of reluctance and rested her head upon his thigh. Ah, it is truly as legendary as described, a veritable paradise. Zhang Qianqin immediately displayed a look of contentment, comfortably closing her eyes. Zhang Hao initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, but witnessing Zhang Qianqin's serene expression, his mood swiftly calmed. He was quite surprised. He had not anticipated that resting one's head on a man's lap could be so alluring. In the previous world, countless men longed to rest their heads on the voluptuous, silk-clad thighs of a goddess. Yet now, it seemed that numerous women yearned to find solace on a man's lap instead. Wait, surely there are no men adorned in silk stockings here. Although stockings were originally worn by men, nowadays, they are predominantly donned by cross-dressers. The thought unsettles him, if it were to become commonplace for men to wear stockings. The mere image of countless silk-clad men wandering the streets sends shivers down Zhang Hao's spine. No, he must be overthinking this. In recent days, he has observed men dressed quite normally, often more stylishly than before, neat and exquisite, save for a few who appeared somewhat effeminate. The sheer power of a lap pillow is evident in Zhang Qianqin's entranced demeanor, and Zhang Hao has come to a profound realization regarding the allure of his own legs, which could evoke such a look of pleasure from the mature and beautiful Qianqin. However, it seems his physiological restraint has strengthened in the past. Had such a stunning goddess unassumingly rested her head upon his thigh, the intoxicating aroma would have undoubtedly elicited an exaggerated physiological response. Yet now, he remains remarkably composed. Even when catching sight of her magnificent curves, feeling only a slight acceleration of his heartbeat, which he can easily master. Chapter 016. Sister is not a lecherah. How comfortable it is, so fragrant. This truly feels like paradise. No wonder everyone yearns for a pillow on the knee. One simply does not wish to rise. Zhang Qianqin let out a long sigh, expressing her immense enjoyment. So fragrant. What on earth is that? Upon hearing this descriptor, Zhang Hao's expression stiffened, and he chuckled bitterly, saying, If Sister Qianqin enjoys it, then by all means, stay there. I don't mind. You said it. How blissful. It's so comfortable here, and Hao Hao is so gentle. Zhang Qianqin opened her eyes, a smile unfurling at the corners of her mouth, and she went further, turning over to bury her face in Zhang Hao's legs, causing him to tense up, feeling awkward and at a loss for words. Listening to her incessantly murmur that this place is paradise and that she is immensely happy, Zhang Hao was utterly bewildered. He still felt it was an exaggeration and suspected that Zhang Qianqin was merely flattering him. He could not comprehend what was so appealing about his thighs, rather. He found her head to be quite comfortable, with the delightful scent of her hair wafting up to his nose. However, as time passed slowly, he began to realize that his legs were becoming increasingly numb. Zhang Hao gradually understood that Zhang Qianqin was indeed sincere. She had no intention of rising from her position. She simply lay there. He thought she might have dozed off inadvertently and felt reluctant to wake her, especially after having just said what he did. It was only when he discovered that his legs had lost sensation that he finally heard his father's voice calling from outside. Qianqin, it's time to go back. You have classes tomorrow, don't you? The remaining tasks can wait until the weekend. Huh, what time is it? Zhang Qianqin immediately sat up, looking at Zhang Hao with curiosity. I'm not sure, but it should be quite late, Zhang Hao replied, observing her flushed cheeks from lying down for too long. He shook his head and reached for his phone in his pocket, glancing at it and announcing, It's 9:30. All right then, I'll head back first. Zhang Qianqin stretched lazily, her figure gracefully poised. Seeing Zhang Hao rise nearly stumble, she hurriedly reached out to steady him, then promptly knocked her head, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. I was so comfortable that I forgot everything else, and you ended up with numb legs. Let me give you a massage. It's nothing. It's normal for legs to go numb after sitting for a while. It'll be fine in a bit. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively, feeling quite embarrassed. I should be the one apologizing. Sister Qianqin came all this way to help, and there was even an extra room for you to rest. I'm not helping for nothing. You've let me rest my head on your knee for so long that I feel I've done too little work. Zhang Qianqin smiled slightly, half kneeling on the ground, disregarding Zhang Hao's protests as she grasped his leg and began to gently knead it, adding, Hao, you seem oblivious to your charm as a young man. For instance, allowing me to rest my head on your knee makes me willing to do anything for you. How exaggerated. It's merely a leg pillow. Zhang Hao shook his head in resignation, surprised to find that Sister Qianqin was also like this. He had previously thought of her as a relatively normal woman, mature, composed, and possessing the modesty expected of her gender. It appeared that was not the case. She seemed to be captivated by the allure of a man's thigh. You, not being a woman, cannot comprehend the magnetic pull that men exert on women, particularly handsome men. For instance, do you realize how much willpower I must exert to refrain from indiscreetly touching? Zhang Qianqin remarked earnestly while kneading Zhang Hao's leg. Is that so? Zhang Hao replied, somewhat awkwardly gazing upward. He had inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Qianqin's exposed skin. A sight so astonishing that it left him momentarily breathless. The magnificent, snowy peaks, adorned with lace-trimmed black lingerie, sent his heart racing. He contemplated Zhang Qianqin's words and understood the sensation she described. After all, his former physique had been quite ordinary. Imagining himself massaging the legs of a beautiful woman was enough to excite him. In essence, men today are akin to women from a bygone era. Their bodies serve as the most formidable weapon. Those women who adeptly utilize their physical advantages can ensnare men effortlessly, leveraging their allure for financial gain and social ascendance, accomplishing nearly anything they desire. Rest assured, Sister is not a lecherous person. She won't act indiscreetly. Upon noticing Zhang Hao's discomfort, Zhang Qianqin offered a warm smile, gently kneading his leg a few more times before rising to depart. Zhang Hao, realizing that Zhang Qianqin had misunderstood him, half-jokingly remarked, in truth, even if a beauty like Sister Qianqin were a seductress, no man would be frightened. Rather, it would be what men yearn for. He recalled the demeanor of men from before and couldn't help but sigh. They were exceedingly straightforward. It was evident that if they encountered a seductress like Zhang Qianqin, they would undoubtedly be eager to comply, even fighting among themselves for the privilege of her attention. Your words are quite sweet, but be cautious with such remarks. They may be taken seriously. I shall take my leave now. With a playful smirk, Zhang Qianqin tousled Zhang Hao's hair before swiftly departing. Zhang Hao, running his fingers through his hair that had been ruffled by Zhang Qianqin, felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had been relegated to the status of a younger sister, subjected to her lessons about the formidable nature of the opposite sex, and frequently the recipient of her playful head pats. Even more disconcerting was the realization that Zhang Qianqin appeared to be slightly taller than him. The world had clearly been altered by the presence of women. After seeing Zhang Qianqin off, Zhang Hao took a quick shower and returned to his room, where he opened his phone to discover several new messages. Notably, Zhao Ying had sent him over a dozen texts. She first inquired if he was available. Since he had been busy tidying up, Zhang Hao had not responded. Subsequently, Zhao Ying took it upon herself to guide him through the process of downloading the English League, even providing him with a premium account. When she noticed his lack of response, she perhaps assumed he had fallen asleep and wished him good night. Zhang Hao had come to understand that she would greet him with good morning and good night every day. Huang Yuan was similar. She inquired about what he was doing and why he had not responded, wondering if he was preoccupied with something. It was not just her, several others, whom Zhang Hao scarcely remembered, expressed similar sentiments of concern. Alas, receiving such attention from numerous individuals proved to be quite a headache. Zhang Hao had little desire to reply to their messages, as he was acutely aware that they were all vying for his affection. He knew that a simple reply would invite their relentless pursuit, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. Yet, ignoring them felt equally disconcerting, considering they were all classmates and ostensibly friends. He had aspirations to outshine Zhao Ying in the esteemed by virtue of his own skills. Ultimately, he decided to respond, citing his recent busyness and now needing rest. After some contemplation, he sent a message and soon received an immediate reply from Zhao Ying. He returned her message with a simple good night and quietly opened the chat window with Lin Yilong. Lin Yilong had also sent several messages, discussing a particular narrative featuring a female CEO, extolling her beauty and prowess as she dramatically confronted the impoverished male protagonist. Zhang Hao chose to disregard those messages. There was a matter of great significance between himself and Lin Yilong that required urgent attention, the issue of how they addressed one another, which needed to be resolved promptly. Chapter 017. New strikes every day. Lin Yilong's behavior was becoming increasingly outrageous. It was one thing for him to call Zhang Hao, as that was a childhood nickname, affectionately used by his father as well. However, there were moments when Lin Yilong would refer to him as Little Hao, which utterly undermined any semblance of masculinity Zhang Hao hoped to maintain. Though he was aware that Lin Yilong had always used such terms, he found himself utterly unprepared for it, sending shivers down his spine each time. This led him to ponder the very purpose of existence. Moreover, he was reluctant to call Lin Yilong Little Long. The thought of Lin Yilong's former six-pack abs and muscular physique made it utterly impossible for Zhang Hao to utter such a name. Each time he awkwardly attempted to say it, and heard Lin Yilong sweetly respond, he felt a surge of embarrassment threatening to overwhelm him. Yet, he could not be too direct, for he feared it might bring Lin Yilong to tears. After all, he had previously sulked when Zhang Hao refrained from using the nickname Little Long, necessitating the use of excuses instead. Ah, what a melodramatic tale this was. Zhang Hao casually remarked, I just noticed that true brothers have some rather cool nicknames. Let us devise one as well. After a brief pause, Lin Yilong responded, sure. Should we go with your husband and wife? Wah, what? Zhang Hao was left dumbfounded, his hand trembling as he dropped his phone onto the bed. Why, oh why? What on earth was happening? Why had his staunchly masculine brother turned so flamboyantly gay? There were still plenty of normal men around. How could someone so manly turn out to be so uncharacteristically gay? It was utterly toxic. Zhang Hao clutched his chest, nearly choking on the absurdity of it all. The idea of brothers addressing each other as dear or husband was indeed frightening. Lin Yilong in this world had sunk to such depths, it was terrifying. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao deleted Lin Yilong's message and typed, this isn't cool at all. I've decided, from now on, I shall be your big brother. You will call me Hao Gor Hao Yi, and I shall call you Little Long. The double name is far too ordinary. Zhang Hao anticipated a lengthy debate, but to his surprise, Lin Yilong readily acquiesced, responding with a simple sure. Just as Zhang Hao began to feel a sense of relief, Lin Yilong added, then I shall call you Hao Gij from now on. Zhang Hao set his phone down in silence, cradling his head in his hands and gently rubbing it. He felt as though all hope was lost. The rugged Lin Yilong of the past was irretrievable, having descended into the abyss. Even if he were to don a cute skirt and feminine attire, he would likely not refuse. Just like Ling, I should call you Zhang Hao Gij instead, he thought. Only to be met with yet another message from Lin Yilong. Hao Go is fine. Just look at how cool those two characters are when put together. Zhang Hao typed those words with a weary expression, suddenly feeling that the nickname Hao was not so bad after all. However, this feels rather societal. As if one were a man, Lin Yilong replied promptly. Indeed, I aspire to be a true man. Lin Yilong spoke directly to Zhang Hao's heart. Yet he refrained from admitting it. He vowed never to make the same mistake again, for Lin Yilong believed that the term man carried a derogatory connotation. His candid words were dismissed as eccentricity, met with various attempts at persuasion. Those who possessed striking looks were seldom regarded as true men. Instead, they were merely perceived as cool idols. Zhang Hao recalled a remark made by Zhang Qianqin earlier and responded, that is true. That male star, Jia Bibing, is still regarded as a male deity despite being called Jia Yi. Since you like it, I shall henceforth call you Brother Hao, as long as it brings you joy. Lin Yilong replied. Zhang Hao was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. How wonderful! He had finally liberated himself from those effeminate labels and would no longer refer to Lin Yilong as Little Dragon. He hurriedly bid Lin Yilong good night and proceeded to dry his hair in preparation for sleep. Having resolved one of his inner conflicts, Zhang Hao felt an immense sense of lightness. Now, he only needed to trim his shoulder-length hair, which had become a hassle to manage. Once his hair was dry, Zhang Hao lay down on his bed, ready to drift into slumber. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, the image of Zhang Qianqin's accidental exposure flashed before his mind. The contrast of light and shadow. Just the thought of it sent his heart racing. What was he thinking about someone who was soon to be his sister? He promptly slapped his own face to dispel any errant thoughts. Yet, was it permissible now for women's chests to be casually touched? In the past, it was no big deal for a man's chest to be touched. Now that the roles had seemingly reversed, did it imply that women had become subject to the same treatment? Contemplating this matter left Zhang Hao restless, prompting him to reach for his phone and search on NVIDIA. To his horror, he stumbled upon a shocking piece of information that he could not overlook. Do women genuinely experience such things on a daily basis? Wait, what on earth have I just seen? Zhang Hao trembled as he rubbed his eyes, confirming that he was not hallucinating. It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Goodness, could it really be so extreme? Did women in this world truly possess that? Zhang Hao was nearly overwhelmed by the title he encountered, too afraid to click on it, fearing he would confront information he was not prepared to see. So, does Sister Qianqin, Zhaoying, and those other girls possess such things too? He suppressed his urge to throw things in frustration but gathered the courage to click on the link. This was a matter that required clarity, for he did not want a surprise from his girlfriend during an intimate moment. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank goodness. Zhang Hao took a cursory glance and quickly understood the context, his expression shifting from somber to relieved, constantly thanking his lucky stars. It simply referred to something above. And it was not at all the terrifying notion he had initially imagined. Zhang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had it truly been as he feared, with women all resembling exaggerated caricatures, the future would have been unimaginable. Subsequently, Zhang Hao continued to investigate the topic of touching the chest of the opposite sex, only to discover that the reality was quite the opposite, and even more exaggerated than before. Women's chests were now treated with the same sanctity as men's most prized possessions had once been. Any mention of it sent shivers down spines. And who would dare touch them? An inadvertent brush would leave one terrified, and if a woman were to press against you, it would be deemed sexual harassment. A true perversion. The individual I encountered at the cafeteria previously was truly a remarkable deviant. To consider it from another perspective, it is akin to a man persistently pressing against you, which is utterly terrifying. Yet, Zhang Hao does not perceive it as frightening. His deeply ingrained education and beliefs are not easily altered. Even now, he still considers an accidental brush against a woman's chest as fortuitous, viewing it as a personal gain. Each day brings new challenges. Zhang Hao, in exasperation, rubbed his forehead, enduring relentless assaults on his worldview. He felt on the verge of numbness. Today, he too felt weary, yet he refrained from succumbing to sleep immediately. Instead, he resolved to exercise before resting. His aspiration to maintain a fitness regimen was not mere talk, but a commitment to daily perseverance. He managed 5 push-ups and 4 sit-ups. Apologies to the men, but I have brought shame upon you. I simply cannot continue. Exhausted and unable to rise, Zhang Hao concluded his workout and obediently lay down to sleep. The following morning, he was awakened by the blaring of his phone alarm, having dreamed of numerous memories throughout the night. Like a machine, he mechanically donned his school uniform, proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then, with a complex array of emotions, exited the house after consuming the meal prepared by his father. Chapter 018. The injury of affection. During breakfast, Zhang Hao engaged in conversation with his father, expressing that this might be their last meal at this beloved establishment, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, as this place held countless memories. However, he understood that life necessitates progress and change. Zhang Hao proceeded to Lin Yilong's residence, jogging slowly, attempting to pass it off as a morning run. Before long, he arrived at Lin Yilong's home, where he was met by Lin Yilong, who rushed out in a flurry, urging him to run and grasping his hand as they took off together. What is going on? Zhang Hao, bewildered, was dragged along until he heard Lin Ling calling out, "Brother Zhang Hao," which clarified the situation for him. After shaking off Lin Ling, Lin Yilong halted, panting heavily, and questioned, "Why are we running? Is Lin Ling that frightening?" Still catching his breath, Lin Yilong struggled to respond, finally exclaiming dramatically, "Not just frightening. I just checked her phone and inadvertently stumbled upon her chat with a friend." "Do you know what she said?" "How could I possibly know?" Zhang Hao retorted, perplexed. "She was discussing men's hands, and then she began to boast about you, her big brother, claiming she could play with your hand for a lifetime. She even said she could lick you until you break a bone. And there's a plethora of other inappropriate content. I must inform Dad before she commits any wrongdoing." Lin Yilong expressed his mix of fear and anger. "A lick me until I break a bone." Zhang Hao was utterly speechless. Had he not known Lin Yilong to be truthful, he would have found it hard to believe. Was this truly the Lin Ling he knew? She seemed like a mischievous child. Nonetheless, upon hearing that Lin Yilong intended to expose her, Zhang Hao advised, "Perhaps it's just her mimicking some internet slang? I've encountered similar phrases, like legs for years and lick until broken. Surely, she wouldn't act on it. If you tell your parents, she would be mortified, and your mother would surely reprimand her. But she is so young and already thinking like this. This clearly indicates a troubling trajectory. If she isn't educated properly, who knows what she might become." Lin Yilong was clearly conflicted, concerned for Lin Ling's future. "Children often speak without understanding the implications. I doubt it's as severe as you think. However, your concerns are not unfounded. Perhaps you should find a moment to have a serious conversation with her," Zhang Hao suggested, having experienced similar situations himself. Zhang Hao recognized that Lin Yilong's worries might be somewhat exaggerated. Many of his friends had been exposed to risky content at a young age, speaking in crude terms. Yet they all grew up to be perfectly normal adults, merely developing eccentric interests. "Very well, I shall return home tonight and give her a stern talking to. It's frustrating that she chooses to emulate the worst behaviors." Lin Yilong sighed in exasperation, then suddenly grasped Zhang Hao's slender arm, grinning, "Rest assured, Hao Hao. I shall protect your lovely hands diligently. Lin Ling shall not break them." Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, withdrew his hand from Lin Yilong's embrace and said, "Didn't I mention yesterday that you should address me with a cooler title? Call me Brother Hao." "Very well, Brother Hao. Though I suspect you might be suffering from a bout of adolescent delusions," Lin Yilong replied, appearing even more exasperated than Zhang Hao himself. Despite his puzzlement, he nodded in reluctant agreement. "Just consider me a victim of such delusions. After all, I have developed a fondness for more assertive titles lately." Zhang Hao wished to elucidate his feelings, but realized it would be futile, so he refrained from speaking and stepped outside, having recently hidden in a remote corner to evade Lin Ling and her companions. What is the point of being assertive? Are you aspiring to be some kind of manly figure? I truly don't understand what has gotten into you. Why must you insist on this masculine facade? Lin Yilong quickened his pace to keep up, pressing for answers. Zhang Hao opened his mouth but swiftly closed it again, gesturing for silence as he unwittingly overheard the sounds of an argument nearby. "Let go of me. I still need to go to school." "School? I spend at least 2,000 yuan on you each month, and my salary is only 3,000. Last week, I bought you a pair of 1,000 yuan sneakers while I can barely afford a pair worth a few hundred. Am I not good enough for you? And now you want to break up? Do you take me for a fool?" A male voice initially broke through, followed by a furious female voice filled with indignation, practically shouting in frustration. Zhang Hao subtly shifted his position and glimpsed around the corner, where an unremarkable long-haired woman was cornering a high school student clad in a uniform. "I will return everything to you. Please let me go, Qianlan. We truly are incompatible. My parents would never approve of our relationship without a future. It's better to end this now," the relatively handsome high school student pleaded. "Enough, you wretched creature. Is it merely my lack of wealth that bothers you?" The woman, growing increasingly agitated, interrupted him, pressing him against the wall and forcibly kissing him. "Women today are indeed fierce." Zhang Hao, watching discreetly from the side, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Lin Yilong was rendered speechless by the woman's audacity and quietly remarked, "That boy seems to be Song Yun from the senior class. What are you doing?" Song Yun, filled with shame and anger, pushed the woman away, only for her to kiss him again, this time even more brazenly, her hands slipping under his shirt as if driven by unchecked desire. "Have you lost your mind? Stop it at once." Song Yun's expression changed dramatically as he struggled, attempting to push Qianlan away once more. However, he was no match for her strength and found himself pinned against the wall, half his shirt pulled up, desperation causing him to weep. Witnessing a man being so brazenly assaulted by a woman left Zhang Hao at a loss for words, standing in stunned silence as he observed the woman's frantic actions. "Brother Hao, this is terrible." Upon encountering the woman in a forceful manner, Lin Yilong felt a surge of urgency within him. Instinctively, he stepped forward to intervene, trembling as he raised his phone and implored Qianlan, "Quick, release him. I shall call the police." Startled by the voice, Qianlan, who was atop Song Yun, turned to see Lin Yilong genuinely dialing a number. Her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed towards him, her demeanor fierce and menacing. "How dare you?" she bellowed. In a moment of sheer fright, Lin Yilong screamed and, grasping Zhang Hao, spun around to flee, frantically shouting, "Hurry, summon help." Zhang Hao, exasperated, pulled Lin Yilong behind him, bemused by his friend's apparent cowardice. "With that speed, you'll surely be caught," he remarked, shaking his head at Lin Yilong's reckless attempt to save another despite his timid nature akin to that of a frightened rabbit. Chapter 019. Such exaggeration that even male-oriented novels would dread to write it. "What are you doing, Hao? Run!" Lin Yilong shouted in desperation upon seeing Zhang Hao standing firm before him. Zhang Hao, undeterred, furrowed his brow as he faced the advancing Qianlan. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to fight?" Qianlan was taken aback that such a handsome man would try to impede her, momentarily stunned. However, noticing Lin Yilong still engrossed in his phone, she disregarded everything else, furiously yelling, "You wretch!" as she reached for his device. Zhang Hao reacted swiftly, catching her wrist with ease, but was soon overpowered by her tremendous strength. He could only watch helplessly as she seized Lin Yilong's phone and hurled it to the ground. Unbelievable. Zhang Hao erupted in anger. He recognized the phone as Lin Yilong's prized possession, purchased with the hard-earned money from his New Year's gifts, the latest Potato 8S. It was something he had cherished dearly, and now this woman had smashed it to the floor. As if that weren't enough, she continued her assault, slapping Lin Yilong, who screamed in fright, and cursing, "Damn you. Don't think I want to hit a man. And don't think I want to hit a woman either." Zhang Hao's expression darkened considerably. Aware that he lacked the strength to withstand her blow, he instinctively threw a punch at her face. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. Had he hesitated, her slap would have indeed landed on Lin Yilong. In this modern era, women wield strength comparable to men, while men have become as fragile as women. Zhang Hao was convinced that her full-force slap could easily leave Lin Yilong's face bruised or even knock out a tooth. "How dare you hit me?" Qianlan cried out in pain, clutching her nose in disbelief that Zhang Hao would strike her. Anger surged within her mind, prompting her to retaliate with a punch aimed at Zhang Hao, though instinctively she directed it towards his chest, reluctant to mar his handsome visage. Lin Yilong and Song Yun screamed in unison, urging her to cease her assault. Yet, Zhang Hao remained remarkably composed. He was genuinely calm, quickly realizing that Qianlan intended to strike his chest. Without a moment's thought, he deftly sidestepped, closing the distance to embrace her, and with a swift maneuver, he tripped her, bringing her crashing to the ground. Before she could gather her wits, he pinned her down with all his might. Although he was not as strong as she, his extraordinary reflexes made it effortless to execute the takedown. "Help me." Zhang Hao strained against her struggles, calling out urgently to Lin Yilong. "This woman's strength is unreal. I can barely hold her down." Thankfully, Lin Yilong and the others reacted promptly, rushing to assist him, successfully restraining her. "Qianlan, you have gone too far. If you continue like this, I will truly call the police," Song Yun yelled, pressing down on the still struggling Qianlan. "Call the police right now. If you think you can leave without compensating for my friend's potato 8s, you are sorely mistaken." Zhang Hao, fully pinning her down, instructed Lin Yilong, "Quickly, use my phone to call the authorities. It is entirely your own meddling. What does my argument with my boyfriend have to do with you?" Upon hearing the mention of potato 8s, Qianlan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately retorted, "You have clearly resorted to force." Lin Yilong, seething with anger, responded sharply and reached for the phone in Zhang Hao's pocket. Song Yun swiftly grasped Lin Yilong's hand, urgently saying, "Can we refrain from calling the police? I do not wish to escalate this situation. It was merely a moment of her losing control due to my desire to break up. I can cover the repair costs. I truly appreciate your intervention." Zhang Hao offered no reply, instead turning his gaze toward Lin Yilong. Lin Yilong hesitated, tenderly picking up the phone that had fallen to the ground. To his relief, the protective case had shielded it from significant damage, and he looked at Song Yun with a smile, saying, "It's fine, my phone is unharmed. But are you really not going to report this? She did attempt to force you, did she not?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the phone was intact. "It's nothing. She was merely overwhelmed by anger," Song Yun replied, shaking her head. She then turned to Zhang Hao, asking, "Can we let her go? If she lays a hand on anyone again, we will call the police. It's up to you." Zhang Hao replied, not objecting, as restraining her was no challenge. He wished to keep the situation from escalating further, rising to pull Lin Yilong aside to prevent any sudden attacks. To be honest, his worldview had been shattered today. What on earth had just transpired? A man wanting to break up due to parental issues? The woman vehemently opposing it to the point of resorting to force, attempting to strip the man in broad daylight? Subsequently, he found himself in a scuffle with her, and given the women in this world could be as formidable as men, he felt little psychological burden in striking back. What concerned him more was how 3 grown men had struggled to subdue a single woman. It felt utterly pathetic. Qianlan indeed refrained from further violence. She had never anticipated that Zhang Hao, this handsome fellow, practiced martial arts and had easily subdued her moments ago, leaving her feeling embarrassed. "Let us go. If we don't leave now, I will truly call the police," Song Yun warned, her expression darkening. "I will not agree to the breakup. I will come find you later," Qianlan said, rubbing her still pained face, firmly locking her gaze on Song Yun. She then shot a glance at Zhang Hao, tossing her long hair in frustration before turning to leave. Song Yun watched Qianlan's retreating figure with a complex expression, and once she was gone, she turned to Zhang Hao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong." "You know us?" Zhang Hao asked, taken aback. "Of course. You're the heartthrob of Hongxiang High School. I certainly recognize you. But I never imagined you could effortlessly take down an adult woman." Song Yun nodded, recalling the astonishing sight. Just when everyone thought Zhang Hao would be overwhelmed by the furious Qianlan, he had subdued her with such ease. It was utterly unbelievable. This wasn't a movie. A man facing a fierce woman with such audacity, akin to a cold-blooded assassin, was truly remarkable. The more she reflected on it, the more she deemed Zhang Hao extraordinary. He appeared so gentle and frail in daily life. Who could have anticipated his prowess? Indeed. How, bro, how? You were remarkable. That was incredibly impressive. Despite being merely a high school student, he fearlessly stood before an adult woman, effortlessly subduing her. Such exaggeration would be deemed too audacious even for male-oriented novels. Lin Yilong's eyes sparkled like stars as he gazed at Zhang Hao, filled with excitement. Having grown up alongside Zhang Hao, he prided himself on being the one who understood him best. In fact, he was even more astonished than Song Yun, for he was acutely aware of how weak and timid Zhang Hao had once been. He would hardly have believed it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Chapter 20. The ever-popular Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao initially perceived the situation as trivial, merely controlling an ordinary woman. However, under the adoring gazes of the two individuals before him. He could not help but feel a swell of pride at their compliments, a smile breaking upon his face. He recognized that Lin Yilong must be bewildered by his sudden transformation, and, before he could voice his inquiries, Zhang Hao explained, "I suddenly aspired to become a fearless man. So I practiced some combat techniques, and to my surprise, they proved quite useful. Brother Hao, you are so impressive. I previously disagreed with your desire to be a man. But now I realize this kind of masculinity suits you splendidly." Lin Yilong's perspective shifted dramatically. The mere recollection of how Zhang Hao had unhesitatingly pulled him behind him and swiftly subdued the opponent with a punch, a step, and a kick stirred him with exhilaration, igniting a passionate fervor within. Seeing Lin Yilong gaze at him as if he were a celebrity, Zhang Hao felt a twinge of apprehension. Fearing that Lin Yilong might become infatuated with him and jokingly remarked, "It's not that exaggerated. You better not fall in love with me. After you just protected me, how could I not adore you?" "Hee." Lin Yilong exclaimed, suddenly embracing Zhang Hao and laughing heartily, startling Zhang Hao into a tense reaction, and a shiver coursed through him. He quickly sidestepped, grappling with the bewilderment of why his previously less masculine classmate seemed normal while the ostensibly masculine Lin Yilong had shattered his persona. "We should hurry to school. We're going to be late." Zhang Hao feigned calmness, halting Lin Yilong, and displayed his phone to reveal the time, prompting Lin Yilong to gasp in surprise at how late it had become. "Allow me to remind you of something as a token of gratitude for saving me." Song Yun interjected, "Be cautious of Lu Feng. The soup incident yesterday was intentional on his part." "What? Why would he do such a thing?" Lin Yilong reacted with astonishment, quickly followed by anger. "How do you know about this?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and asked, "I don't believe I've wronged him." "Have I?" After a moment of hesitation, Song Yun replied, "He is somewhat of a friend to me, but I suspect jealousy is the motive. He has long harbored feelings for Zhao Ying, who, in turn, is smitten with you. His daily attempts to win her favor have only fueled his envy. And this incident with the soup signifies he can no longer contain it. So, do exercise caution moving forward. This is utterly outrageous. How? We must inform the teacher immediately." Lin Yilong's fury grew, but then he recalled something and questioned, "Wait, are you certain Lu Feng has feelings for Zhao Ying? I heard he already has a girlfriend." "Indeed, he does have a girlfriend, but it is not genuine affection that binds them. Please keep today's events confidential." "I must take my leave," Song Yun stated, clearly reluctant to elaborate further, bidding farewell to Zhang Hao and the others, opting not to accompany them to school. "I doubt Song Yun is deceiving us. The soup being poured towards you is certainly no coincidence. That despicable schemer. We must inform the teacher at once," Lin Yilong declared, contemplating the situation before addressing Zhang Hao. "Inform the teacher. Never mind. Let it go. I cannot be bothered with such individuals. If they dare provoke me again, I shall teach them a lesson. For now, we must hasten to school." Zhang Hao was not as naive as Lin Yilong. He decided to move forward, silently vowing to remember this grievance. He had already suspected that the other party's actions were intentional. Had he not reacted promptly yesterday, he would have been drenched with soup, which was utterly ridiculous, especially since he had not exchanged a single word with them. "Brother Hao, please do not act impulsively and confront him. Fighting is the worst course of action. It could lead to expulsion from school. What happened earlier was merely self-defense, a different matter altogether." Lin Yilong, fearing that Zhang Hao might lash out at Lu Feng, could not help but advise him. In the past, he would never have harbored such concerns. But now he felt Zhang Hao might engage in the reckless behavior typical of delinquent youths. "Rest assured, I am not a hot-headed brawler." Zhang Hao assured Lin Yilong with a reassuring glance as he swiftly made his way to school, having already delayed for too long. Lin Yilong scrutinized Zhang Hao once more. Indeed, he appeared nothing like a fighter, more akin to a model or a star. Recalling the recent incident, he felt a surge of excitement and admiration as he chased after Zhang Hao, inquiring how he had managed it all. By the time Zhang Hao arrived at school, only a few minutes remained before class commenced. Some classmates expressed curiosity about his tardiness. Both he and Lin Yilong refrained from divulging the specifics of the incident, as Song Yun wished to keep it confidential. Any gossip could tarnish her reputation. As the class progressed, time leisurely passed. During today's history lesson, Zhang Hao acquired new knowledge, discovering that in ancient times, women were considered beautiful when they were plump and robust. A figure like Sister Xiang, a muscular woman, would have been immensely popular in those days. Likewise, women favored stout men. It was an era when couch potatoes were in vogue. However, as time progressed, societal aesthetics became increasingly effeminate, and muscular women fell from grace. Instead, those with delicate and graceful appearances garnered more admiration. Zhang Hao found the shift perfectly natural. Yet to his history teacher and others who appeared to embrace feminist ideals, these changes seemed utterly bizarre. They lamented the state of society and the warped standards of beauty. As the lunch break arrived, Zhang Hao promptly received a message from Zhao Ying inviting him to join her for a meal, which he declined. Earlier that day, she had greeted him with a morning salutation, to which Zhang Hao felt exasperated, having regained some memories the previous night. He recalled explicitly rejecting Zhao Ying several times and informing her that he had no intention of entering a relationship, urging her to cease her futile efforts. Yet, she continued undeterred. Zhang Hao felt a pang of discomfort. Why did such an admirable woman pursue him when he held no affection for her? Why had she become so demanding? Did physical attributes truly weigh so heavily? Or was emotional connection of such paramount importance? Huang Yuan and several others from the class also wished to invite Zhang Hao to the cafeteria, but he concocted an excuse to decline, as he genuinely felt no. Connection. Matters of the heart cannot be forced when there is no genuine feeling. Look at you. You're so popular every day that I might just become envious. Lin Yilong remarked, approaching with evident admiration. Although he could be considered handsome, he paled in comparison to Zhang Hao Yan, existing as merely an accessory in Zhang Hao's presence. I used to think he was quite decent. But now I realize that being popular can indeed be a nuisance. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Zhang Hao rubbed his brow and spoke sincerely. Acknowledging that attractive admirers are but a rare occurrence, the majority of suitors with rather peculiar dispositions only serve to irritate. The surrounding males, upon hearing this, nearly succumbed to the impulse of rushing over to yank his hair, their hearts seething with jealousy, exclaiming internally, "How unfair. We too desire such vexations." Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, his candid remark to Lin Yilong had inadvertently garnered a wave of animosity. He gathered his belongings and rose to exit the classroom alongside Lin Yilong. During the lunch break, it was customary for groups of boys and girls to congregate for meals, yet Zhang Hao's gaze fell upon a solitary figure, her surroundings conspicuously empty, drawing attention that was impossible to overlook. Xiaolong, look at that stunning silhouette. Her fair, slender legs are long and graceful, and her figure is quite appealing. Why does she seem so unpopular? Do none of you appreciate such women? Zhang Hao queried, casting a glance at the distant back of Minuewa. Hey. Lin Yilong jumped in shock at his words, his face turning a deep crimson. He hastily whispered, such audacious statements ought not to be made in crowded places. What if someone overhears? Chapter 021. Men are meant to be pampered. You are overly concerned. No one will hear you. Zhang Hao observed Lin Yilong, who appeared as frightened as a thief, even displaying signs of shyness, and could not help but roll his eyes. Such sentiments should not be casually expressed in public. It is hardly gentlemanly. Lin Yilong cautioned, though she is beautiful, her personality leaves much to be desired. She is quite reclusive and indifferent to others. How? I must tell you, when searching for a girlfriend, the foremost quality we should seek is a kind disposition, someone who cherishes us. A person like her is surely unsuitable for that role. She wouldn't even know how to console us in times of anger. In this day and age, only a fool would desire a woman who cannot soothe a troubled heart. Zhang Hao fell into a silent contemplation, uncertain of how to respond. Their divergent perspectives revealed a significant generational gap. What is so pretentious about that? Men are meant to be cherished, he countered. Lin Yilong, while holding his phone, inquired. By the way, why do you not wish to dine with Zhao Ying today? Is it due to the earlier incident? She asked me where you were. Not at all. Since I have no desire to pursue her, I believe it is best to maintain some distance. Zhang Hao disregarded Lin Yilong's initial question, shaking his head, and felt unsurprised. Whenever he wished to avoid Zhao Ying, she would invariably seek out Lin Yilong. All right then. Lin Yilong sent Zhao Ying a message, informing her that he did not wish to dine with her today, then asked, why do you not want to date her? She is quite exceptional. Above all, she treats you remarkably well. Among those vying for your affection, she stands out as the best. I simply do not feel that connection, Zhang Hao replied candidly. He acknowledged Zhao Ying's merits. Although he had always had a penchant for physical attributes, it was not to such an extreme. Had he encountered a woman of her caliber earlier, he would have reveled in the delight of it. But now, faced with her, he found himself devoid of any romantic inclination. Despite Zhao Ying's extraordinary qualities and her astonishing kindness, he lacked that spark of affection. Perhaps it was not merely his body that had transformed. His heart had also undergone a change, becoming more attuned to feelings. This shift bore resemblance to the women of yore, who were more sensitive to emotional nuances. Conversely, he had lost the passive inclination to think with his lower desires. A change that left him somewhat helpless, as he lacked the superhuman ability to revert to his former self. He would have once been overjoyed to attract a woman's affection. Upon reflection, however, this transformation might be for the best, as it allowed him to maintain his rationality. In this environment, it would indeed be challenging to avoid becoming a mere playboy, or as the locals might refer to it, an arbeheel. Regardless, neither outcome was something Zhang Hao aspired to witness. You truly are blissfully unaware of your fortune. I can't help but envy you. If I were in your place, I would have accepted long ago. Why does everyone seem drawn to you? I must siphon off some of your charm. Lin Yilong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that even Zhao had not captured Zhang Hao's interest. He suddenly lunged forward, grasping Zhang Hao's hand, as if attempting to absorb his allure. Are you still a child? Do you wish to drain my good fortune as well? Zhang Hao looked at him as though he were foolish, quickening his pace towards the cafeteria. Today, while queuing, Zhang Hao was fortunate enough not to encounter any peculiar individuals. Behind him stood a man who, despite exhibiting somewhat effeminate traits, was not a homosexual. After purchasing their meals, Zhang Hao led Lin alone toward a secluded corner, yearning for a peaceful dining experience. Women seemed to relish their meals more, or perhaps were simply more discerning about food. The school cafeteria had undergone significant enhancements, now featuring a more upscale ambience. Even amidst the throngs of people, there existed quiet corners, and Zhang Hao swiftly directed their path toward one such area. However, midway through their journey, he halted in his tracks, realizing that the vacant spot he had been eyeing was already occupied by none other than the new transfer student, Min Yuehua. Alas, we are a step too late. Let us head over there. It appears to be less crowded, Lin Yilong observed, indicating another direction with a nod. Why dodge women? That spot is perfectly fine, Zhang Hao retorted, startled by Lin Yilong's sudden exclamation. With a hint of disdain, he continued toward Min Yuehua's direction. There are other seats available. Lin Yilong protested, clearly reluctant, but seeing Zhang Hao's unwavering resolve, he followed suit, teasing, You wish to sit with her, don't you? Are you perhaps smitten? Must we take such a convoluted route? Why should we fear sitting with women? Zhang Hao shot back, surveying the distance to the empty seats, which were separated by several tables. And didn't you say you wanted to assist her? A man's decision should not be so easily abandoned. In truth, he harbored no particular romantic inclinations. Yet he did feel a genuine desire to extend help. Perhaps this was what one might call sympathy, or perhaps it was motivated by Lin Yilong's earlier remarks about wanting to assist her. He did not wish to see Lin Yilong abandon his initial intention, nor did he overlook the uncanny similarities he felt with her, despite the bustling atmosphere surrounding them. With laughter and chatter filling the air, she sat alone in the corner, an anomaly in her surroundings. As if she did not belong there, a sentiment that resonated deeply with his own current feelings. Indeed, as classmates, we cannot turn a blind eye. Let us approach her. Lin Yilong remarked, surveying the surroundings, his heart filled with empathy, thereby solidifying his earlier conviction. Upon reaching Min Yuehua's table, Zhang Hao, disinterested in further discussion, placed his tray down and took a seat directly across from her. She appeared unchanged from the previous day, her large right eye nearly obscured by her bangs. Her expression still devoid of emotion as she diligently consumed her meal. When Zhang Hao settled in, Min Yuehua glanced up momentarily before returning to her silent meal. Hello. Lin Yilong said awkwardly, casting a bemused look at Zhang Hao before seating himself beside him, attempting a casual greeting. Min Yuehua did not respond, merely chewing her food in silence until she finished, at which point she offered a faint smile to Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong, saying, Hello. Is it good? Zhang Hao inquired casually, lifting his spoon to sip some broth. Not particularly, she replied flatly. Min Yuehua replied without the slightest hesitation and then continued her meal. Haha. You really don't give the cafeteria any credit, Lin Yilong remarked, amused by Min Yuehua's resolute answer. However, Min Yuehua offered no further comment, merely nodding expressionlessly, causing Lin Yilong's laughter to diminish. Zhang Hao observed that Min Yuehua possessed a unique ability to render conversation stagnant. Perhaps she was indeed the legendary conversation ender. Regardless of the topic, she swiftly brought it to a close, leaving one at a loss for words. Zhang Hao began to comprehend why few dared to engage her in conversation. For instance, at this moment, Lin Yilong no longer wished to converse with her. Curious to test her conversational prowess, Zhang Hao inquired, What do you like to eat? Everything, Min Yuehua responded flatly. What is your favorite? Zhang Hao probed further. I like them all, she answered decisively. Zhang Hao thought to himself that she truly was a conversation ender. Her replies left him speechless and unwilling to continue. For a moment, he found himself genuinely at a loss for words. It is indeed rare to find someone who is not picky, Lin Yilong interjected, slightly taken aback. But Min Yuehua remained silent, intensifying his discomfort. It seemed she had no desire to engage in dialogue. Yes, for example, Yilong doesn't tea like many foods. Zhang Hao quickly added, noticing Lin Yilong's embarrassment. Yet, upon revealing this flaw, Lin Yilong's face flushed, and he discreetly kicked Zhang Hao's heel, signaling him to refrain from discussing such matters with Min Yuehua. Lin Yilong's subtle gesture, though harmless, startled Zhang Hao, who nearly slapped his shoulder in admonition, feeling it would be more effective than such a nudge. Min Yuehua appeared entirely uninterested in Lin Yilong's food preferences, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh," which indeed conveyed her disinterest. Zhang Hao, undeterred, directly asked, Do you dislike chatting with others? Chapter 22. Communication Barrier. Min Weiwa hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. I do. It was truly inconspicuous. Zhang Hao was left speechless, realizing that conversing with Min Weiwa often rendered him at a loss for words. Not far from Zhang Hao. At another table, Zhao Ying and several of her close friends were gathered, secretly observing the interaction between Zhang Hao and Min Weiwa. What's going on with you all? One of Zhao Ying's closest friends, Yi Qing, asked as she stole a glance at Zhang Hao before turning back to Zhao Ying. I'm not sure. Sigh. Men's hearts are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Zhao Ying replied, her chest tightening as she watched Zhang Hao chat with Min Weiwa. I think he is intentionally trying to make you jealous. Yi Qing speculated. It might indeed be intentional, Zhao Ying thought bitterly. But she believed it was merely a way of reiterating his lack of interest, urging her to retreat. She smiled wryly, perplexed as to why Zhang Hao had suddenly ceased to offer her any opportunities. Just yesterday, he had abruptly declared over QQ that they could only be friends. And today, he had declined to dine with her, opting instead to converse with an unfamiliar girl. Zhao Ying was acutely aware of the new transfer student by Zhang Hao's side. She understood that they were not well acquainted. Given Zhang Hao's disposition, the very act of sharing a meal and engaging in conversation with her was undoubtedly a deliberate display aimed at her. Was it possible that he was put off by her disinterest in gaming? Yet, despite her understanding that he was acting with intent, Zhao Ying felt an overwhelming discomfort watching Zhang Hao approach Min Weiwa. The pang of jealousy surged within her. Had she not known Zhang Hao's character so well, she would have been unable to restrain herself from rushing over to pull him away. However, she realized that such an action would surely provoke Zhang Hao's ire, leaving her with no choice but to seek solace through her phone, reaching out to Lin Yilong for assistance. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, he had inadvertently sparked Zhao Ying's wild imaginings. While he was indeed purposefully distancing himself from her, dining with Min Weiwa was merely a natural progression of events. Regardless of whether Zhao Ying misconstrued his intentions, he could not be bothered to clarify. He believed that the truth would reveal itself in due course. And he had no desire to engage in relentless entanglements, which he found quite distasteful. Observing Min Weiwa's impassive demeanor as she took a bite of her meal, Zhang Hao stroked his chin and inquired, Do you wish to make friends? Min Weiwa hesitated once more before nodding. Thus, it became evident that her apparent aloofness was not due to a lack of desire for companionship, but rather her role as a formidable conversation ender. Zhang Hao had come to a clear realization and leaned in to whisper to the astonished Lin Yilong, she doesn't wish to ignore anyone. I suspect she may have a communication barrier, which renders her a daunting conversation terminator. Communication barrier? Lin Yilong pondered for a moment before grasping the concept, and a wave of sympathy washed over him for her plight. It was painfully clear that despite her yearning for connection and conversation, her communication difficulties led others to misinterpret her as disinterested, leaving her friendless. Moreover, her condition appeared quite severe. If it persisted, she would undoubtedly end up without a single friend, leading a solitary and lamentable high school experience devoid of cherished memories. Thankfully, the perceptive Zhang Hao had recognized this, and Lin alone could not help but admire him further, marveling at his keen insight into matters that had eluded everyone else. What was more commendable was his kind-heartedness, coupled with his willingness to assist. No wonder he gathered the courage to initiate a conversation, remaining unperturbed even when met with indifference. He must surely wish to assist her in forging friendships. He is, without a doubt, an angel descended upon this earthly realm. Suddenly, Lin Yilong noticed that Zhang Hao radiated an extraordinary brilliance, dazzling to the point of being blinding. Oh, my eyes. Zhang Hao, initially poised to speak to Min Weiwa, was taken aback by Lin Yilong's inexplicable gesture of shielding his eyes, bewilderedly inquiring, What are you doing? Rest assured, Brother Hao, I am determined to help her make friends. Lin Yilong asserted earnestly, his expression turning serious. Although Zhang Hao could not fathom the sudden fervor igniting within Lin Yilong, he nodded in appreciation, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Yilong was finally beginning to embody a semblance of masculinity. Your compassion is overflowing, yet a man ought not to turn a blind eye to a helpless girl. Recognizing Lin Yilong's earnest intent, Zhang Hao resolved to lend his full support, for he too was eager to assist. He understood that Min Weiwa was in dire need of help, feeling isolated and estranged from the world. I'm full. Just as Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong were contemplating how to extend their assistance, Min Weiwa abruptly declared, rising with her plate in hand, leaving them both momentarily stunned. She truly wishes to ignore us, doesn't she? Lin Yilong's freshly ignited enthusiasm was doused by a chilling wave of disappointment, and he glanced at Zhang Hao in silence. That cannot be the case. However, she does eat remarkably quickly. Zhang Hao observed his own plate, still laden with food, and promptly began to devour it with gusto. Brother Hao, as a young man, could you not dine with a touch more elegance, as you once did? Lin Yilong could not suppress his comment upon witnessing Zhang Hao's cheeks bulging with food. Burp. Zhang Hao inadvertently let out a loud belch in Lin Yilong's direction, leaving him pale and flustered. Do you not find that eating heartily makes the meal more enjoyable? Zhang Hao, exasperated, dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. This was simply his normal eating speed, characteristic of a typical man, despite another fragment of memory suggesting a slower pace. That recollection was fragmented and could not dictate his behavior. He found it exceedingly challenging to alter his ways and had no desire to do so. He certainly did not wish to adopt a personality akin to Lin Yilong's. Contemplating this, he nearly succumbed to the urge to scoff at the notion. For the other males around him also consumed their meals with alacrity. Why then had Lin Yilong assumed a demeanor of gentility? Satiated, Zhang Hao rubbed his belly, acknowledging that he could consume no more. His appetite had indeed diminished, which posed a conundrum for him. Eating less was detrimental to his physical training. He scanned the cafeteria and, as Min Yuehua was about to depart, he gestured for her to come over. Brother Hao, I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from meddling further. Let us inform the teacher and allow them to assist her, Lin Yilong suggested. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Zhang Hao's sudden invitation for Min Yuehua to approach. Though he wished to help, he was uncertain of how to proceed. And he sensed that communicating with her would be challenging, given her impassive demeanor. To abandon the attempt without trying is unacceptable. Summon the spirit you displayed earlier. A man must follow through on his promises. Zhang Hao could not permit Lin Yilong to abandon his efforts without even attempting. Such behavior was utterly feeble. Moreover, constantly changing one's mind reeked of pretentiousness. While Lin Yilong might transform into a more refined persona, Zhang Hao certainly did not wish for him to become a melodramatic and affected lady. Zhang Hao aimed to seize this opportunity to diligently hone Lin Yilong's character. Currently, he blushed at merely exchanging glances with women. Such a delicate sensibility was overwhelmingly pronounced. Min Yuehua hesitated momentarily before approaching, her expression impassive, and inquired, "What's the matter?" Zhang Hao bluntly queried, "Do you have a communication disorder?" This forthrightness startled Lin Yilong, who was still pondering his words. "What? Is it really that direct?" "No." Min Yuehua decisively shook her head in denial. "Even if it's not precisely that, it is quite similar. You struggle with interpersonal communication," Zhang Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. He intentionally paused, observing that Min Yuehua exhibited no anger, nor did she question why he held such suspicions. When she turned to leave after a prolonged silence, it was evidently an abnormal reaction. Lin Yilong nodded in agreement, feeling that whatever was said would invariably be met with her stony silence, leaving one at a loss for words. Min Yuehua remained quiet, neither confirming nor denying the matter. "If you require assistance, please take a seat." Zhang Hao gestured to the chair across from him. Once Min Yuehua complied, he continued, "Since you express a desire to forge friendships, you must also be willing to evolve. Your face perpetually bears the same expression, and you often utter comments that lack continuity, which easily leads others to misconstrue your intentions as indifference." Indeed. I previously thought you harbored disdain for us," Lin Yilong chimed in, eager to affirm Zhang Hao's point lest Min Yuehua doubt him. "Oh." Min Yuehua responded with a faint tone. Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words upon witnessing her mere acknowledgement. "Brother Hao, she genuinely seems disinclined to engage with us," Lin Yilong whispered to Zhang Hao. "If that were the case, she would have departed long ago." Zhang Hao subtly shook his head. Chapter 023. I beg you, what a remarkable ability it is to render others speechless. "Yilong, it's your turn," Zhang Hao encouraged, gently patting Lin Yilong, urging him to embody the strength of a true gentleman and rescue the young lady in distress. I can't do it. I don't know what to say." Lin Yilong panicked, responding in a flustered manner upon hearing those words. Zhang Hao nearly exclaimed, "How can a man like you say you can't do it?" Yet, witnessing Lin Yilong's pitiful pout, he felt a wave of sympathy and, with a hand pressed against his forehead as if bracing for an explosion, he comforted, All right, I'll handle it." "So, you truly wish to connect with your classmates and forge friendships, yet find yourself at a loss for words?" Zhang Hao sought to clarify once more. "Yes." Min Yuehua nodded slightly. "Do you desire our assistance? If so, we shall gladly help you. It would be but a trivial matter for us," Zhang Hao inquired further, wishing to avoid meddling if she did not require help. After a moment's hesitation, Min Yuehua nodded again and softly uttered, "I beg you." Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Min Yuehua would seek help, but he did not expect her to plead so earnestly. It was evident that she was truly desperate. In response to a plea for assistance from a girl in need, Zhang Hao turned to Lin Yilong and asked, "Do you think we should agree to help her?" "Of course. How good, please assist her." Lin Yilong replied without a second thought. "Well, just be a dependable man like me," Zhang Hao said with a satisfied smile, patting Lin Yilong on the shoulder before addressing Min Yuehua. If you wish to make friends, you must first alter your manner of speaking. Your words leave much to be desired. Earlier, when you merely uttered a no, we were left uncertain of how to respond. Have you considered how you might change this? If you pose questions, we will respond, and naturally, the conversation will flow, leading to friendship. However, with just a no, the dialogue ends there. Minuewa fell silent for a moment before somberly confessing, I often find myself unsure of what to say when others engage me in conversation. This was the first instance Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong observed a shift in her usually fixed expression, one that veered towards melancholy. It became apparent to Zhang Hao that facilitating her quest for friendship would prove even more challenging than anticipated. With her expression resembling that of a dead fish, a conversation killer, she appeared quite reclusive, and naturally, people tended to steer clear of those who seemed so isolated. By the way, do you have any friends? Zhang Hao suddenly posed a question out of curiosity. Yes, I have one, Minuewa replied with a slight nod. Zhang Hao was somewhat surprised but quickly deemed it reasonable. After all, the world is vast and filled with wonders, and even the most peculiar individuals could possess a friend or two. Minuewa. How did you come to befriend this person? What are they like? Lin Yilong, unable to contain his curiosity, immediately inquired upon learning she had a friend. She is someone who loves to borrow money. Once, she said that if I lent her 100 yuan, we would be friends. After I lent it to her, we became friends, Minuewa recounted candidly. This was the first time Zhang Hao had witnessed her speak so at length, yet this detail was of little consequence. Had she not been deceived in some manner? What? Lin Yilong stood in stunned silence, unable to bear the sight of Minuewa any longer. He leaned closer to Zhang Hao and whispered, She has been deceived, hasn't she? No, she has always borrowed and repaid. Minuewa seemed to have heard Lin Yilong's words and replied, Oh, I see. My apologies for misunderstanding your friend. However, besides borrowing money, have you discussed anything else? After apologizing, Zhang Hao inquired further. Minuewa pondered for a moment, uncertain, and replied, It seems not. She treats you like a bank. Lin Yilong immediately leaned into Zhang Hao's ear again. My friend says she merely sees you as a bank, but with the many times she has borrowed and repaid, she can reluctantly be considered your superficial friend. Zhang Hao conveyed Lin Yilong's words to her, and then explained to the increasingly flustered Lin Yilong. It's better to speak directly with her. Minuewa's expression darkened again, and she softly acknowledged, not denying Zhang Hao's words. You know, right? It's good that you do. Zhang Hao was somewhat surprised, thus, she was not a fool. Yet, knowing this and continuing to regard her as a friend while lending her money indicated her deep yearning for companionship. Lin Yilong felt immense pity for her. After understanding her situation, he could not turn a blind eye. He hurriedly said, Wewa, do not be sad. We are all your friends now. And we will treat you as a true friend. In the future, we will help you make more friends. Thank you, Minuewa replied with gratitude. The first time she initiated a response. But I don't know how to talk to people. Even if I become your friend, I wouldn't know what to say. Well, you are not foolish, so these are things you can learn. It's not a problem. Zhang Hao nodded, saying, for example, when chatting with others, try not to just say oraha. Aim to express more. If you have questions, ask them. This way, the conversation will naturally develop, and your social skills will improve with practice. Brother Hao, you are absolutely right. Why do I suddenly find you incredibly reliable? Lin Yilong gazed at Zhang Hao, who spoke so calmly and articulately. Unable to find any flaws, as if he were a true teacher, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Recently, although Hao seemed peculiar, he was indeed remarkable. He could contend with wrongdoers and also guide classmates with communication barriers. Stop looking at me like that. Just eat your food. Zhang Hao could no longer endure Lin Yilong's gaze, which felt overly admiring, making him uncomfortable. I understand, but I often still don't know what to say. Minuewa explained. This is likely due to your lack of experience in communicating with others. In the future, try to engage in more conversations. Gradually, you'll learn what to say. You should also proactively find topics to discuss, focusing on shared interests, so having hobbies is essential. What interests do you have that might resonate with the general public? Besides stacking blocks, Zhang Hao asked. Cooking, Minuewa replied, clearly aware of her passion. Well, in this day and age, a girl who can cook is quite in demand. While Lin Yilong was enjoying his meal, he could not help but express his astonishment upon hearing this revelation. It was truly unexpected that Minuewa had a penchant for cooking. Indeed, Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Noting that a woman's ability to cook has become as desirable as a man's culinary skills were in the past, he was taken aback to discover that Minuewa possessed such a popular hobby, though it seemed of little utility in forging friendships at school. Thus, he inquired further. And what else? Do you enjoy reading novels? Perhaps those from the female perspective, filled with pretentiousness and face-slapping? Or are you an avid gamer? Perhaps immersed in League of Legends? Minuewa shook her head. What kind of music do you enjoy? Zhang Hao pressed on. I only listen to pure instrumental music. She replied. And what about television shows? Anime? I prefer wartime dramas. Chapter 024. As long as you call me sister, I will agree. Why is it so obscure? Zhang Hao posed several questions to Min Yuehua, discovering that her preferences were indeed quite unique, devoid of any commonality with a typical high school student. Lin Yilong couldn't help but reflect on the reason behind her lack of friends. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao suddenly recalled her status as a transfer student and promptly remarked, "You could share stories about your previous school, where you studied before, what the other school was like. There must be plenty to discuss, as everyone is quite curious about other institutions. Just like here, classes commence and then conclude. There is hardly any difference," Min Yuehua mused, realizing that her experiences mirrored her current situation. When her classmates had inquired about her past, she had merely stated it was the same, subsequently losing their interest. You should mention the differences. For instance, the male heartthrob and the school idol are not the same. You could elaborate on how handsome they are, as the girls would find that quite intriguing. At this moment, Zhang Hao began to perceive Min Yuehua as somewhat naive. "Before you is our class's heartthrob and the school's idol," he proclaimed, with Lin Yilong immediately pointing at Zhang Hao, brimming with pride, as if he himself were the idol. "Oh," Min Yuehua responded to Lin Yilong, then continued addressing Zhang Hao. "It was all right, but I don't have a profound impression." Zhang Hao stared blankly at Min Yuehua's expressionless face, aghast, not at her disinterest in him, but at her utter lack of interest in handsome boys. This was indeed a terrifying revelation, akin to a teenage boy being indifferent to beautiful women before a transformation. "Well, it seems you truly lack engaging topics to discuss with peers. However, fret not. Interests can be cultivated. Let us return to class, and I shall introduce you to some friends of the same gender." Zhang Hao had never encountered such a peculiar individual. As Lin Yilong finished his meal, he rose to gather his belongings and exited the cafeteria. "Should we pursue them?" Yiqing from Zhao Ying's table inquired as she observed Zhang Hao's departure. "Never mind. He likely does not wish to see me at this moment. It's all right." Lin Yilong mentioned that the transfer student has communication barriers. Zhang Hao merely seeks to assist her. "He remains ever so kind." Zhao Ying recalled Lin Yilong's words, feeling her heart settle somewhat, and she too rose to leave, having already finished her meal. Lingering only to observe Zhang Hao. "Why do you want to help me?" Min Yuehua suddenly asked on their way back to class. Zhang Hao casually replied, "Did you not just request our assistance?" Hence, we agreed. It's as simple as that. There were numerous reasons he could elaborate upon, yet it seemed unnecessary to explain each one. After all, he would offer his help. It was a mere trifle for him. Yet it might profoundly alter Min Yuehua's solitary high school existence. "Oh, thank you," Min Yuehua acknowledged after a moment's thought. "No need," he replied. Zhang Hao, indifferent, casually remarked, "Wait a moment. Everyone add WeChat, and let Yilong share some trending games, television shows, and anime with you. Even if you're not fond of them, at least you'll be informed, so when conversing with friends, you won't appear utterly bewildered." "All right, I'll download it shortly. I deleted it earlier." Min Yuehua did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Is there even a young person these days who doesn't use QQ or WeChat? Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong exchanged a glance, both astonished by the dismal state of her social connections. "Don't delete it anymore, Yuehua. With these online chatting tools, friends can communicate anytime, and you can join class groups to foster relationships," Lin Yilong promptly advised, although it may seem somewhat conformist. Striving to maintain good relations with others while remaining aloof is impractical. Zhang Hao nodded in affirmation. "I understand, but since I have no friends, it serves no purpose to keep it, so I deleted it." Min Yuehua spoke in a tone that evoked sympathy from both Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong. "From now on, we will be your friends," Lin Yilong asserted, feeling a wave of compassion for the lonely transfer student. "Rest assured, you will soon make many friends," Zhang Hao said with a slight nod, confident that Min Yuehua would find companionship. After all, people merely assumed she wished to avoid interaction. Once clarified, all would be well. After all, she was quite beautiful. Even if she struggled to make female friends, male friends would surely be drawn to her. Upon returning to the classroom, Min Yuehua instinctively walked towards her seat. Zhang Hao scanned the room and noticed Huang Yuanyuan occupying his spot, prompting him to urge Lin Yilong to follow Min Yuehua while he approached Huang Yuanyuan alone. Zhang Hao intended to introduce Huang Yuanyuan into Min Yuehua as a potential friend, for her loquacious nature suited Min Yuehua's more reserved demeanor. "Hey, why is the school heartthrob with the transfer student?" Huang Yuanyuan inquired as soon as she spotted Zhang Hao approaching. "Here's the situation, but could you please vacate my seat first?" Zhang Hao replied, asking her to move so he could sit down. He then recounted the events and inquired, "So, would you be willing to befriend her?" "Oh, I see. I thought she didn't want anyone approaching her," Huang Yuanyuan said, slightly surprised. However, she was even more astonished that Zhang Hao sought to help the transfer student find friends. With a mischievous grin, she asked, "But why would our school heartthrob assist her? Could it be that you are fond of this type? Helping is simply helping. Does one need a reason to do good? It's quite normal for a man to lend a hand when witnessing injustice," Zhang Hao replied. Knowing Huang Yuanyuan would tease him, he casually responded, "Haha, that's not normal. It's the women who stand up for injustice. So, of course, I didn't ask." "No, wait. I'm not that kind-hearted." Huang Yuanyuan was amused by Zhang Hao's words, and she instinctively felt inclined to agree. However, she quickly realized that she could leverage this opportunity to make Zhang Hao do something for her. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she said, "But only if you call me sister will I agree." The mere thought of Zhang Hao sweetly addressing her as sister filled her with excitement, and she eagerly rubbed her hands together. Anticipating his response, Zhang Hao, without a moment's hesitation, rejected the notion, thinking to himself that if he did not help her, he could always ask someone else. "Why should I call you sister?" he retorted. Despite it being just a term of address, he was resolute in his refusal, feeling a sense of displeasure towards Huang Yuanyu and for trying to impose conditions on him. All right, I was merely joking. I will go and befriend her," Huang Yuanyuan said. Sensing that Zhang Hao appeared somewhat discontent, her heart raced slightly, and she forced a chuckle before promptly approaching Min Weiwa. "You don't have to force yourself to help," Zhang Hao remarked, surprised by Huang Yuanyuan's swift change in demeanor as he followed her with a bemused expression. "No pressure. I simply prefer friends with good looks. In fact, I was the first to speak to her, but it felt like I was met with indifference." Huang Yuanyuan shook her head and turned her gaze towards Min Weiwa, who was expressionless while exchanging glances with Lin alone. She asked again, "Are you sure she doesn't dislike us?" Chapter 025. Are you no longer practicing yoga at home? Certainly, give it a try, and you shall find that it possesses the ability to respond to nearly any inquiry. Zhang Hao turned his gaze towards Min Weiwa, where an unmistakable atmosphere of discomfort lingered palpably in the air. From a distance, one could observe Lin Yilong's forehead glistening with sweat, his face adorned with an awkward smile. Huang Yuanyuan, unperturbed by the situation, seated herself beside Min Weiwa, greeted her, and remarked, "Weiwa, I heard from Zhang Hao that your aloofness does not stem from any aversion towards us." Upon seeing Zhang Hao finally approach, Lin Yilong felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The tension that had enveloped him dissipated. Engaging in conversation with Min Weiwa had truly been a torment, as she would promptly conclude any topic he introduced, leaving him at a loss for words and resorting to a game of staring contests, which he found increasingly unbearable. Zhang Hao noticed that Min Weiwa merely nodded in response to Huang Yuanyuan, and he took a seat beside Lin Yilong to offer an explanation. She often struggles to find the right words. Recalling Zhang Hao's earlier words and observing Min Weiwa's current demeanor, Huang Yuanyuan pondered the possibility of a communication barrier. How could a 17-year-old high school student find it so challenging to converse? "Fear not, it shall be my pleasure to assist you. From now on, I shall be your steadfast friend. I will teach you the art of communication," she declared confidently, patting her somewhat flat chest. While her words were directed at Min Weiwa, her intention was to impress Zhang Hao, showcasing her reliability as a woman. "That is entirely up to you," Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, offering no objections. This was a task best suited for a fellow female. He was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of the female world, and his attempts to guide her might only lead to further social isolation. After reassuring Min Weiwa not to feel anxious, for Huang Yuanyu and was a kind-hearted individual, Zhang Hao led Lin Yilong back to their seats. Huang Yuanyuan, taken aback by Zhang Hao's unexpected praise, felt a surge of motivation, her spirit buoyed. She immediately began to engage Min Weiwa in conversation. The other students, having long been intrigued by the prospect of Min Weiwa mingling with them, soon gathered around. Surely, this would dispel any misunderstandings about her, and she would undoubtedly make friends. Lin Yilong observed the circle surrounding Min Weiwa, a smile gracing his face. There was a profound satisfaction in aiding others, or so he believed. Zhang Hao, too, watched from a distance. Acutely aware of Min Weiwa's discomfort in such a situation, her expression exhibited a subtle transformation. However, he refrained from intervening, noting that his classmates appeared genuinely enthusiastic. And with so many peers, including several of the same gender, his presence was unnecessary. She would soon fulfill her desire to forge friendships. Speaking of which, you are set to relocate tomorrow. Regrettably, I cannot assist you, as I must accompany my mother for a medical checkup. Lin Yilong expressed with sincere regret as he recalled Zhang Hao's impending move. Not to worry, we have arranged for a moving company. The only downside is that we can no longer walk to and from school together. Although we shall remain in Dongjing district, I will be residing in the northern part. Zhang Hao mused, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Previously, Both he and Lin Along had lived in the southern part of Dongjing district, making their commute to school effortlessly convenient. Alas, that would no longer be the case. This situation is somewhat unavoidable. However, it is certainly preferable to transferring schools. Lin Yilong also felt a twinge of sadness. Yet upon recalling that Zhang Hao had not transferred, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He was somewhat concerned for Zhang Hao's safety while commuting alone, prompting him to advise, "You should exercise caution when traveling alone. Try to stick to crowded areas, and if you see any suspicious individuals, report them immediately. After all, with your striking looks and solitary nature, you could easily attract unwanted attention." That was precisely what I intended to convey to you. Zhang Hao, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but face bomb as they echoed his own thoughts. He had never truly worried about being targeted. How could anyone possibly overpower him? His concern lay more in the possibility of inciting someone's unwelcome desires, particularly if that person happened to be attractive. However, Lin Yilong was different. With his current demeanor and mindset akin to that of a delicate young lady, he was rather conservative. If he were to be harassed by a woman, it would surely lead to an overdramatic reaction. Zhang Hao never imagined he would one day find himself worrying about Lin Along facing such unwanted advances. Though it seemed exaggerated, such incidents could indeed occur, especially considering the events of that morning. He spoke earnestly, "Once I resolve matters at home, let us go to Dongjing Gym together to get you a membership. If you train with me weekly, you'll be better prepared to handle any trouble. If you can't fight them off, at least you can outrun them." Aren't you practicing yoga at home? Lin Yilong inquired, puzzled. Wow, what? Zhang Hao stammered, momentarily taken aback. No wonder he had discovered some yoga mats at home. It turned out, no, he must not dwell on that. While yoga is a practice suitable for both genders, he absolutely could not allow himself to recall the notion of practicing it for the sake of a more graceful physique. Cough, yoga lacks intensity. I prefer a more robust physique. I'd rather hit the gym to run and lift weights to enhance my strength and speed, Zhang Hao proclaimed with a serious demeanor after clearing his throat. Very well, that aligns with contemporary trends. Lately, fitness influencers have gained immense popularity, and well-defined muscles are particularly sought after. I, too, desire such a physique, Lin Yilong responded unexpectedly, agreeing with enthusiasm, leaving Zhang Hao somewhat taken aback as he had already prepared a persuasive argument. In the past, he had struggled to understand women. Now, he found himself equally perplexed by men. Zhang Hao rubbed his head in frustration. Following this, he and Lin Yilong engaged in casual conversation until the teacher arrived to commence the lesson. During this time, Huang Yuanyuan mentioned several times that she had indeed become friends with Min Yuehua. Zhang Hao flashed her a radiant smile, complimenting her on the achievement, which allowed her to bask in her daydreams. Indeed, in the brief span of time, Huang Yuanyuan had already envisioned names for their future offspring. Naturally, she must continue to impress Zhang Hao, ensuring he perceives her as a benevolent and trustworthy woman, thereby paving the way for further developments. As soon as class concluded, Zhang Hao packed his bag and exited the classroom, awaiting Lin Along outside. This had become an instinctual routine. He always felt compelled to leave the school promptly, for any delay would subject him to the entreaties of students from other classes, particularly on Fridays. There seemed to be an endless array of justifications, weekend invitations, confessions, gifts. Speaking of confessions and gifts, Zhang Hao had recently discovered several letters and 2 small gift boxes tucked away in his desk drawer. He refrained from touching them, leaving them precisely where they were placed by others. In his recollections, he used to politely decline each one, yet such actions only resulted in an influx of more items. Some peculiar individuals, intent on collecting his rejections, incessantly wrote to him, and Zhang Hao was genuinely apprehensive. After Lin Yilong shared their WeChat information with Min Yuehua, prompting her to download the app and add him, he promptly followed Zhang Hao out. Hey, Hao-ge, Zhao wants you to wait. She has something to say to you, Lin Yilong remarked, waving his phone as he spotted Zhang Hao. Why can't everyone just be friends? Why must it always lead to romance? Zhang Hao slapped his own face, feeling quite vexed and having no intention of waiting for Zhao Ying. Instead, he quickened his pace. Chapter 026. She is touching your hand. The world has undergone significant changes, and so have families, with various unexpected events already causing him enough distress. Meanwhile, these girls incessantly cling to him, all of whom he feels no attraction towards. Zhang Hao is decidedly uninterested in entangling himself with them. What a tempting figure you cut. How could those adolescent girls possibly resist? Everyone is eager to pursue you, longing to whisk you, this stunningly handsome young man, into their arms, Lin Yilong teased. His face slightly flushed, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was nearly exasperated by Lin Yilong's choice of words. What did he mean by tempting and stunningly beautiful? Although Zhang Hao wished to correct Lin Yilong's terminology, he refrained from doing so. Having learned from experience that such ingrained notions were not easily altered, his persuasive abilities were not sufficiently formidable to change someone's mindset fundamentally. Are you truly not waiting for Zhaoying? She seems to have something to convey, Lin Yilong inquired, noticing that Zhang Hao is not slowing his pace. Not waiting. Tell her not to overthink things. Enjoy the game in the Alliance of Heroes, and perhaps I shall challenge her one-on-one another day, Zhang Hao replied dismissively. He waved his hand, genuinely lacking any chemistry with Zhaoying. He realized he was more inclined towards mature women, having no genuine interest in athletic, flat-chested girls with short hair. Perhaps her approach was simply too lackluster to capture his attention. Well, while pain is paramount, affection holds significance too. If you feel nothing, I shall not press you, Lin Yilong nodded. After sending Zhaoying a message, he attempted to link arms with Zhang Hao. But the quick-witted Zhang Hao preemptively draped an arm around his shoulder. They strolled back, side by side, exchanging idle banter, but midway, Lin Yilong suggested they take a detour to avoid encountering his increasingly peculiar sister, who had taken to obsessively licking Zhang Hao's arm. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Hao would have agreed, but today he chose not to divert their route, determined to escort Lin Yilong home. He sensed an unusual presence shadowing them, and it was imperative to ensure Lin Yilong's safety from any potential trouble. Lin Yilong mused that this would be Zhang Hao's last time taking this path after school, and resolved to intercept Lin Ling before she could cause any mischief. Perhaps she was still at school. However, contrary to his expectations, before they reached home, his sister leapt out from her concealed spot, launching herself onto Zhang Hao with gleeful laughter. Zhang Hao giggled, caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Zhang Hao, who had been on high alert, nearly kicked out of reflex, but managed to retract his foot just in time. He wore a wry smile as he looked at Lin Ling, who had clung to his neck. Look at what you've done. You've startled your brother. Lin Yilong had also reacted to Lin Ling's sudden emergence with a startled cry, instinctively stepping back and nearly losing his balance. Upon realizing it was his sister who had startled him, and seeing her now clinging to Zhang Hao, his irritation flared. He hurried over to pull her away, exclaiming, "Get down this instant, you troublesome child. Leave us alone, you annoying old witch. Don't bother me," and Zhang Hao giggled. Originally intending to speak with Zhang Hao, Lin Ling suddenly grew anxious upon having her clothes snagged. She clung tightly to Zhang Hao while kicking at Lin Yilong. All right, let us not quarrel. There's nothing amiss." Zhang Hao quickly intervened, gently setting Lin Ling down. Lin Ling complied, but as soon as she was released, she seized his hand, her small palm yearning to intertwine their fingers. "Do be cautious, look. She is caressing your hand." Lin Yilong observed Zhang Hao allowing Lin Ling to be so forward, his exasperation mounting as he noticed one of Lin Ling's hands clasping Zhang Hao's while the other gently stroked the back of his hand. "Oh, you are truly bothersome. I'm merely holding brother Zhang Hao's hand. See, he hasn't objected," Lin Ling retorted, her indignation surpassing Lin Yilong's as she promptly pulled Zhang Hao away, turning to him with innocent eyes. "Brother Zhang Hao, play a game with me. It's been ages since we last played together." Indeed, she had secretly installed an adult-themed game, Hot Neighbor, on the computer. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yilong attempted to interject. But before he could complete his thought, Lin Ling charged at him like a cannonball, mercilessly colliding with his stomach. "Ah, what are you doing?" he gasped, falling to the ground, his outrage boiling over at Lin Ling's audacity. However, after she leaned in and whispered something in his ear, his expression turned pale, and he fell silent. "Are you both all right?" Zhang Hao regarded the peculiar sibling duo with a bewildered expression, perplexed by their antics. Lin Ling was indeed formidable, having knocked her brother off his feet. "I'm fine," Lin Yilong stammered, wanting to protest but refraining, forcing a facade of nonchalance. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ling once again took Zhang Hao's hand, having threatened him that if he spoke out of turn again, she would post his sleeping photos online. "Looks like you've been threatened." Zhang Hao discerned the situation, noting Lin Ling's triumphant demeanor juxtaposed with Lin Yilong's chagrin. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Observing their contrasting expressions, he felt a pang of envy. Having siblings would surely prevent loneliness, wouldn't it? Perhaps bonding with a non-biological sister could be equally delightful, allowing for playful banter. While such intimacy might not be entirely feasible, it surely wouldn't be lacking, provided he earnestly endeavored to foster a good relationship with her. After lingering at Lin Yilong's home for a while, Zhang Hao finally made his way back, as Lin Ling had been quite persistent. Not long after departing Lin Yilong's residence, Zhang Hao sensed someone lurking in the shadows nearby. Frowning, he chose not to flee, but instead deliberately walked into an alley. This individual had been trailing them for some time, clearly harboring ill intentions. Zhang Hao resolved to address this potential threat promptly, as he would no longer be able to accompany Lin Yilong to and from school in the future. Thus, any danger must be neutralized without delay. Although Zhang Hao felt a twinge of anxiety, it was not overwhelming. The alley, though a dead end, was adjacent to the street. A single shout would surely attract attention. Primarily, he had faith in his remarkable reflexes, confident that he could handle or at least delay any potential assailant. Nonetheless, he suspected that the pursuer was likely a familiar adversary or perhaps Qianlan seeking retribution. There was no need for Zhang Hao to call out. As the moment the stalker observed him entering the secluded alley, they immediately stepped forth to obstruct his path. To his surprise, two women stood at the entrance. One was indeed Qianlan, while the other was unfamiliar to him. This newcomer was more striking than Qianlan, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years of age. With flowing long hair and a decidedly alluring outfit, a white t-shirt that revealed a glimpse of her black bra, suggesting a sea cop. Chapter 27. I want to support you. It appears that you are aware of someone stalking you yet still dared to come here. You possess quite a bold spirit. Qianlan was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. You weren't lying. This young man is indeed quite handsome. Another woman gazed intently at Zhang Hao, a fire igniting within her, her smile radiating satisfaction. With just a glance, she was captivated by Zhang Hao, a mere high school student, truly a gem. So, you seek revenge, do you? Zhang Hao set down his backpack, feeling a twinge of regret for intervening. It had indeed stirred up a troublesome situation. However, he felt compelled to act when Lin Along had dashed out. Zhang Hao had resolved to teach them a lesson, ensuring they would not dare return. For if they approached Lin Along, the consequences could be dire. The woman, clad in provocative attire, exuded a certain rebelliousness, resembling a delinquent. One could only imagine how frightened the obedient high school student Lin Along would be in her presence. What a joke. Do you truly believe you can intimidate a male high school student like me? Qianlan felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. She could hardly bear the thought of being unable to handle a mere male high school student, especially with Sister Lu nearby. If it were to spread that she couldn't even manage such a minor situation, how could she expect to arrange matters in the future? She immediately gestured towards Lu Li beside her, introducing her to Zhang Hao. This is Lu Xian, Sister Lu. She has control over several streets in this vicinity. Lu Xian smiled eagerly, approaching Zhang Hao with an outstretched hand, her face adorned with an alluring smile. Do not be afraid. I am the owner of the nearby Tianshang Tianxia bar. I've heard about the misunderstanding between you and Qianlan, so let me mediate. Let us sit down at my bar and resolve this amicably. Qianlan felt discomfort at Lu Xian's eagerness. Her heart ached at the thought of someone like Zhang Hao being toyed with by Lu Xian. She had not intended to divulge Zhang Hao's situation to Lu Xian. Previously, while seeking solace in Lu Xian's bar with her friends, amidst their sorrowful drinking, they had boasted about having dealt with an exceptionally handsome troublemaker. She had praised Zhang Hao extravagantly, and her loud voice had drawn Lu Xian's attention, piquing her interest in meeting Zhang Hao. Lu Xian was known as a local troublemaker, and Qianlan dared not refuse her request. Thus, she agreed to wait nearby, never expecting they would truly encounter him. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Lu Xian was struck by his beauty, declaring that she was determined to claim him. Initially, they had intended to follow Zhang Hao home, but were discovered by him beforehand. Yet, this man exhibited remarkable audacity by waiting for them in the alley. Qianlan had never heard of such a fearless individual. If the purpose was reconciliation, then so be it, as long as they maintained their distance from her in the future. Zhang Hao stepped back, evading Lu Xian's grasp, his brow furrowing at her lingering gaze. All right, as long as you entertain my sister, I assure you, she will not approach you again, Lu Xian insisted, reaching out once more to seize Zhang Hao's hand. Goodness, this is undoubtedly a lovesick woman. Zhang Hao could sense that she was eager to devour him. Once again evading her outstretched hand, he could barely contain his anger as he exclaimed, What do you think you're doing? If you continue with those hands, don't blame me for being rude. If you're not here for revenge, step aside. I have no time to indulge in your games. Young man, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for you that Sister Lu has taken a liking to you. As long as you stick with her, you shall enjoy a life of luxury and abundance. Qianlan interjected, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Lu Xian. Well, if you become my boyfriend, I can provide you with a monthly allowance of 10,000. Lu Xian nodded, inching closer to Zhang Hao as she added, What do you think about being supported? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very dream of countless individuals yearning to be lavished by a wealthy benefactor? Furthermore, she was not lacking in attractiveness. The notion that one could be a boyfriend and receive such a generous allowance was immensely tempting, especially considering that his father, working tirelessly from 9 to 5, earned a mere 5,000 a month. However, Zhang Hao was resolute in not selling himself. The way she looked at him suggested that she would strip him bare given the chance. It was clear without further thought what fate awaited him if he were to accept her proposal. Yes, I do wish to support you. If you find the offer insufficient, I can certainly increase it. If you agree, I will treat you sincerely. Do you believe in love at first sight? Just moments ago, Lu Xin began to express her feelings, but her words were abruptly cut off by Zhang Hao. Listen, no matter how much you're willing to pay, I will never be your boyfriend. So unless you're here to cause trouble, kindly step aside. Zhang Hao had grown weary of her declarations of love. He had heard them ad nauseum. Even if it were genuine love at first sight, he would not engage with this sudden intruder. He was not so desperate that he would choose her over Zhaoing. As for money, he dismissed that notion entirely. He had pride and dignity, with hands and feet to earn his own living. Do you know who I am? Lu Xian's expression hardened as she noticed Zhang Hao's indifference. It had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a manner, especially a mere high school student. Was he truly unaware of her standing? Lu Xian contemplated intimidating Zhang Hao. Sometimes, a bit of fear could yield compliance from such naive youths. Regardless, she was determined to secure this exceptional individual before he was ensnared by a cadre of wealthy heirs and influential figures in society. Perhaps he might even become a star, making him far less accessible in the future. You just introduced yourself, didn't you? The owner of the Tiantian Tianxia bar, Zhang Hao replied, regarding her with a bemused expression. He was unaware of her thoughts. How could one forget such a self-introduction, regardless of her identity? Zhang Hao was steadfast in refusing her offer of support. He had yet to become a man, and he would not prematurely embrace the role of a kept boy. Seeing that they only sought to support him, Zhang Hao grew disinterested and hoisted his backpack, preparing to leave. I am indeed the owner of the bar, but I am also the leader of a band of ruffians. Cross me, and you will find yourself in a great deal of trouble, Lu Xian declared. Her cheerful demeanor vanishing as a butterfly knife appeared in her hand, her intentions laid bare. In this day and age, being kept is quite commonplace. One of the male students at your school, for instance, has been taken care of by a younger sister of Sister Lu, receiving a mere 3,000 a month for minimal companionship. It seems rather effortless. Chen Lan, witnessing Lu Xian brandishing a knife in threat, hastily intervened. How could a man like Zhang Hao possibly resort to living off a woman? Instinctively, Zhang Hao assumed the individual being referred to was Lu Feng, the one who had poured soup on him. However, at that moment, he found little interest in such matters. His gaze was fixated on the knife in Lu Xian's hand, a heaviness settling in his heart. Her words revealed that she was affiliated with a gang, and he realized that a world dominated by women could be just as chaotic. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Rest assured, I genuinely care for you and would never contemplate causing you harm. Observing Zhang Hao's stillness and the fluctuation of his expression, Lu Xian misinterpreted his fear as a sign of surrender. She gently reassured him and gradually approached, a seductive smile gracing her face. Indeed, it seemed that a mere scare sufficed to manage a child. Chapter 28. Are you out of your mind? Threatening with a knife could land you in prison. Zhang Hao, with a serious expression, cautioned her. However, it was quite peculiar to see a beautiful woman brandishing a knife at him. No, this is merely my toy knife. And I am not threatening you. Lu Xian adamantly refuted her actions. She approached Zhang Hao, who did not resist, wrapped her arms around his waist, suppressing her excitement, and leaned closer to his face, softly asking, would you be my boyfriend? I promise to treat you well, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your desires. At such proximity, Zhang Hao could distinctly perceive the rich fragrance of her perfume, and her black lingerie was more visible, presenting a significant temptation for a high school student inexperienced with women. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and would not be easily swayed. Once again, I must decline, and my feelings for you have plummeted to a negative number. Upon noticing her intention to kiss his cheek, Zhang Hao could no longer hold back. This was an excellent opportunity. In a swift motion, he seized her wrist, gripping the hand that held the knife, and forcefully pushed against her chest. With her startled cry, he effortlessly wrested the butterfly knife from her grasp. As Lu Xian attempted to kick him away, he pointed the knife at her and commanded, don't move. Impressive. Have you studied self-defense? Lu Xian halted her movements, genuinely intrigued, seemingly unfazed by the knife aimed at her. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, she was profoundly shocked. Previously, Chen Lan had warned Zhang Hao had martial arts training. Lu Xian had dismissed it, thinking what could a high school student do even if he practiced martial arts? But what was happening now? This was utterly outrageous. Typically, male students would tremble or scream at the sight of a knife. Yet, he managed to disarm her. Not only was she astonished, but Chen Lan, witnessing the entire scene, was equally taken aback. Was he truly a high school student? Could he be a male special forces soldier? To snatch a knife from a criminal in the blink of an eye, did such male high school students exist in the world? Come with me to the police station. Zhang Hao advanced with the knife, maneuvering behind Lu Xian to press down on her shoulder, signaling her to move. If you're not afraid of trouble, you can stab me, but I advise you, Going to the police station will only bring you trouble. You have no evidence, and we're the one holding the knife. Do you believe the police will take your word for it? Liu Xian appeared unconcerned about the knife in Zhang Hao's hand, turning to face him with a smile. Let us set aside everything else. A male high school student overpowering two young, strong women and disarming them. Who would believe such absurdity? Zhang Hao's expression darkened, realizing the truth in her words. He indeed could not stab her, having suffered no harm himself. If she stubbornly denied her actions, he would be the one in trouble for wielding a knife. Speak. What will it take for you to stop causing me trouble? Don't force my hand, or I might truly stab you. Zhang Hao pressed the knife against her neck and directly inquired. There is but one solution now, to become my boyfriend, for I have become infatuated with you. Liu Xian paid no heed to the butterfly knife at her throat. She simply retrieved her wallet from her pocket. Zhang Hao, observing that she was merely taking out her wallet, made no attempt to intervene. This is a token of our first meeting. Use it to purchase something you desire. Consider it a gift from me. Liu Xian extracted a stack of 100 yuan bills and extended them towards Zhang Hao. Are you out of your mind? Did you not comprehend? I could never be your boyfriend, nor will I allow you to support me, Zhang Hao retorted, unable to contain his exasperation. They had only just met. Yet she threatened him with a knife and now offered him money. This woman was utterly deranged. No, it was the world itself that was mad. Hadn't any woman ever encountered a handsome man before? Zhang Hao disregarded the money in her hand, snatched her wallet, and flung it aside, ignoring the bewildered Liu Xian. He lowered the knife from her neck and departed, casting a final remark over his shoulder. Should you dare to trouble me again, I shall expose you by taking photographs of you unclothed and plastering them everywhere, and let us see how your gang will handle that. Zhang Hao felt helpless. He was not afraid to call the police nor to confront her, but ultimately these actions would only embroil him in greater trouble. Hence, he resolved to leave this matter behind and return home quickly, considering moving away, for it seemed they had set their sights on him. Lin alone should be fine, but he ought to exercise caution. Lu Jia, are you all right? Chen Lan, lacking Liu Xian's audacity, approached her with concern, having witnessed Zhang Hao with the knife. Oh, how impressive. It seems there are such formidable male high school students. Splendid indeed. Rest assured, upon your return, I shall arrange a better job for you. Liu Xian chuckled, moving aside to retrieve the wallet cast aside by Zhang Hao, delicately licking it with her slender tongue. Lu Jia, Chen Lan gasped, perplexed by her actions. It smells delightful. Once he becomes my boyfriend, I shall savor every inch of his skin. Liu Xian's expression turned euphoric as she recalled the sensation of embracing Zhang Hao and the fragrance that lingered. She could not contain her excitement, utterly captivated. No wonder a statistic once indicated that 80% of women have encountered sexual harassment. Initially, she deemed it false data, but now it seemed plausible. In just a few days, she had faced numerous instances. Zhang Hao was beset by a headache, even contemplating the distortion of his own image. Being handsome was indeed troublesome. It was no wonder that in the world prior to the upheaval, women were often described as being a source of calamity, beautiful yet perilous. Zhang Hao casually discarded the butterfly knife by the roadside, resolving to get a haircut once he completed his move. Perhaps a shorter hairstyle would render him less appealing. Before long, Zhang Hao returned home to find his father tidying up. The living room was strewn with bags and boxes. Hurry and eat. Zhang Yin and Qian Qin will be driving over shortly, and you must assist in moving the smaller items first, Chen Guoheng instructed while he organized their belongings. Understood, Zhang Hao replied, changing out of his school uniform before heading to the kitchen for a meal. Shortly after he finished, Aunt Zhang Yin and Zhang Qianqin arrived. Zhang Qianqin radiated her usual brilliance today. Zhang Hao noticed her particular fondness for sweater dresses. She was once again adorned in a brown sweater dress that accentuated her curves. With her long, bare legs elegantly clad in black stockings, exuding a mature allure that rendered her a quintessential in the pre-transformation world. Upon entering, Zhang Qianqin greeted him with an irresistibly radiant smile and approached Zhang Hao, inquiring, How are you ready? I've already tidied up over there. You can move in at any time. Thank you, Sister Qianqin. Everything is packed and ready for the move, Zhang Hao replied, not yet polite enough to express his discomfort with the newly bestowed title of sister. Instead, he offered his gratitude before heading towards his room to gather his belongings. As his father had previously instructed him to take his useful items first. Chapter 29. Opening the car door for a gentleman is a lady's duty. Zhang Qianqin promptly arrived to assist. And it was then that Zhang Hao realized she was also capable of driving, even possessing her own vehicle. She had arrived in her own car, while Aunt Zhang Yin drove another. Zhang Qianqin helped him with his belongings, while Aunt Zhang Yin assisted his father. Zhang Hao did not have many possessions of great significance. It seemed that only his computer held any real value. This was the very device his father had specially purchased for his studies, although, prior to the transformation, he had pleaded with his father to buy it for gaming purposes. In his youth, he had been oblivious to their family's struggles and, seeing others with computers, had earnestly requested one for himself. Nevertheless, his father had acquiesced, and thus, the item Zhang Hao most wished to move was indeed this computer. As he and Zhang Qianqin carried the computer outside, he was taken aback to find 2 cars parked at the entrance. Among them was an older model Mercedes, which he recognized as Aunt Zhang Yan's, but the other was a brand new Audi. Could it possibly belong to Zhang Qianqin? It appeared exceedingly expensive, surely worth several $100,000. If not more. Wasn't she merely a university student? Could it be that Aunt Zhang Yan was extraordinarily wealthy? Zhang Hao, bewildered, inquired, Sister Qianqin, is this your car? Yes, indeed, Zhang Qianqin replied with a slight smile, pressing the car key. Very impressive. Zhang Hao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, this one exuded a cool and stylish vibe. He imagined that if he were ever to possess such a vehicle, he would wake up smiling from the dream. I feel the same way, which is why I invested all my savings into it. My mother even complained that my first car was too extravagant. However, a car is a woman's second husband. It mustn't be subpar, Zhang Qianqin said, her delight evident as she basked in the compliments about her beloved car. The revelation that she had poured all her savings into it left Zhang Hao momentarily speechless. It was astonishing to realize that women in this transformed world had developed such a fondness for automobiles, treating them as second spouses. All right, let's get in the car. We should depart. Once the vehicle was loaded, Zhang Qianqin gestured for Zhang Hao to enter, and she took the initiative to open the passenger door for him before he could even reach it. Sister Qianqin, I'm not that particular. Zhang Hao smiled wryly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her chivalry. This was not the treatment typically afforded to men. Opening the car door for a gentleman is indeed a lady's duty. You wouldn't want to deny me this courtesy, would you? Zhang Qianqin said, her smile unwavering as she awaited his entry. The notion of a lady's duty made Zhang Hao reminisce about the gentlemen of the past, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He understood all too well why Zhang Qianqin would naturally open the door for him, despite his reluctance. He did not wish to appear disrespectful in her eyes, nor engage in a futile debate with someone whose beliefs were firmly entrenched, with both perspectives firmly established and irreconcilable. He opted to suppress his embarrassment and take a seat. Oh, how uncomfortable this feels. If the gentlemen from the previous world were to learn that I had a lady open the door for me, I would surely face their scorn. Next time, I must remember to open the door for Sister Qianqin. Not merely opening the door, Zhang Qianqin thoughtfully shielded his forehead with her hand, concerned that he might inadvertently bump into the car door. Congratulations! You are the first opposite sex to board this vehicle, hence a reward awaits. As Zhang Hao settled into the passenger seat, still pondering whether he had forfeited his masculine dignity, Zhang Qianqin suddenly expressed her excitement in congratulating him. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation, only to see Zhang Qianqin produce a delicate little box and place it in his hands. Sister Qianqin, what is this? He instinctively inquired, skeptical of the notion that there was a prize for being the first opposite sex to enter the car. Zhang Qianqin offered no reply, leaning in to fasten his seatbelt for him. Sister Qianqin, I can do that myself. Zhang Hao instinctively reached for the seatbelt, feeling embarrassed that she had already opened the door for him and now sought to buckle him in. I can manage. However, Zhang Qianqin was resolute, her grip firm as she tugged the seatbelt into place for Zhang Hao. He attempted to take it from her, but as she leaned in closer, his hand inadvertently brushed against her astonishing softness, causing him to retract it in a panic, his body tensing with embarrassment. Zhang Qianqin also stiffened momentarily, but quickly resumed fastening the seatbelt as if nothing had occurred. No need to be so formal with your sister. We are family now. She smiled, gently pinching Zhang Hao's cheek before closing the car door and moving to the driver's seat. Thank you, Sister Qianqin. Zhang Hao's mind was awash with the recent sensation of softness, enveloped in her fragrant presence. He feigned nonchalance, expressing his gratitude while turning the box in his hands, asking, Sister Qianqin, could this truly be the reward for being the first opposite sex to ride? Yet Zhang Hao soon became captivated by the formidable allure constrained by the seatbelt, the elegant dress, the voluptuous figure, the seatbelt. For a young man navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, this was an irresistible temptation. Fortunately, he had bolstered his self-control and quickly diverted his gaze. Zhang Qianqin glanced at the box, a smile gracing her lips as she said, It is a gift, a celebration of our newfound family. Oh no. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a notion, and thus had not prepared any gifts for either Zhang Qianqin or Aunt Zhang Yan. I'm sorry. I didn't prepare any gifts for you, he admitted sincerely, his face reflecting genuine regret as he looked at Zhang Qianqin, promising, "I will certainly have something ready for you and Aunt Zhang Yin next week." Zhang Hao felt truly apologetic. Having focused solely on becoming a man over the past few days, he had scarcely considered familial matters. It was rare for Zhang Qianqin to prepare a gift for him. And as someone on the cusp of becoming another's brother and son, he felt utterly inadequate. Clearly, Zhang Qianqin had gone to great lengths to select a valuable gift for him, evident from its exquisite wrapping. "It's perfectly fine. This is merely something I wish to give you, so do not think too much of it," Zhang Qianqin replied, shaking her head dismissively. "Open it and see if you like it." As soon as she finished speaking, she started the car, executing the actions of ignition, shifting gears, and moving forward with the finesse of an experienced driver. "Indeed, I also wish to present a gift to Sister Qin. It brings me genuine joy to become part of your family, especially given the multitude of recent troubles at school that have caused me to somewhat neglect my family affairs." Zhang Hao, fearing that Zhang Qianqin might misconstrue his feelings about becoming family with them, hurriedly clarified. While speaking, he opened the box in his hand, only to be rendered speechless. To his astonishment, it was a pair of earrings, seemingly designed for women, adorned with a small diamond. "Do you like them?" Zhang Qianqin inquired. "I love them. Thank you, Sister Qin." Zhang Hao, suppressing his true feelings, feigned delight and expressed his gratitude. Chapter 030. Women will say anything to deceive men. Indeed, it was a magnificent and precious gift, unmistakably expensive and remarkably beautiful. However, it appeared distinctly feminine. Zhang Hao, even under duress from a butterfly knife, would never wear the previously removed, juvenile ear studs. Yet, this was a valuable gift meticulously prepared by Zhang Qianqin. Even if he chose not to wear it, he ought to appreciate and cherish it. Nevertheless, it posed a dilemma. Receiving such a costly item from Zhang Qianqin left him pondering what he could possibly reciprocate. He was devoid of funds. "That's good. I was merely concerned you might not like it," Zhang Qianqin said with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Was your recent school-related distress due to an overwhelming number of suitors?" "Sort of." Zhang Hao could only respond thus, knowing she would not believe him if he mentioned the tumultuous changes in the world. "What can I say? Who could blame you, with such striking looks? I suspect you must be the campus heartthrob, right? Do you have someone you fancy?" Zhang Qianqin suddenly turned her head while driving, but thankfully turned back almost immediately. Not at the moment. Zhang Hao felt embarrassed discussing this topic with Zhang Qianqin. Diverting the conversation, "My focus is entirely on my studies." That's the right attitude. Falling in love too early can be detrimental. One must remain cautious of women. They will say anything and do anything to deceive men. Zhang Qianqin nodded slightly, offering a word of caution before asking, "But what type do you prefer, dear Hao? The domineering CEO type?" "Certainly not." Zhang Hao's thoughts immediately drifted to the books in his room. His face flushed as he replied, "I prefer gentle and kind-hearted individuals. Those who embody a delicate and demure charm." As he spoke, the image of his former acquaintance, Sister Xiang, surfaced in his mind, her warm smile and petite, bashful demeanor. However, that vision quickly morphed into that of a tall, muscular woman, much to his chagrin. "Oh, so you have such unique tastes, favoring the grandfatherly type." Zhang Qianqin couldn't help but chuckle, her profile captivating and enchanting. She seemed genuinely intrigued by Zhang Hao's romantic life. Pressing further, "Are there no such types at your school?" Zhang Hao, still bewildered by the notion of a grandfatherly type, instinctively shook his head upon hearing her question. With a playful smile, Zhang Qianqin proceeded to ask several more questions. Although Zhang Hao felt embarrassed discussing romantic matters with her, he answered as best he could. After all, Zhang Qianqin was his sister, and it was natural for a sister to be concerned about her brother's love life. Despite his shyness, he felt a warm sense of comfort. This was what having a sister meant, caring deeply for her brother and worrying about him being deceived. Their conversation meandered pleasantly until they arrived at their new home. A mere 10-minute drive away. Zhang Hao had only seen photographs of the place before, but experiencing it in reality was far more impactful. It was a 2-story detached villa, complete with both a front and backyard. Adorned with a plethora of beautiful flowers, warm and inviting, it exuded a quintessential homey feel, far superior to his previous living arrangements. "Qin, please hold on for a moment." Zhang Hao noticed that Zhang Qianqin was about to exit the car, and he hurriedly exclaimed a remark before opening the door and swiftly jogging to her side to assist her. He extended his hand and said, in the spirit of reciprocity, "Allow me to open the door for you this time, Sister Qianqin." Zhang Qianqin stood there momentarily, taken aback, but upon hearing his words, she understood his sudden act of chivalry. A smile blossomed on her face as she unfastened her seatbelt and graciously took Zhang Hao's hand to step out. However, once outside, she playfully remarked, "This feels quite peculiar. It seems as if you're the woman and I am the man." No, that's not it. Sister." You are still a woman, and I am still a man. Zhang Hao instinctively retorted, realizing his response was amiss and promptly correcting himself. Yet, internally, he felt a sense of comfort, for he had indeed opened the door for Zhang Qianqin. Well then, thank you, dear Hao Hao. But I never knew you wished to play the role of a gentleman. How delightful. Zhang Qianqin chuckled at Zhang Hao's earnest reaction, reaching out to affectionately ruffle his hair. How does this home feel to you? It feels wonderful, Zhang Hao replied sincerely, his satisfaction evident. The life of a family of 4 was about to commence, blending their lives into a new household. Zhang Qianqin had already prepared Zhang Hao's room on the 2nd floor, fully equipped with the essentials, merely awaiting his belongings. Zhang Hao was genuinely touched. He felt at a loss for words regarding Zhang Qianqin's kindness. Upon entering the house, he noticed numerous boxes surrounding him. Even in the adjacent room belonging to Zhang Qianqin, which was cluttered with unpacked boxes. Despite her own disarray, she had taken the time to organize his room, leaving Zhang Hao deeply moved. Moreover, she had just gifted him something special. Zhang Hao firmly believed in the principle of reciprocity. If they regarded him as family, he would undoubtedly treat them as genuine kin. As the items from the car were gradually carried into the room, Zhang Qianqin instructed Zhang Hao to organize them himself while she made another trip to carry what she could. Although Zhang Hao wished to assist her, she insisted he work independently. Zhang Hao's room was already pristine, thanks to Zhang Qianqin's efforts. He merely needed to arrange the items brought in. Soon, he finished his task, and with nothing left to do, he ventured into Zhang Qianqin's room, eager to help her tidy up as well. Given that she had organized his space while his remained in disarray, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Upon entering her room, it was evident that it had not been occupied for quite some time, with dust coating every surface and the floor appearing quite unkempt. Zhang Hao's brows furrowed. Cleanliness was a trait he valued highly, both before and after the changes in his life. He grabbed a broom and swept every accessible area, then began to move the boxes, wanting to clean beneath them as well. After struggling to shift 2 boxes, he found himself blushing. The third was immovable. Not only could he not lift it, but even with all his strength, he could barely nudge it an inch. Staring helplessly at the large box before him, Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His strength seemed insufficient. It was filled with books, visible through its partially open lid. First, let us take out some books from the box. Zhang Hao was reluctant to expend all his strength on moving a single box, especially since he still had to organize and clean afterwards. Thus, he decided to open the box and remove a few books. These tomes appeared to be for Qianqin's studies, a collection of various medical texts, many of which focused on cardiology, each one thick and weighty. It was no wonder the box was so heavy, filled to the brim with such volumes. Wait, what is this book? As Zhang Hao carefully extracted the books from the box one by one and set them aside, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a book that was entirely different in style. A comic book, adorned with illustrations of 2 characters on the cover, titled The Fulfillment of Fate. Chapter 031. As someone who has experienced it, one must act as if nothing has transpired. Zhang Hao instinctively opened it and was immediately taken aback. As a typical adolescent male with access to a plethora of adult-oriented materials, Zhang Hao recognized at a glance that this was an explicit book, specifically one with a sibling theme. However, the nature of contemporary explicit literature is rather alarming. In a moment of disagreement, the female protagonist brazenly engaged with her brother. It's nothing unusual. It merely indicates that Qianqin is a typical woman. Such interests among women today seem rather commonplace. Zhang Hao flipped through a few pages only to encounter inappropriate illustrations, prompting him to hastily close the book. As someone who has been through similar experiences, he could empathize with Zhang Qianqin. Given that modern women possess desires akin to those of men before societal changes, it is entirely normal for them to peruse such materials. Zhang Hao acknowledged this and meticulously returned the books to their original order, ensuring they appeared as though untouched before he finally exhaled in relief. As someone who has experienced it, a mature man must behave as if nothing has occurred. He had never laid eyes on that box. The embarrassment of such a discovery is beyond comprehension. If his father were to find the adult films on his computer, Zhang Hao would surely be mortified. Despite his understanding, Zhang Hao found it hard to fathom that a woman as mature and beautiful as Qianqin would indulge in such literature. The idea was almost unfathomable, and the mere existence of such a book led him to wonder if Qianqin often secluded herself in her room to engage in unspeakable acts, especially given the sibling theme. This line of thinking began to spiral, but it was not entirely unnatural. Such themes are often favored in these narratives: relatives, childhood companions, next-door neighbors, doctors, and nurses. Zhang Hao slapped his face with determination and set about tidying other areas to dispel his wandering thoughts, silently reminding himself to forget. It was an intimate secret of another, and he must treat it as if he were oblivious. Otherwise, how awkward would it be in the future? His father and Aunt Zhang Yin arrived ahead of him, and while he was still tidying up, he went to assist in moving items. By the time they had finished, Zhang Qianqin had also arrived. Gazing upon Zhang Qianqin, who radiated charm and confidence, Zhang Hao's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that explicit book. He smacked his forehead, resolutely halting his train of thought. Observing the elegance with which Qianqin carried herself even while moving items, he began to suspect that perhaps the book belonged to someone else, or that Qianqin had merely been curious enough to glance at it. Yet, he pondered, in the world before the changes, what man of Qianqin's age did not have an affinity for such materials? Some even boasted several terabytes of content. In this day and age, it seems perfectly normal for women to engage with these themes. Some might possess hundreds of gigabytes, even terabytes of content. However, it was truly unfathomable to picture a woman as exquisite as Qianqin simultaneously indulging in explicit films while engaging in unspeakable acts with tissues in hand. Would the average man today react with horror and disgust upon discovering a woman watching such materials? Undoubtedly. If he were to confide in Lin alone, the latter would surely exclaim how terrifying and revolting it is, insisting that he steer clear of such a frightening sister. Zhang Hao certainly harbored no such thoughts. On the contrary, he understood the situation quite well. Thus, he continued as if nothing had occurred, assisting in the relocation of items without uttering a word, fearful that Sister Qianqin might discover his awareness of those particular belongings. Upon entering her room and noticing its newfound tidiness, Zhang Qianqin gasped in surprise and inquired of Zhang Hao, How, did you clean my room? I tidied it up a bit, Zhang Hao nodded. Observing Zhang Qianqin's gaze fall upon the box filled with books, affecting a calm demeanor, he pointed to the box and said, I haven't cleaned under that box yet. It's too heavy for me to move. What on earth did you pack in there? Oh, those are my study materials. They are indeed quite heavy, Zhang Qianqin replied. Noticing Zhang Hao's composed expression, she secretly sighed in relief, realizing he had not discovered the truth. If he had seen those items, it would have certainly startled him, and she would have been perceived as a rather peculiar sister, with her worries alleviated. A radiant smile graced Zhang Qianqin's face, one that could rival the beauty of blooming flowers. She affectionately ruffled Zhang Hao's hair and said with a cheerful tone, Thank you, Hao Hao. What would you like to eat? Wait, I'll prepare something delicious for you as a proper thank you. Zhang Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable with Zhang Qianqin calling him Hao Hao and playfully tousling his hair, yet he recognized these gestures as signs of affection. He could not voice his discomfort, so he reluctantly approached the box, saying, I enjoy anything that is fried. Sister Qianqin, please help me move this. It's quite bothersome to leave that area uncleaned. All right, Zhang Qianqin replied promptly, coming over to assist. Zhang Hao was taken aback to see how easily she moved the box with a mere exertion of strength. A profound realization struck him regarding the inequities of the world. The physical disparity between men and women was indeed substantial. Previously, he had been in a dominant position and had not felt this difference. But having now found himself in a subordinate role, he comprehended the extent of this disparity. It was no wonder that men protecting women had been deemed in natural order. Thus, the idea of women protecting men now seemed equally justified to Zhang Hao, who was reluctant to accept this. He resolved to begin a daily exercise regimen once the moving was completed. The physical gap between the sexes was too significant. If he did not strengthen himself further, he might one day encounter someone like Sister May, with her muscular physique, and find himself in dire straits. Whether moving items or cleaning, these tasks required physical effort. Zhang Hao felt fatigued after only a short while, experiencing symptoms akin to anemia, dizziness, weakness in his hands, and a general sense of exhaustion. He pressed on, seeking to use the moving process to enhance his own strength. Hao Hao, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Qianqin had long noticed Zhang Hao pushing himself too hard. When she saw him struggling with a chair and nearly losing his balance, she rushed over to support him. It's nothing. I can manage this. Zhang Hao brushed off her concern, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued toward another box. He recalled the time spent with Lin Yilong at the gym, enduring similar exhaustion, and thus his willpower was quite strong. What a stubborn child you are. Do not forget that you still have me as your sister. You don't have to bear this alone anymore. Zhang Qianqin, noticing that Zhang Hao was still moving items, approached him and effortlessly lifted him up. The unique sensation of a man enveloped her heart with a sudden stir. My goodness! He was lifted so effortlessly. Zhang Hao was taken aback by Zhang Qianqin's actions, and before he could utter a word, she had already placed him onto the neatly made bed, removed his shoes, and tucked him in with a blanket. Sister Qianqin, I really can manage. Zhang Hao initially intended to protest, but upon seeing the absence of a smile on Zhang Qianqin's exquisite face, replaced instead by a stern demeanor, his heart skipped a beat. He instinctively closed his mouth, fearing to provoke her ire. The last thing Zhang Hao wanted was for their newly formed family to struggle in harmony. Rest properly. If you continue like this, your sister will get angry. For the first time, Zhang Qianqin spoke to Zhang Hao with a heavy tone, placing her hand under the covers against his chest. After a moment, she earnestly addressed the slightly dazed Zhang Hao, saying, "Your heart rate is already quite abnormal. You cannot afford to push yourself further. Promise me you will rest well. Do you understand?" Chapter 032. Early to bed. Early to rise for radiant skin, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly placed her hand on my chest. Could my heartbeat remain steady? Zhang Hao, upon hearing Zhang Qianqin's words, felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Yet, such thoughts were best kept to himself. He merely responded with an obedient acknowledgement, striving not to provoke Zhang Qianqin's ire. However, a thought struck him. Was it now permissible for men's chests to be touched indiscriminately? Zhang Hao suddenly recalled something of apparent significance. He remembered researching online that in today's world, one should not touch the opposite gender's chest without consent, particularly a woman touching a man's, which could indeed be classified as sexual harassment. Was the internet misleading? Or had Qianqin, in her concern for him, simply overlooked this? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Hao glanced at Zhang Qianqin, who was calmly organizing her belongings in the corner, and found it unlikely. He was suddenly reminded that Qianqin was a medical student, specializing in cardiology, and her actions might have been instinctive. After all, in the realm of doctor-patient relationships, gender distinctions often blurred. Observing Zhang Qianqin alone in the room, Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He decided to lie down for a brief respite before resuming his assistance. Closing his eyes, he surrendered to slumber, only to be roused by her voice sometime later. "Zhang Hao, it's time for dinner." Awakening to find Zhang Qianqin's exquisite visage gently gazing at him, she apologized for disturbing his rest, mentioning that it was quite late and he would miss dinner if he did not hurry. "Have I really slept for so long?" Zhang Hao exclaimed, springing up to discover that his room was nearly tidied. Feeling slightly dizzy, he sheepishly replied, "I'm sorry, Qianqin, I accidentally overslept and didn't tea help much." "What are you saying? These chores are naturally ours to handle. If anyone knew I let my adorable and handsome younger brother do this work, I would surely be scolded." Zhang Qianqin chuckled, pinching Zhang Hao's nose before turning to prepare the meal. Adorable and handsome younger brother. The moment Zhang Hao heard such descriptors, he felt a pang of internal injury, as if a wave of blood rushed to his throat. Shaking his head in resignation, he glanced at his phone, only to realize it was already 9 p.m. With no time to peruse the numerous messages on QQ and WeChat, he hurried to the bathroom to brush his teeth before heading downstairs. Upon arrival, he discovered that everyone had already finished dining, leaving him as the sole straggler. His father had decided to stay at their new home for the night while enjoying television in the living room with Aunt Zhang Yin. "Dinner is ready, come eat," Zhang Qianqin announced, bringing a dish from the microwave to the table. "I saw you sleeping soundly and thought it best to let you rest a bit longer." "Thank you, Qianqin," Zhang Hao replied, glancing at the 2 bowls of congee and several exquisite dishes laid out before him. "Haven't you eaten yet?" "I have, but I wanted to keep you company for another meal," she smiled, handing him a pair of chopsticks, which touched him deeply. Zhang Hao had just awakened and felt little appetite, eating slowly, while Zhang Qianqin also took her time. Their casual conversation meandered along, and by the time they finished their meal, it was already 10 o'clock. The family was not ready to retire for the night. Instead, they gathered in the living room, engaging in light-hearted chatter. Indeed, they were all living together now, and from this day forward, they could be considered a true family, needing only his father and Aunt Zhang Yin to formalize their union. They seemed disinterested in hosting a grand celebration but had plans for a family trip instead. Time slipped by swiftly as they watched television and conversed. Half an hour passed before Zhang Hao realized it. Despite having just woken up, he felt no inclination to sleep. Yet surprisingly, everyone else decided to head to their rooms, espousing the benefits of an early night for healthy skin, claiming that 10 o'clock was the ideal time for beauty rest. Previously, it had only been the women who cared about such beauty sleep, but now even the men, including his father, were concerned. Thus, apart from Zhang Hao, everyone's opinions aligned unexpectedly, and they all retreated to their rooms. In an attempt to fit in, Zhang Hao pretended to follow suit, but as soon as he closed the door, he secretly began doing push-ups to strengthen his body. However, he could not maintain the effort for long. After managing only 6 push-ups, he collapsed onto the floor, feeling utterly defeated. With a wry smile, he acknowledged his weakness but remained undeterred. As someone who regularly exercised, he understood that persistence would yield improvement, and his push-up count would only increase over time. Yet, he was truly exhausted now. His body, already weary from a day of strenuous activity, ached all over, and he was cramping. Fearing injury, he refrained from overexertion and lay down on his bed, finally allowing himself the time to retrieve his phone. As he opened QQ, he immediately noticed messages from a few friends, Lin Along, Zhao Ying, Huang Yuan, and, surprisingly, a friend request from Min Weihua on WeChat. After some contemplation, he decided to inform Lin Yilong about his encounter with Lu Xian, assuring him that he had easily dealt with the situation, only to remind Lin Yilong to remain cautious on busier routes to and from school. Lin Yilong was evidently asleep, as he received no response. Zhang Hao then pondered whether to reply to Zhao Ying and her friends. Huang Yuan's messages were manageable, but Zhao Ying had bombarded him with over a dozen messages. Finally, noticing his lack of response, she inquired if she had upset him and declared that she wouldn't sleep until he replied. Surely, she was merely jesting. Rubbing his slightly oversized head, Zhang Hao replied, clarifying that she had done nothing wrong and that he was simply preoccupied with the move. As soon as he sent the message, he saw Zhao Ying's immediate response, expressing her eagerness to know more about his moving circumstances, leaving him somewhat speechless. It was apparent she had been waiting. With a quiet sigh, Zhang Hao felt guilty for keeping a young girl in suspense, so he resolved to engage her in conversation. However, just a few exchanges in, Zhao Ying urged him to sleep early and avoid staying up late, citing the detrimental effects of such habits. Zhang Hao silently wished her good night, then turned to his phone to browse quirky news articles, continuing to indulge in his phone for half an hour before finally retiring to bed. The following morning, Zhang Hao woke early, feeling quite unaccustomed to the entirely new environment. Fearing that his early rising might disturb others, he refrained from leaving his room and instead opened his computer to search for suitable gifts for women. He was determined to reciprocate the gift given by Zhang Qianqin and felt an obligation to present something to Aunt Zhang Yan, even though she had not gifted him anything. Nonetheless, he pondered whether Sister Qianqin had given a present to his father. As Zhang Hao opened his meager wallet, he counted and discovered that he possessed a mere 500 yuan, the entirety of his savings, diligently accumulated through frugality. Chapter 033. Aren't men always slow? Zhang Hao opened the diamond-studded earring beside him, revealing a wry smile. He felt utterly impoverished and was embarrassed to consider giving anything to Sister Qianqin. Should he borrow some money from his father? No, the sentiment should be of utmost importance. He could always bestow precious gifts once he is financially secure. Zhang Hao promptly searched online for appropriate gifts for female friends, and a plethora of options emerged: clothing, handbags, video games, gaming skins, Gundam models, and even plush pillows of male idols. The more he browsed, the more exasperated he became. It seemed that anything could be gifted to women. They appeared to appreciate both feminine and masculine items alike. Yet, despite knowing the vast possibilities, his financial constraints left him in a quandary. 500 yuan had to be split in half, leaving him with only 250 yuan for inexpensive gifts. And he still needed to set aside some funds for the gym. It was indeed a conundrum. Sister Qianqin seemed to have a fondness for sweater dresses, but with such limited funds, it was unlikely he could procure anything of quality. Zhang Hao scratched his head in distress, contemplating a shopping excursion with Lin Along this weekend, during which he could also acquire a gym membership. As for whether Lin Along would also get a gym membership, Zhang Hao resolved not to pressure him any further. Having reconciled his thoughts, Zhang Hao recalled some memories from the previous night, gaining a deeper understanding of this world, and he was compelled to face reality. The world showed no signs of reverting to its former state. If it remained as it was, muscular men who focused solely on fitness would not be in demand. If he continued to influence Lin Along according to the progression of his previous world, it would only bring harm to him. Thus, Zhang Hao vowed not to impose his worldview upon Lin Along anymore. As for himself, his inner essence remained unchanged, regardless of the world's circumstances. His true self would not waver. Zhang Hao then attempted to search for how men exercise, curious about the training methods of the seemingly frail men of this era. He quickly encountered various articles on how men maintain a graceful physique, sculpt attractive abs, achieve aesthetically pleasing V-cut lines, and develop firm buttocks. Zhang Hao was left in utter disbelief, and upon searching for women-esque training methods, he discovered that women, indeed, seemed more tenacious. With references to the daunting method of achieving ripped abs, many women aspired to cultivate their abdominal muscles. However, one aspect remained unchanged, regardless of gender. The primary motivation for fitness was to enhance appearance and attract potential partners. Zhang Hao initially embraced this mindset when he began exercising. Who wouldn't he want to look slim in clothes and fit when undressed? Yet now, an additional reason emerged: to strengthen his physique, transforming his frail body, one that could barely manage a few push-ups, into a robust one. Otherwise, he feared that he might one day be unable to satisfy a girlfriend. Zhang Hao could hardly contain his desire to exercise, but he was reluctant to do so on an empty stomach, as physical activity requires energy, and working out without nourishment is detrimental to health. Thus, he suppressed his urge. continuing to search for suitable gifts for Zhang Qianqin until he heard a commotion outside the door. He promptly shut down his computer and engaged in a brief conversation with the already awake Lin Along via his phone, agreeing to meet the following day before stepping out of his room. As Zhang Hao emerged, he caught sight of the radiant and striking Zhang Qianqin stepping out of the restroom. She appeared refreshed, her face washed, exuding vitality. Clad in simple loungewear, she still carried an alluring charm due to her captivating figure. "Good morning, Hao." Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Zhang Qianqin beamed with a brilliant smile and inquired, "Did you sleep well?" "Not bad. How about you, Qianqin? Are you settling in all right?" Zhang Hao nodded, reciprocating her question, as Zhang Qianqin had also recently moved in. "Very well," she replied, her nod indicating satisfaction, and her lively demeanor suggested she had indeed rested well. "You should wash up first. I'll go buy some ingredients to prepare breakfast. Is there anything you particularly fancy?" "Anything is fine. I'm not fussy about food. But could you wait for me for 3 minutes? I'd like to accompany you to the market," Zhang Hao asked. 3 minutes? Zhang Qianqin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning, "Aren't you going to freshen up?" "Of course I will. Just wait a moment," Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly, stepping into the restroom. He emerged just a few minutes later, addressing Zhang Qianqin. "I'm ready now. Let us go, Qianqin." Zhang Qianqin was genuinely astonished, staring at Zhang Hao, who appeared significantly more spirited than before, and asked in disbelief, You're all set." "Indeed, is that so surprising?" Zhang Hao responded instinctively, only to realize the peculiarity of such a situation. In today's world, men typically spend considerable time preparing before stepping out. He endeavored to dismiss such thoughts and said, "Let us go, Qianqin." It amused him to see Qianqin, who often wore a confident smile, display such a bewildered expression. How strange, don't men usually take a long time? We women often require that much time. Don't men take at least as long? Zhang Qianqin pondered, feeling that something was amiss. From her understanding, men typically needed ample time to groom themselves, as her friends often complained about waiting for their partners, who would say they would be a moment but would take ages. She had prepared herself to wait an hour. Suddenly realizing that Zhang Hao might not want her to wait too long, she felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly remarked, Hao, you don't need to rush. I can wait. I know you still have to choose clothes and style your hair. I'm already set. This outfit will do." Zhang Hao pointed to his hair, which he had merely dampened with water, offering a wry smile. He truly was ready, having used the restroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and styled his hair. Zhang Qianqin glanced over and indeed noticed he looked much neater than before. After a thorough appraisal, she conceded that he appeared presentable and headed downstairs, exclaiming, "You really are as quick as a flash. I thought men took ages to get ready each time." "It probably varies from person to person," Zhang Hao replied, uncertain of what to say, reflecting on how he used to take a long time himself, meticulously selecting his attire, even down to the choice of socks. "Still, I think you were too fast. Look, your hair isn't even styled properly." Zhang Qianqin couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Hao's speed in getting ready was rather unusual. Approaching him from behind, she gently straightened the hair at the back of his head. Zhang Hao touched his nose, reasoning that he would not squander too much time on his appearance. After all, a day does not encompass 48 hours. And taking an inordinate amount of time to step out was simply an affront to time itself. With their father still asleep, Zhang Hao followed Zhang Qianqin out the door ahead of him. As they reached the car, an awkward moment ensued. Both Zhang Hao and Zhang Qianqin found themselves wanting to open the door for the other. "Why won't you just let me open the door for you?" Zhang Qianqin inquired, her expression reflecting her confusion as she regarded Zhang Hao, who stood beside the driver's seat. Alarmed at the thought of being misunderstood by his sister, Zhang Hao felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly clarified, "It is the duty of a younger brother to open the door for his elder sister." Chapter 034. Is this the only way to satisfy such a man? Have you ever read any underworld novels? Even so, it's merely the little sister opening the door for the big sister. Zhang Qianqin was momentarily speechless upon hearing these words, but soon a mischievous smile appeared on her face. The younger sister is merely the big sister's follower. It is quite normal for her to open the door, and as for the younger brother. Zhang Qianqin deliberately paused for effect, suddenly wrapping her arms tightly around Zhang Hao's waist, gazing intently into his eyes as she continued, "The big sister's plaything." This. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he met Zhang Qianqin's aggressive gaze. She was holding him so tightly that their soft bodies pressed closely together. Even her cotton candy-like softness was making contact. Zhang Hao then realized a troubling fact. His body's sensitivity was off the charts, and the exposed skin of his arms, clad in short sleeves, felt as if it were melting upon contact with her softness. How intoxicating! How delightfully soft! Due to the heightened sensitivity, Zhang Hao's sense of touch became acutely pronounced. It felt as if his hands might dissolve. His heart raced, and he thought, this is unbearable. Just teasing you, look at how startled you are. Zhang Qianqi noticed Zhang Hao's body had relaxed and, thinking he might be paralyzed with fear, quickly added. Yet her grip remained firm as she led him to the passenger seat, opening the door for him and saying, but you, as a man, don't expect to act like a lady, do you? So, be a good boy and get in. Zhang Hao, still preoccupied with the lingering sensation of softness, managed an awkward smile and reluctantly took his seat. He watched as Zhang Qianqin leaned in to fasten his seatbelt, and with a stiff posture, he remarked, Sister Qianqin, let's not be so courteous anymore. We are truly family now, so we can be more casual. Since neither of them wished for the other to open the door, it would be best if they simply took turns in the future to avoid any disputes. All right, if you prefer not to have your sister open the door for you. Zhang Qianqin, with a resigned pat on Zhang Hao's head and a tender gaze, closed the door. It was evident that Zhang Qianqin had thoroughly investigated the surroundings. As she skillfully navigated while introducing Zhang Hao to various places of interest nearby, and he silently took note. Before long, they arrived at a relatively large supermarket. This time, there was no rush to open the door for one another. They exited their vehicles and walked together towards the supermarket. With their striking appearances, it was no surprise that they quickly garnered the attention of everyone around them. Sister Qianqin, what do you wish to buy? Zhang Hao initially intended to inquire about Zhang Qianqin's shopping list, but upon noticing a crowd staring in their direction, his words shifted, and he chuckled, Sister Qianqin, your charm is truly remarkable. Isn't it your charm? Everyone is looking at you. Zhang Qianqin rolled her eyes at this remark. Yet her face remained adorned with an unwavering smile of confidence, undisturbed by the gazes of others, as she walked leisurely into the supermarket. Beautiful, confident, and formidable. Such a flawless woman as Zhang Hao would naturally believe that all eyes are upon her. However, with this reminder, it indeed seemed that a majority were fixated on her. He acutely sensed an array of gazes directed towards him. Well, are those two celebrities? What a perfect match. Oh, that face, those hands, those legs. That woman must experience pure ecstasy every night. Keep it down. That woman is incredibly fierce as well. This must be a fantasy, right? It takes someone of such stature to satisfy such a perfect man. Zhang Hao and his companion were simply radiant, captivating everyone, regardless of gender. Despite having encountered such attention numerous times, Zhang Hao remained unaccustomed to the intensity of the stares, particularly when accompanied by strange remarks. It was utterly intolerable. They were brazenly commenting on Sister Qin's bosom, showing a complete lack of respect. Zhang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Sister Qin was his sister, not just anyone. This situation was unacceptable, and he felt compelled to admonish those individuals, but Zhang Qianqin spoke up before he could. Hey, please do not stare at my boyfriend like that. Zhang Qianqin suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao's waist, clearly displeased as she addressed the encroaching onlookers. What the heck? Are women not allowed to be protectors of flowers in this world? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively thinking that he should have been the one to say such a thing. He understood that Zhang Qianqin's intention was to shoo away these pests. Yet he too wished to voice his displeasure, only to have it snatched from him by Sister Qin. The crowd genuinely recoiled at her outburst. And Zhang Qianqin smiled in satisfaction, tightening her grip around Zhang Hao, gently assuring him, don't worry, sister will protect you. For now, let us play the roles of a couple. Me. You all go ahead. Let me be the protector of flowers just this once. Zhang Hao watched as everyone truly backed away, feeling vexed. He missed his chance to be the protector, instead relegated to the role of a mere flower. It was far too embarrassing. Although he recognized that this might be commonplace here, he found it difficult to accept. If he could embrace it comfortably, he might eventually become a target, like that adorable Lin Yilong. Thus, in future occurrences, he mustn't hesitate even for a moment. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words, while Zhang Qianqin perceived his silence as a sign of deep emotion. He could not bear to linger in the supermarket any longer. After purchasing the ingredients for their meal, he eagerly departed. As they approached the car, Zhang Qianqin released her hold on him, leaving him with an empty sensation in his arm, as if something essential were missing. Zhang Qianqin instinctively reached to open the car door for Zhang Hao, but upon noticing him hurriedly doing it himself, she helplessly remarked, next time, please do not come to the supermarket alone. Are there any other supermarkets nearby? Zhang Hao nodded in inquiry, recalling how a staff member had just surreptitiously taken his photo. And even the store manager had been leering at him. The quality of service in this establishment was truly lacking. Zhang Qianqin took her place in the driver's seat, shook her head, and said with a hint of resignation, it's not that I doubt the establishment. Rather, I am concerned for your safety when venturing out alone. This concern remains unchanged regardless of location. This is the allure of handsome men. Thus, it is imperative that you accompany a companion. Otherwise, You will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous women, or worse, be targeted by unsavory characters. Is it really that exaggerated? Why have I never perceived the world as such a perilous place before? Zhang Hao was taken aback by Zhang Qianqin's concern. However, to worry about danger even when visiting a supermarket seemed rather excessive. Observing that Zhang Hao appeared oblivious to his own charm and still possessed a certain naivety, Zhang Qianqin's expression turned serious as she gazed intently at him. It is not an exaggeration in the least. Are you not aware of the saying, a tall tree catches the wind? You are no longer a child. You have blossomed into someone strikingly attractive, capable of capturing the attention of all women. If you are alone, do you not think you would be approached by a crowd? How would you extricate yourself from a situation with an aggressive individual? Zhang Hao opened his mouth to retort, yet upon reflection, he realized that Zhang Qianqin's assertions were not without merit. He often found himself being approached by strangers, and encounters with predatory individuals were not isolated incidents. Suddenly at a loss for words, he could only respond, Sister Qianqin, please do not worry, I am quite strong. In comparison to women, I am not so formidable. He added, can you lift my hand? Zhang Qianqin casually extended her fair left hand before Zhang Hao. Chapter 035, I assure you, you will never touch my chest. The delicate hands appeared to lack any significant strength, yet Zhang Hao was acutely aware of the power contained within that arm. It was certainly beyond the capability of his currently frail physique to easily contend with. Zhang Hao recognized that his lack of strength was a shortcoming, particularly since he had yet to commence any training. Thus, he refrained from foolishly challenging her in a display of brute force. However, he prided himself on his remarkable reflexes, which he believed surpassed the ordinary, reaching an extraordinary level. He stated earnestly, Sister Qianqin, I have not begun to train yet and am lacking in strength, but my reflexes are exceptionally strong. If you doubt me, try to hit me. If you succeed, I will concede. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly hit you? Zhang Qianqin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him, before playfully tousling his hair and starting the car. Then let us test your reflexes. I assure you, you will never touch my chest. Zhang Hao could only respond in this manner. Are you certain? Zhang Qianqin turned the key to shut off the engine, glancing at Zhang Hao with earnestness. Absolutely, he replied with a slight smile, confidence radiating from him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to block Zhang Qianqin's sudden advance. Upon realizing her attack had been successfully thwarted, Zhang Qianqin gasped in surprise. However, a spark of determination ignited in her eyes as she swiftly extended her other hand, aiming directly at Zhang Hao's chest. Zhang Hao had already anticipated her move and reacted almost instantaneously, but to his astonishment, this was merely a feint. The hand she had previously been caught with broke free at lightning speed, launching another attempt. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He blocked it once more. Blocked again. Zhang Qianqin stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief, genuinely astonished that he had managed to deflect her attempts. Sister Qianqin, I am quite formidable. As long as I do not wish for it, no one can come near me. Zhang Hao observed the astonished expression on Qianqin's flawless face and couldn't help but smile with pride. You should not underestimate women. It appears I must take this seriously. Zhang Qianqin withdrew her hands, puffing out her chest, a unique confident smile gracing her features as she prepared to engage seriously. However, the thought of attempting to assault her younger brother's chest felt rather peculiar, causing her confidence to wane slightly. She touched her nose and said cautiously, well, sister is going to make a move, but do not think of me as some lecherous creature. Of course not. Zhang Hao interjected before she could finish. Speaking earnestly, sister, bring it on. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Very well. Zhang Qianqin's gaze sharpened as she launched her attack, evidently exerting all her strength. Her speed significantly greater than before. Yet, once again, Zhang Hao managed to block her. Undeterred by her astonishment, she immediately reached out with her other hand, adopting an exceptionally cunning angle and employing a feint, but still, he thwarted her effort. How is this possible? Zhang Qianqin felt compelled to express her shock. Once or twice might have been acceptable, but he had managed to block her every attempt. At such close proximity, and with her speed being so rapid, coupled with her feints, it should not have been so easily countered. Zhang Qianqin, in disbelief, commenced a frenzied assault, employing an array of feints and intricate maneuvers, all aimed at striking Zhang Hao's chest. Yet, without exception, each attempt was deftly thwarted by him. After a dozen attempts, Zhang Qianqin was utterly astounded, her mouth agape in astonishment. What extraordinary reflexes! What incredible speed! It was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Sister Qianqin, do you now believe? You need not worry about me. I am quite formidable, Zhang Hao reflected, relishing the accomplishment of flawlessly countering Zhang Qianqin's advances. Although his strength had waned compared to before, his reflexes had astonishingly ballooned, surpassing those of an average person. Remarkable. You managed to fend off all of my sister's assaults. However, your strength still falls short. If I truly wished to strike your chest, you would be unable to defend against it, just like this." Zhang Qianqin genuinely praised Zhang Hao. Yet when she was once again thwarted, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she forcibly pressed forward, effortlessly landing a strike on his chest through sheer brute force. This left Zhang Hao feeling somewhat helpless, as his lack of strength had become a glaring weakness, and the impact caused his body to involuntarily shudder, sending goosebumps cascading across his skin. Therefore, do not be overly confident. Women are far stronger than you might imagine, and you must remain cautious, Zhang Qianqin advised hastily. Retracting her hand upon noticing the change in Zhang Hao's expression, she then resumed driving, maneuvering the vehicle with the skill of a seasoned driver, swiftly departing. However, how have you developed such remarkable reflexes? It seems that if you were to become a football goalkeeper, no one would score against you, Zhang Qianqin exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment. Of course, you should not actually pursue football, that is primarily a sport for women. Although there exist male football leagues, the mainstream remains dominated by female players, and she certainly did not wish for Zhang Hao to become a football player. Perhaps it is a gift, Zhang Hao mused, perplexed as to why he had suddenly acquired such extraordinary reflexes, yet wholeheartedly agreeing with Zhang Qianqin's assessment, not just as a goalkeeper. If I were to train in martial arts or boxing, I would undoubtedly excel. He envisioned that once he honed his strength and speed, coupled with his inhuman reflexes, there would be no one capable of besting him. It felt as though he could perceive everyone's movements, just as he had moments ago. Upon returning home, Zhang Hao discovered that his father and Aunt Zhang Yin had already awakened, albeit just recently, as they were still engaged in their morning routines. He and Zhang Qianqin proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and Zhang Hao, feeling it inappropriate to let Zhang Qianqin toil alone, assisted in crafting a simple meal. After everyone had eaten, they resumed the bustling preparations for the move, as the moving company was expected to arrive shortly. If all went according to plan, everything would be relocated today. Initially, they intended for Zhang Hao to refrain from participating in the move, suggesting that, as a young man, he should not engage in too much heavy labor, especially since he had already done quite a bit the previous day. Zhang Hao could not abide such sentiments, making it all the more impossible for him to remain idle. He was determined to transport more items today, hoping to build his arm strength. However, in the end, he was unable to achieve his goal. After only a bit of heavy lifting, he merely appeared slightly fatigued, and it was as though the sky had fallen. Everyone rushed to prevent him from continuing, with Zhang Qianqin even carrying him back to bed. Zhang Hao never anticipated that there would come a day when, in his desire to assist, his family would insist he remain a mere idle bystander, comfortably reclining without a care in the world. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for their concern, yet simultaneously a deep frustration, as they treated him like a canary, coddling him in a manner befitting a delicate woman. How could he possibly endure such treatment? Yet, with two elders present, Zhang Hao refrained from confronting the matter head-on, choosing instead to retreat quietly to his room, transforming his indignation into motivation for vigorous physical exercise. He engaged in sit-ups and push-ups, embracing every simple indoor workout he could manage. Although he could only perform a few repetitions of each, he found joy in the endeavor, ultimately exhausting himself to the point of being unable to rise, yet experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction. Zhang Hao was careful not to overexert himself. Upon reaching a certain level of fatigue, he would promptly take a break. He then turned on his computer, casually downloading the game League of Legends, and arranged with Lin Yilong to go gift shopping together the following day. With the moving tasks set to be completed today, and everyone insisting he refrain from lending a hand, he found himself with plenty of leisure time. Chapter 036. I beg you, please do not bring boys to ranked matches anymore. Unbeknownst to him, the game League of Legends had been downloaded, and Zhang Hao was quite curious about its nature. He casually logged in using the account gifted by Xiaoying, who had also provided Lin Yilong with an account. Xiaoying mentioned that she possessed numerous secondary accounts, and Zhang Hao did not hesitate to accept her generosity. However, to his dismay, upon logging in, he encountered an infuriating message from a friend of this account, named Give Mid Lane and Get Lost, who had sent him several offline messages. Xiaoying, please do not bring boys to ranked matches again. It's utterly disastrous. Especially that Lin Yilong. He cannot play at all. He is barely better than a super minion. How could you possibly take him into ranked matches? We wasted an entire day. I beg you, do not bring boys to ranked matches anymore. Let us duo queue properly and swiftly climb to diamond before the season ends. Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure reading these messages. Not only criticizing Lin Yilong but all boys as well. Who did this person think they were? Truly impressive. Curious. Zhang Hao clicked on her profile and examined her match history. Although she had lost many matches, she consistently performed exceptionally, with all her games being ranked. residing in Platinum 2. Upon reviewing the details of those matches, he quickly found Lin Yilong's performance. He had previously informed Zhang Hao that the game ID Zhao gifted him was basketball expert, with a KDA of 0.13-0, truly pitiful. It was a disgrace to all men. He couldn't even secure an assist. Zhang Hao began to suspect whether he was intentionally feeding the enemy. Was it possible that boys today were this inept at gaming? Nevertheless, even such performance did not warrant disdain. What did it mean to say not to bring boys to ranked matches? Was there such contempt? The more Zhang Hao pondered, the more dissatisfied he became. He promptly began to delve into League of Legends, preparing to demonstrate to those women who looked down on boys' gaming skills just how remarkable boys could be. He was eager to test his own gaming prowess with his current reflexes. Instead of diving straight into the game, he first perused the game materials. After some research, he discovered similarities to the previous LOL. Many champions, although visually different, possessed comparable skills, and the equipment bore resemblance as well. Glancing at the time, Zhang Hao decided against playing. His mood was not conducive to gaming. As the day slipped away, Zhang Hao bid farewell to his former home. He had moved all useful belongings, and the house would be rented out by his father. He did not offer much assistance, merely sweeping the floors and preparing a meal. Earning praises from Aunt Zhang Yin for being a considerate and virtuous young man. The following day, Zhang Hao enjoyed a decent rest, sleeping at 11 and rising at 8. After breakfast with everyone, they departed for their respective destinations. His father went to work, Zhang Qianqin to university, and he had made plans with Lin Yilong. However, upon learning of his outing, Zhang Qianqin insisted on accompanying him. After considering that the drive wouldn't take long, Zhang Hao agreed, as it was merely near his school and would ease her concerns. Are you meeting some female friends? Zhang Qianqin inquired as she closed the car door. Of course not. It's just a male friend, he replied. Zhang Hao instinctively responded while gazing at Zhang Qianqin, who was clad in a light blue sweater dress. Curiously, he inquired, Sister Qianqin, do you have a fondness for sweater dresses? Today, she had a belt cinched at her waist, exuding a truly fashionable allure. I quite like them. They are comfortable to wear. Other clothing feels too constricting for me, Zhang Qianqin replied with a slight nod. Too constricting? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. But a glance at Zhang Qianqin's noticeable curves quickly enlightened him. The elasticity of sweater dresses indeed made them suitable for her. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qianqin favored sweater dresses for such a reason and found himself at a loss for words. He then asked, Does Sister Qianqin have any other preferences? What? Are you planning to gift your sister something? Zhang Qianqin astutely discerned Zhang Hao's intentions, her face lighting up with a smile. Feeling a bit sheepish, Zhang Hao scratched his head, not wishing to fabricate a story. He nodded. Yes, it's a gift to celebrate our becoming family. Concerned that Zhang Qianqin might decline his courtesy, he hastily added, yet to his surprise, she did not dismiss his gesture. Instead, with a look of anticipation, she said, As long as it's from Hao Hao, I will cherish it. I eagerly await your gift. While her response was touching, it was not quite what Zhang Hao had hoped for, leaving him to ponder what to bestow upon Zhang Qianqin. However, he refrained from further inquiries. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at the designated meeting spot with Lin alone. He had not expected Zhang Qianqin to drive him, so he arrived a tad early. Here you go. Before Zhang Hao could exit the vehicle, Zhang Qianqin produced a stack of cash from her wallet and handed it to him. This is your pocket money from your sister. Sister Qianqin, I don't need it. I have my own allowance, Zhang Hao replied, having glanced at the several hundred yuan and hurriedly shaking his head in refusal. Take it. From now on, your sister will give you pocket money every week to prevent you from being swindled by your peers into treating them to meals. Zhang Qianqin insisted, disregarding his objections and firmly placing the money in his hand. Zhang Hao was momentarily speechless. Once was one thing, but to receive it weekly? He could hardly accept such generosity, attempting to return the money with a wry smile. Sister Qianqin, my dad gives me pocket money too, and you're still a student. Right? The allowance from your sister is different from that of your father. If you truly regard me as your sister, you should graciously accept it, Zhang Qianqin clarified. Refusing to take back the money, Zhang Hao, caught in a dilemma, felt torn between acceptance and rejection, genuinely viewing Zhang Qianqin as an elder sister. You still see me as an outsider, don't you? But then again, Zhang Qianqin's expression darkened, her voice tinged with sadness. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Hao quickly capitulated, accepting the money. Sister Qianqin, I truly do consider you my sister. All right, I'll accept it. Thank you so much for your kindness. You should hurry to school now. Don't worry about me. With that, Zhang Hao hastily exited the vehicle. Knowing that Sister Qianqin must be in a rush to get to school. Should you need anything, feel free to give me a call. With that, Zhang Qianqin revealed a smile, waved goodbye, and drove off. However, she did not venture far. Instead, she parked nearby and waited until she observed a man approach Zhang Hao, engaging in cheerful conversation before departing together. Here you go. This is my homemade anti-donkey spray, an ultra-spicy, enhanced version. Lin Yilong suddenly produced a small bottle and handed it to Zhang Hao, saying, next time you encounter any peculiar individuals, as a man, refrain from engaging in any physical altercations. Simply spray this on them. Keep it for yourself. You are in greater need of it than I am. Zhang Hao responded with exasperation, isn't this merely a form of self-defense spray? How could a man use such a thing on a woman? It feels utterly inappropriate. I have my own, and honestly, someone as radiant as you deserves it even more than I do, Lin Yilong remarked, retrieving another bottle from his charmingly petite backpack for Zhang Hao to see. Chapter 037. I do not wish to sell myself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yilong's kind gesture. It was evident that Lin had gone out of his way to prepare it, likely due to the anxiety stemming from the previous day's events. This small vial might indeed prove useful, especially if confronted by a group of muscular women. He felt uncertain about his ability to extricate himself from such a situation. Noticing Zhang Hao casually stow the vial into his pocket, Lin Yilong inquired, by the way, where's your little bear bag? It burned, Zhang Hao instinctively replied, only to see Lin's expression shift to one of perplexity. He quickly corrected himself. I meant to say it broke. Oh, what a pity. That bag was so adorable. I suppose we must buy another one today. Lin Yilong lamented upon hearing of the bag's demise. No, that's unnecessary. A pocket suffices for me. Lugging around a bag is quite bothersome, Zhang Hao insisted, shaking his head vigorously. He had no desire to join the throngs of men strolling hand in hand, each adorned with charming bags. The sight was rather painful for him. Zhang Hao headed towards the gym, meandering through various shops along the way, hoping to find an appropriate gift. He also asked Lin Yilong if he wished to join him for a workout. Without a second thought, Lin eagerly expressed his desire to attain a physique akin to that of internet celebrities, complete with abs, muscular arms, and a pert posterior. Thus, Zhang Hao felt justified in bringing him along to exercise. However, Lin Yilong had undergone a remarkable transformation, embracing the shopping experience with the exuberance of a young girl. He flitted from one display to another, showcasing boundless energy and an insatiable curiosity, indulging in a spree of purchases. Do you have that much pocket money? Zhang Hao queried, observing the considerable haul Lin had amassed. Indeed, I just received my manuscript payment, 700 yuan. Lin Yilong replied with pride. Manuscript payment? Oh, that, Zhang Hao said, momentarily taken aback. Yet, memories from his dream resurfaced, reminding him of their shared obsession with domineering CEO narratives in this altered world, which had led him to attempt writing himself. Exhausted and disheartened by the lack of readership for his subpar work, he had ultimately abandoned the endeavor. In contrast, Lin Yilong persevered, securing a contract. While his achievements were modest, he earned a basic monthly salary of 600 yuan simply by maintaining a commitment to produce 4,000 words daily. Hee, are you envious? This is what you get for not writing before, Lin Yilong teased, a hint of pride in his voice. However, he quickly added, but you are right. With your turtle-like typing speed, it takes you 6 hours to compose 4,000 words. Spending 6 hours for just 600 yuan a month is truly a loss. You could easily post a picture online and solicit red envelopes for more than that. Indeed, it was a wise decision for me to give up. Zhang Hao reminisced about the novel he had once penned, feeling a profound sense of relief that he had abandoned it in time. It was something along the lines of the overbearing CEO falls in love with me. The plot revolved around a male protagonist who, due to his parents' debts, was compelled to sell himself and subsequently fell into the hands of a beautiful, wealthy, and innocent female CEO. He was daily coerced into donning various outfits, servant attire, nurse uniforms, and teacher's clothes, subjected to all manner of whims. Zhang Hao dared not contemplate further. It was undeniably a significant blemish on his life. He could hardly fathom how he had come to craft such a dreadful narrative. Lin Yilong's work was not dissimilar, depicting a plain-looking high school boy from a poor family who, blessed with the protagonist's halo, caught the eye of a stunning, affluent, and innocent female CEO. She deemed him extraordinary and insisted on marrying him, resulting in relentless entanglements, frequent forceful kisses, and unsolicited embraces. It was a quintessential Mary Sue narrative. Nevertheless, it was commendable that Lin Yilong could earn a living through his own abilities. Earning such an amount in a month was already quite remarkable for them. Yet, the thought of Lin Yilong's financial independence made Zhang Hao envious. He still relied on his family for pocket money, and his sister Qin had mentioned that she would provide him with some weekly. Zhang Hao felt genuinely embarrassed to ask for it. If he were capable of earning his own income, she would likely cease her generosity. You wish to earn money? It's simple enough. Just sell a bit of meat. become a streamer, or shoot some short videos. Earning tens of thousands a month is not merely a dream. You might even be discovered by a talent scout and become a star, Lin Yilong jested, half seriously, observing the expression on Zhang Hao's face. I have no desire to sell meat or become a star. I do not wish to live a life where I must wear a hat when I step outside. With my private life laid bare for all to see, Zhang Hao was adamant about not wanting to be a public figure. He aspired to earn a living through his own merits rather than relying on his appearance. After browsing a few more shops, Zhang Hao found a fitting gift for Aunt Zhang Yan, a pair of matching bracelets. They were not particularly expensive and bore a touch of childlike charm. Yet he purchased them with genuine hope that his father and Aunt Zhang Yan would share a harmonious relationship. As for the gift for Zhang Qianqin, he had yet to find something suitable and continued his leisurely stroll through the mall. Unbeknownst to him, their group had caught the attention of others. Lu Feng, meticulously dressed, was out shopping with a few close friends when he spotted Zhang Hao, and his good mood swiftly soured. Within moments, he noticed a girl attempting to strike up a conversation with Zhang Hao, further aggravating his mood. Jealously, he remarked to his friends, "That one is the most handsome guy in our school. Just look at how arrogant he is, shooing away that girl." Indeed, Zhang Hao was quite handsome. Lu Feng's friends, following his gaze, quickly discerned whom he referred to. Being from a different school, they did not know Zhang Hao. But one of them noticed Lu Feng's evident disdain and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you have a grudge against him?" "Not exactly. It's just that he struts around as if he is something special every day, and his pretentiousness really irks me." Lu Feng shook his head, speaking with a tone laced with jealousy. "You have no idea how many admirers he has at school, and he always plays hard to get entangled with a myriad of women. Ugh, such men are utterly repulsive. It seems that those who are handsome are particularly troublesome." The round-faced man with thick eyebrows beside him expressed his disdain with a scoff. "I too detest such individuals." A lean young man nodded in agreement. Noticing Lu Feng's strong aversion towards Zhang Hao, and proactively suggested, Feng, just watch. If he annoys you, I will confront him." Recently, Lu Feng had been living lavishly due to being financially supported, generously treating others, and buying small gifts, which led everyone to curry favor with him. Naturally, anyone who displeased him would face consequences, and who knows, he might reward them later when in a good mood. Moreover, the group already harbored a general disdain for someone as strikingly handsome as Zhang Hao. "I'm going too. Let us go, Su Qi. Find a way to make him cry." The round-faced Peng Jiaoping also desired to impress Lu Feng and, addressing Su Qi, intended to approach Zhang Hao. Lu Feng quickly reached out to stop him, suggesting instead, "Let us find a secluded spot. Otherwise, someone will surely rush in to rescue him." He suddenly contemplated capturing an embarrassing photo of Zhang Hao to share online, allowing everyone to witness his disgraceful state. Chapter 038, Teaching a Lesson to You Two Softies for 3.5 billion men. Having found what he sought, Zhang Hao swiftly spotted an appealing decorative belt in a clothing store. He glanced at the adjacent sign and was taken aback by the steep price, 550 yuan for a mere belt. It was labeled as a Karslava women's belt, adorned with a rose camellia buckle, a fashionable piece embedded with diamonds, crafted from top-grade red leather. Good grief! How can a decorative belt be so exorbitant? Lin Yilong gasped at the price, which equated to his entire month's hard-earned full attendance bonus. With a mischievous grin, he inquired, "Why are you gifting your sister such a lavish item? Do you harbor some unspeakable secret? The one you gave your father was barely over 300 yuan. I thought that was too cheap. Sister Qianqin seems to have given me genuine diamond earrings, and she just handed me 500 yuan as pocket money. Can I not splurge a little?" Zhang Hao replied with a wry smile. "Well, she must be exceptionally kind to you. Genuine diamond earrings. How many carats? Show me." Lin Yilong was astounded, firing off multiple questions at once. "I have no idea. I didn't bring them home." "I'll show you next time," Zhang Hao shrugged, heading to the counter to pay for the belt. With just 2 gifts, he was already on the brink of financial ruin, but thankfully, he had completed his shopping for the day. Next, Zhang Hao planned to have lunch before heading to the gym. However, before that, he desired a trip to the restroom. He and Lin Yilong entered the men's restroom in the mall, and after a long wait, Lu Feng and others felt a surge of joy and followed suit. Though Lu Feng chose to remain outside, he was keen to avoid Zhang Hao's potential torment, fully aware of Zhang Hao's charm. If he were to speak out, a horde of women, possibly including Zhao Ying, would undoubtedly seek him out. Naturally, he preferred to stay out of the spotlight, allowing him to deny any connection should unforeseen circumstances arise. It is worth noting that the men's restroom now featured no public urinals, only a series of private stalls. After finishing his business, Zhang Hao washed his hands casually, while Lin alone lingered at the mirror, meticulously styling his hair with gel, even offering some to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, speechless, declined the offer, bemused that Lin alone carried gel for touch-ups at all times. It seemed he was straying further from the path of masculinity. Observing his lengthy hair in the mirror, Zhang Hao contemplated whether he could find time for a haircut later. Just as he noticed Lin Yilong was ready to leave, two other individuals unexpectedly approached. One slender young man, not bothering to dodge, hurried towards him. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and quickly stepped aside, narrowly avoiding a collision. It appeared the other party had intended to charge right into him, his shoulder angled towards Zhang Hao. Hey? Su Qi was taken aback. Utterly unprepared for this turn of events, he had anticipated a chance to create an accident, prompting an apology from Zhang Hao, but to his astonishment, he was evaded. What was he to say now? Fortunately, the round-faced Ping Jiaping became indignant and shouted at Zhang Hao, "Hey, are you blind while walking? You nearly collided with my friend." Zhang Hao retorted, "What are you talking about? Clearly, it was you who was paying attention. Your friend stumbled right into me." Lin Yilong, witnessing Zhang Hao being inexplicably berated, exploded in anger and shot back. "Are you blind?" It was clearly. Su Qi quickly intervened, raising his voice above the fray, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Hao. "Are you seeking trouble?" Zhang Hao was fully aware that it was indeed the other party who had collided with him, and he found no need to engage in a petty exchange of insults. Grabbing Su Qi by the collar, he darkly inquired, "What was your intention in colliding with me? How dare you insult my friend?" Su Qi's feigned fierceness faltered, leaving him and his companions, including Lin Yilong, momentarily stunned. The collective thought was, why does this person exude such a menacing aura? Everyone was taken aback, realizing Zhang Hao appeared ready to unleash his wrath. It turned out this handsome man possessed a temper as fiery as a woman's. "Are you deaf? What were you trying to achieve by bumping into me?" Zhang Hao, seeing Su Qi merely staring at him in a daze, furrowed his brow once more and demanded, his voice laced with irritation. He did not even know these two, and yet they had the audacity to approach him and demand an apology, clearly seeking trouble. Zhang Hao was not one to be easily bullied. If someone came looking for a fight, he would not simply stand by and allow it. "Are you really going to hit me?" Su Qi finally reacted, shouting at Zhang Hao as if he had suffered a grave injustice. "Ignore these two lunatics. Let us go," Lin Yilong urged, fearing they were scam artists and wishing to avoid further entanglement, pulling Zhang Hao along to leave. "You two disgusting men think you can just walk away after causing a scene." Su Qi positioned himself in front of them, spitting at Zhang Hao, who narrowly dodged, his face paling in shock. What the hell? Zhang Hao thought, still shaken by the close call. Just moments ago, he had reacted swiftly, had he not? The imagery was too repugnant to contemplate. Lin Yilong was equally startled. Zhang Hao could hardly comprehend that, as a grown man, Su Qi would resort to spitting, igniting his anger further. Fearing another spit attack, he swung a punch straight at Su Qi's face. "Well, you actually hit someone." Ping Jiaping, Su Qi's companion, was taken aback by Zhang Hao's unexpected aggression, akin to a girl throwing a punch, and gasped as he lunged to grab Zhang Hao's hair. Zhang Hao's face flushed with fury, spitting, hair-pulling. What nonsense was this? He kicked Ping Jiaping away and charged at the two troublemakers, roaring, "I'm going to teach you two weaklings a lesson on behalf of 3.5 billion men." Their cries echoed in despair, akin to that of slaughtered pigs. But soon they were left dazed by Zhang Hao's ferocity, completely at odds with his charming exterior. Zhang Hao did not go too far in his actions, as he was soon dragged away by Lin Yilong. He remained composed, not allowing anger to cloud his judgment, and chose to leave promptly when he noticed no one else was present. Lu Feng, who was cautiously hidden in a corner outside, felt a slight pang of unease upon seeing the grim-faced Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong emerge, appearing utterly unfazed. Once they departed, he hurried into the restroom, where he immediately encountered the disheveled Su Qi, who had just managed to rise from the floor. "How dare they strike me? How dare they strike me? That wretched person. I must call my girlfriend." Su Qi screamed frantically while covering his face, hastily retrieving his phone in an attempt to summon her. Chapter 39. Think twice, landlord. What an unfortunate encounter, encountering two lunatics. However, why has your temper flared so? How? Lin Yilong refrained from condemning violence. He had just assisted in delivering a few kicks himself. After all, the spitting incident had been utterly revolting. Moreover, it was entirely unwarranted provocation. Even a clay figurine would have its limits. Yet, Lin Yilong felt Zhang Hao's volatility was a bit excessive. Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement was hardly commendable. As for those who actively sought trouble, I have no intention of yielding. They deliberately crashed into us and had the audacity to spit at me. It was truly disgusting. Zhang Hao's expression darkened at the recollection, feeling queasy and incredulous. To disdain someone and then resort to such actions, spitting, no less. It baffled him why they had chosen to provoke him. Was it merely to incite trouble? Did his handsome appearance invite their ire? Indeed, it was revolting. Fortunately, your reflexes were quick. Had it been me, I would surely have fallen victim. The mere thought of that scene sent a shiver down Lin Yilong's spine. Had he been in such proximity, he would have been unable to evade it. He genuinely admired Zhang Hao's evasive skills. Zhang Hao shook his head in resignation, wishing to divert his thoughts from the loathsome encounter. They even postponed their meal plans, opting to visit the gym first. The Dongjing Gym was renowned as the largest in the district, boasting an array of fitness equipment and numerous discounts. Upon inquiry, they discovered student rates and male discounts. How brazenly discriminatory. Zhang Hao was utterly astounded. Nevertheless, after various discounts, a monthly membership amounted to merely around 100 yuan. Without hesitation, he signed up, only to be taken aback when the trainer refused to accept payment. Instead, she handed both Zhang Hao and Lin Yilong cards. Zhang Hao's appeared to be an annual membership. Zhang Hao was not just shocked. He was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the muscular woman before him. We wholeheartedly welcome handsome men to our gym. It is our privilege that you choose to work out here. Hence your first visit is complimentary. Wang Yuqi beamed at Lin Yilong and Zhang Hao, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing Zhang Hao. She had already resolved to make this striking gentleman her client, ideally for the long term. On the surface, it seemed she was at a loss, yet she understood that if Zhang Hao frequented her gym, it would flourish into the most prestigious establishment in Dongjing district, bolstered by her subtle tactics to attract men. With a plethora of men present, an equal number of women would surely follow. The sight of a strikingly handsome figure like Zhang Hao working out at her gym would undoubtedly draw a throng of admirers. Zhang Hao looked bewildered at Lin Yilong, who mirrored his astonishment. Such a scheme existed? Good looks could indeed grant free access to the gym? He hesitated to accept, for he was not one to take advantage of trivial offers, especially from strangers. There must be an ulterior motive. Who could discern her intentions? Perhaps the trainer had taken a fancy to him? Wang Yuqi, perceiving their hesitation, candidly stated, if you two handsome gentlemen could join the gym, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of customers for me. Thus, I shall certainly offer you benefits. I merely hope you will come. It became evident that she intended to leverage their charm. Very well, we shall accept your offer. Thank you. We will explore the premises first, Lin Yilong remarked, suddenly enlightened. With a playful smile, he took Zhang Hao's hand and ventured deeper into the establishment. Upon reflection, he realized that Zhang Hao's presence would indeed be a boon for her gym. With his striking looks, he would surely draw a throng of admirers. And it was only fair to receive some compensation for that. Zhang Hao sighed with a rueful smile. He had momentarily overlooked this aspect. After the sister's reminder, he could easily envision being approached or scrutinized by a horde of ardent women during workouts. All he desired was a serene environment to focus on his fitness. The conditions at home are nowhere near this lavish. Just look at all this gym equipment, he mused. Lin Yilong swept his gaze across the expansive room, akin to a grand hall, filled with an array of workout apparatus, and couldn't he help but exclaim in awe. However, he quickly felt his face flush, for many women were clad in nothing but sports bras. Zhang Hao noted the scene as well. Numerous women had shed their tops due to perspiration, seemingly unfazed as long as they maintained some modesty. The men, too, donned attire resembling tank tops. It must be said, this place was indeed a paradise for men. Aside from a few women who aspired for a muscular physique, most appeared quite appealing, sporting modest muscle definition. Even those with defined abs were not overly exaggerated. They understood the art of training to enhance their physical aesthetics. Each woman possessed a notably shapely posterior, and their well-balanced musculature caught Zhang Hao's attention. The reality was not as daunting as Zhang Hao had anticipated. Although several gazes fell upon him, none approached. Most individuals were engrossed in their workouts, adorned with headphones, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, which he found quite satisfying. Let us head for a meal first, then we can return to try the equipment, Zhang Hao suggested. Despite his eagerness to test the treadmill, hunger took precedence, and he yearned for sustenance. Lin Yilong, equally famished, concurred, and the duo promptly made their way to a nearby Kentucky Fried Chicken to indulge in delectable fried fare. As they dined, Zhang Hao engaged in light conversation with Lin Yilong, blissfully unaware that he was being surreptitiously photographed and that the image was being disseminated online. A woman, seemingly around 200 pounds and sporting glasses, stealthily captured a snapshot of Zhang Hao and uploaded it to the internet, accompanied by a caption lamenting, "Encountered a handsome guy at KFC, asking for advice on how many years for rape. Urgent." Moments later, a flurry of replies flooded in, and the post was swiftly circulated further. "This is serious. That handsome lad looks like a high school student," one commenter remarked. "Think twice, original poster. At least 5 years." Another chimed in, "But I'm not afraid of prison. Please, original poster, share your location. I need to know the details." Zhang Hao remained blissfully unaware of these matters. After satisfying his hunger, he departed from Kentucky with Lin Yilong. The rotund individual merely spoke without intent, filled with regret as he watched Zhang Hao leave. Upon unexpectedly encountering Zhang Hao, Su Qi was utterly astonished, exclaiming in delight as he pointed him out to his girlfriend nearby. Moments ago, their group had searched diligently for Zhang Hao, only to abandon the quest and head to Kentucky for a meal. Serendipitously, they stumbled upon him at that very moment. Is that the scoundrel who dares to bully you? Su Qi's girlfriend, Hualanta, immediately glared in his direction, only to be momentarily taken aback. Lu Feng discreetly stepped aside, while the others hurriedly approached Zhang Hao, effectively blocking his path. Upon seeing them, Lin Yilong felt a tightening in his chest, particularly upon noticing the presence of a woman among them. Chapter 040. Please go out with me. My wife is the one who strikes us. As Su Qi approached Zhang Hao, he sweetly addressed the slightly taller Hualanta. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Hao was overwhelmed with goosebumps. Before he could speak, Lin Yilong hurriedly interjected, "That's all because you were deliberately provoking us and even spat at us." Hualanta frowned, her expression devoid of emotion as she cast a glance at Lin Yilong, instantly silencing him, causing him to cower closer to Zhang Hao. "You were the one who initiated the violence, hence you are at fault. Apologize to my boyfriend, and we shall let this matter rest." Hualanta directed her gaze at Zhang Hao, her tone relatively amicable. "Wife, what are you saying? He hit me." Su Qi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. What was his wife talking about? Just moments ago, she had vowed to avenge him, and now she was suggesting an apology would suffice? Could it be that she was smitten by the handsome man before her? Upon closer inspection, Su Qi noticed that Hualanta had been fixated on Zhang Hao, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. What did this mean? Hadn't she declared that he was the only man in her eyes? That she would love him for eternity? What was she doing now? "Hey, you better teach him a lesson." Su Qi, incensed, smacked her arm and shouted, "There are so many people watching. You want me to bully a man?" Hualanta felt embarrassed by the sudden contact and, in mild anger, retorted, "Why are you gazing at him so flirtatiously? I'm your boyfriend." Su Qi, further provoked by her hostility towards him, grew even more agitated. Zhang Hao, initially prepared to say something, found himself at a loss as the two began their inexplicable quarrel. He had no desire to engage with them and signaled Lin Yilong to leave, while the onlookers began to speculate whether this was some sort of love triangle. "You shall not leave." The round-faced Ping Jiaping immediately blocked Zhang Hao's path. Seeing Zhang Hao's displeased expression, he felt a twinge of fear, recalling the time he had been effortlessly defeated. "Should you provoke me again, I shall make you unrecognizable to your own mother." Zhang Hao expressed his exasperation towards these troublemakers, who were merely wasting his time. Peng Jiaping, frightened by Zhang Hao's words, instinctively recoiled, while Su Qi, throwing a tantrum, dragged Hualanta to stand in front of Zhang Hao, insisting she reprimand him. In the distance, Lu Feng eagerly observed the unfolding drama, swiftly retrieving his phone to record the incident, intending to post it online as a scandalous love triangle video, hoping to tarnish Zhang Hao's reputation and see if Xiaoying would still hold affection for him afterward. "Hey, what are you filming?" Suddenly, a female voice pierced through the commotion. Lu Feng, caught off guard, had his phone snatched away before he could react. The stranger examined it briefly before shattering it against the ground and delivering a stinging slap to his face, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death? How dare you film my man?" Lu Feng cried out in pain, clutching his face in shock as he gazed at the woman who had struck him, momentarily forgetting the meaning of her words, stammering, Lu Jie, I'm sorry." He recognized the stunning woman before him as Lu Xin, the leader of the Hongqing gang, sharing his surname. Terrified, he hastily apologized, fully aware of Lu Jie's notorious background. He is undoubtedly the most prominent figure in this area, with his benefactor merely a younger sister of Lu Jie. Lu Xin, however, had little time to spare for Lu Feng, clutching a bouquet of roses. She hurried towards Zhang Hao. Instantly, a throng of women emerged behind her, their tattoos evident on exposed skin, each one exuding an air of toughness. The sight of such a formidable group nearly caused Lu Feng to lose his composure. Yet, fortunately, they did not seek him out. Onlookers, initially intrigued, were quick to retreat upon witnessing the menacing crowd, while Su Qi and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment. Su Qi forgetting their earlier argument as he grasped the trembling hand of Hualanta. "Haha, we meet again. It feels like it's been ages. Though it's only been 2 days. Do you know how much I've missed you?" Lu Xin exclaimed, disregarding everyone else as she reached Zhang Hao, half kneeling to present the meticulously prepared roses. Immediately after parting from Zhang Hao, she had embarked on an investigation into him, given his influence and reputation at school. She easily uncovered his identity and even his address, only to find that he had recently moved. Today, she intended to inquire with Zhang Hao's friends about his new residence. But serendipitously, her younger sister spotted him nearby, prompting her excited rush to his side, where she found the man she had longed for. In stark contrast to Lu Xian's elation, Zhang Hao's spirits plummeted. The last person he wished to encounter was Lu Xian, who seemed to be entangled with the underworld. Surrounded by such a fierce assembly of women, it was evident that she was indeed involved in dubious affairs. Moreover, she knew his name. Had someone informed her? Zhang Hao wanted nothing to do with her kind, and thus did not accept the flowers. To his dismay, as one problem faded, another arose. He regarded Lu Xian with a furrowed brow and asked, "What is it that you desire? Please go out with me. I genuinely like you. If you agree to be my boyfriend, I will strive to provide you with everything you desire." Lu Xian unabashedly professed her affection for Zhang Hao, proudly gesturing to the gang of followers surrounding her. "These are my girls. I possess the means to give you whatever you wish." Lin Yilong, witnessing Lu Xian's declaration, felt a surge of urgency. He feared Zhang Hao might acquiesce, aware of the dark world Lu Xian represented, a realm he believed should remain untouched. Yet he dared not voice his concerns, tightening his grip on Zhang Hao's arm. Initially, the arrival of such intimidating figures had nearly caused him to faint. But discovering they were merely Zhang Hao's admirers somewhat alleviated his anxiety, though it still lingered. He worried that if Zhang Hao refused, danger could follow. But quickly reminded himself that Zhang Hao was no fool. He would surely devise a strategy to navigate the situation. Yet, events unfolded in a manner entirely unexpected. "I cannot engage with someone involved in criminality, and I hold no interest in you. If there is nothing else, please step aside." Zhang Hao responded without hesitation, his rejection swift and decisive, leaving those around him momentarily speechless. Lu Xian, strikingly beautiful yet arrogant, had been turned down. Did he not fear the peril this entailed, especially as they were encircled? Lu Xian felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Yet she had long anticipated that Zhang Hao would not acquiesce so easily. After all, this man was remarkably extraordinary, perhaps the most audacious individual she had ever encountered. He had shown no fear even in the face of confrontation just 2 days prior. However, she had not expected him to resolutely decline her advances, even when surrounded by a throng of her companions. Stunned for a moment, Lu Xian gazed into Zhang Hao's fearless eyes. Instead of anger, a smile crept upon her face. Rising to her feet, she extended the flowers towards him once more and softly implored, "I may have been too hasty, but might you accept these blooms?" Zhang Hao appeared utterly taken aback, and yet, he soon found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Xian's tender and affectionate gaze. They had only met once before, and that encounter had culminated in a fierce altercation. What was this newfound gentleness all about? Chapter 041. This one could certainly become a star. Zhang Hao wore a wry smile as he earnestly addressed Lu Xian. "Sister, please take the flowers away and refrain from seeking me out again. I cannot be your boyfriend. Your threats do not intimidate me. Rather, I choose to endure them to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, should you continue to harass me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If I were to report this, you would not escape unscathed, would you? It seems there is a misunderstanding between us. I am engaged in legitimate business, owning several bars that have been scrutinized multiple times." Lu Xian appeared unfazed by Zhang Hao's threats, chuckling as she discarded the flowers onto the ground. "If you do not want them, so be it." She then turned to the visibly shaken Su Qi and his companions, addressing her friends. "Please escort these brave gentlemen back and treat them to a drink. I must express my gratitude for their intervention on my behalf. Lu Jia, please. I made a mistake. I did not realize he was the one you fancied. It was merely a small misunderstanding." Su Qi and his companions, recognizing Lu Xian, turned pale at her words, immediately pleading for mercy. They were terrified of revealing that they had deliberately troubled Zhang Hao on Lu Feng's behalf. Hua Landau quickly distanced herself from Su Qi, denying any association with him and claiming ignorance, asserting she was merely summoned by Su Qi. They appeared agitated, urging for a swift departure. "I wish to accompany my idol on a shopping spree." Lu Xian, disinterested in their pleas, waved her hand signaling her sisters to expedite their exit. The group swiftly surrounded Su Qi and his friends, whispering something that silenced them instantly, leaving Su Qi, who had intended to cry for help, rendered mute. Observing from a distance, Lu Feng was terrified and fled, fearing that Su Qi and the others might betray him. You aren't planning to silence us, are you?" Lin Yilong exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling with fear. "Huh, how could I? You must have watched too much television. I'm merely inviting them to my bar for a drink," Lu Xian replied with a laugh, her demeanor lightening. "I presume you must be Lin Yilong, a friend of Zhang Hao?" she asked, a playful glint in her eye. Zhang Hao's expression darkened upon hearing her mention Lin Yilong's name. He seized her collar and pulled her closer, barely containing his anger. "What do you mean by investigating my friends?" Unperturbed by his fury, Lu Xian leaned forward, taking a deep breath as a look of delight crossed her face. "Is it not normal to be concerned about the friends of my idol?" Zhang Hao's countenance grew increasingly grim. He wished to eliminate this potential threat before it escalated. Locking eyes with her, he warned, "I despise others prying into my affairs. Do you truly wish for me to ensure your incarceration?" Zhang Hao was reluctant to become entangled with Lu Xian, fearing repercussions for his family and friends. This group seemed unafraid of the law, and he had heard numerous stories of their reckless behavior, capable of anything when provoked, with a particularly fierce desire for revenge. It was best for ordinary individuals to keep their distance, though he wondered if female-led gangs operated similarly. "Should you persist, I may find myself unable to resist kissing you." Lu Xian seemed completely oblivious to Zhang Hao's words, fixating on his lips and unable to suppress a swallow. "Brother Hao, let's ignore her and leave quickly," Lin Yilong suggested weakly, noticing how Zhang Hao was uncharacteristically bold with the gang leader, speaking to her with an air of defiance. As if fearing her wrath, Zhang Hao raised his hand to block Lu Xian, who unexpectedly leaned in for a kiss, and said to Lin Yilong, "She will definitely follow us. Let us take her to the police station." "What the hell? What are you doing?" Zhang Hao withdrew his hand in shock, staring at Lu Xian, who was sensually licking her lips. "You extended your hand. Didn't you want me to lick it? So delicious." She chuckled in a manner that felt unsettling. "Since you don't want me to cling to your friend, just give me your WeChat, and I'll only bother you." "Is this a threat?" Zhang Hao's expression darkened immediately. Frustrated, he thought, if it weren't for a shred of rationality and principle, he would truly want to cry out at her. Lu Xian shook her head earnestly. "Of course not. Your friends are my friends. Your family is my family. I will only win them over to increase your favor." "You, how can you be like this? Hao has already said he doesn't like you. Why are you still clinging to him?" Lin Yilong, suppressing his fear, interjected urgently, not wanting Zhang Hao to become entangled with a gang member. "As long as he sees my sincerity, he will surely like me." Lu Xian replied resolutely, her gaze fixed on Lin Yilong. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation and decided to placate her for the moment. He nodded and said, "Fine, I'll give it to you. But don't seek out anyone related to me. No investigations either." How? Lin Yilong was taken aback that Zhang Hao actually agreed, calling out his nickname in distress. "It's just a WeChat," Zhang Hao remarked, not being naive. He knew that Lu Xian wouldn't easily give up. He took out his phone and shared his WeChat ID with an overly excited Lu Xian, reminding her, "As you said, if there is something, just contact me. Now let us go. Don't interfere with us." "Of course. You can rest assured. I am a person of my word and always keep my promises." Lu Xian gleefully stared at her phone, then pulled out a card from her wallet, handing it to Zhang Hao. "If you don't mind my company, you need to keep this card. You can use it however you like." "Why would I spend your money?" Zhang Hao said, rolling his eyes at the bank card in her hand, too weary to engage further. He turned to leave. Lu Xian, undeterred by the presence of the police, felt confident they could do nothing due to insufficient evidence. She thought about whether she could uncover any incriminating evidence against herself to anonymously submit it, hoping it would lead to her arrest. Lu Xian didn't press Zhang Hao for the card nor followed him. Instead, she watched his retreating figure and, in distress, asked the girls around her, "What do you think I should do to make him accept me?" Sister Lu has indeed apprehended him. It is time to transform raw intentions into a consummated affair. To possess him is to win his heart, bestow upon him gifts. For what man does not delight in presents? Sister Lu incessantly whispers sweet nothings. Men are invariably drawn to such endearments. And that is precisely how I captured my boyfriend's heart. Morning and evening greetings are essential. Sister Lu's younger companions swiftly proffer a myriad of suggestions. Yet only one sister, with an unusual expression, informs Lu Xian of her need to relieve herself before hastily departing to a nearby public restroom. Upon entering the restroom, she immediately retreats to a solitary stall, closes the door, and retrieves her phone. The screen promptly reveals a surreptitious snapshot of Zhang Hao's silhouette. How extraordinary! He could undoubtedly grace the stage as a star. With such striking looks, an alluring demeanor, and a commanding presence, if I promote this, I am certain to ascend in status. Perhaps this sector's business will ultimately fall under my purview. Chapter 042. Indeed. Men love to speak in contradiction. She gazed at the flawless image of Zhang Hao in the photograph, her heart racing with excitement. Even his frowning visage exuded allure. Fearing that someone might seize the moment, she promptly sent Zhang Hao's photo to an email. Only when she witnessed the successful dispatch of the email did her heart find a semblance of tranquility. Yet, upon glimpsing Zhang Hao's captivating countenance once more, exhilaration surged within her, albeit of a different kind. Silently, she let her hand drift downward and, after a brief interlude, emerged from the restroom with an expression devoid of desire. What shall we do now, Hao Ge? You've attracted the attention of the gang leader. We should report this to the police. Lin Yilong, unable to comprehend Lu Xian's behavior, hastily addressed Zhang Hao. He had long been accustomed to Zhang Hao's charm. But this situation was distinct. The individual in question was indeed the leader of a gang. Moreover, there were numerous young women surrounding him. Despite possessing defensive sprays, they appeared futile against such odds. Lin Yilong was genuinely worried that Zhang Hao might be abducted and imprisoned, subjected to unspeakable fates. It's not as exaggerated as you think. She merely owns the Tianshang Xiao bar. She is not part of any real mafia. Did you not see her nonchalance when I suggested calling the police? So, there is no need for concern. After a while, if I ignore her, she will cease to bother me. Zhang Hao dismissed the matter, unwilling to incite further worry in Lin Yilong. Is that truly the case? Yet her entourage bears tattoos and appears rather intimidating. Lin Yilong remained unconvinced and insisted, I still believe it's best to inform the authorities. She just licked your palm. That is quite perverse. What if her lust overwhelms her and she decides to abduct you? That won't happen, unless she intends to close her business. She wouldn't resort to such actions. Come, let us proceed to the gym. Once we bolster our physique, we need not fear even the most nefarious of individuals. Zhang Hao gently shook his head and made his way toward the fitness center. The situation was far more intricate than Lin Yilong imagined. Reporting to the police without substantial evidence was hardly a judicious course of action. If they failed to apprehend her and inadvertently provoked her ire, she might summon a throng of formidable women to confront him. While he was not particularly fearful for himself, he dreaded the thought of her targeting his family and friends. At present, she seemed relatively courteous, merely seeking to pursue him. Upon arriving at the gym, Zhang Hao was met with palpable enthusiasm from the owner and coach, Wang Yuqi, who was eager to provide hands-on guidance in his workout regimen. Zhang Hao, however, was not keen on being taken advantage of by a muscular woman. Noticing her slightly flirtatious demeanor, he promptly dismissed her. As someone who had previously engaged in fitness, he was quite knowledgeable about effective training methods. Lin Yilong, similarly informed, had prepared extensively prior to their arrival, having studied numerous popular fitness guides that targeted specific areas such as the waist and glutes. Zhang Hao spared him the need for instruction and commenced running on the treadmill. His stamina was currently lacking, so he prioritized building endurance. However, it felt rather humiliating to be running on a pink treadmill. The world dominated by women was indeed daunting. The treadmills were an array of vibrant hues, red, pink, yellow, some even adorned with charming patterns. It was utterly overwhelming. They had just purchased their workout attire and had already changed into them. Zhang Hao's physical stamina proved inadequate, as he could barely manage 10 minutes of running before succumbing to fatigue. After lifting a few dumbbells, he found himself breathless and in need of rest. Lin Yilong's situation was even more exaggerated. He had long since settled on a nearby bench, panting heavily. While exercising was tolerable, Zhang Hao's brief respite coincided with several women who also chose to take a break, gradually approaching him to strike up conversations. Within moments, they were inquiring about his contact information, all directed towards Zhang Hao. Not wishing to linger, he promptly urged Lin Yilong to leave. Despite their company, it seemed only Zhang Hao was in demand, a situation he found rather bothersome. He was concerned that Lin Yilong might feel diminished by the attention he received. So they hastily exited the gym. Lin Yilong appeared unfazed, yet he was drenched in sweat and resolutely insisted on returning home for a shower. Zhang Hao had no choice but to escort him to the bus before proceeding alone to the barbershop. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at a barbershop he frequently visited, renowned for its affordability and the owner's amiable demeanor coupled with proficient skills. However, upon entering, he noticed a significant transformation. Although it remained a men's barbershop, it had shrunk considerably, and the barber was now a woman. The stylist, a lady who appeared to be in her 40s, brightened at the sight of Zhang Hao but remained composed, simply gesturing towards the chair in the center. Please take a seat, handsome. What style would you like? Handsome. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he maintained a polite smile. With no other patrons present, and unsure if it was her lack of skill that resulted in the emptiness, he settled into the chair and requested a simple shortcut. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "It's fine if it turns out a bit unattractive." The stylist paused, taken aback by his request. A bit unattractive? Yes. Nothing too polished, he affirmed, nodding. He found that excessive charm was more of a nuisance, especially since even unsavory characters seemed fixated on him. It was prudent to tone down his allure. All right then, the stylist replied, her expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. Men often had a penchant for saying the opposite of what they meant. Naturally, she would not dare to actually make his haircut unappealing. Instead, she was determined to enhance his looks, for she had learned the hard way just last night, recalling the previous evening's events with her husband. When she paused at his insistence, only to provoke his ire for misinterpreting his words, she had since grown wiser. She now understood Zhang Hao's true intention all too well. The stylist felt an overwhelming pressure, She feared making a mistake that might anger this customer, especially as her business was already dwindling. She recognized that not only must she avoid a poor cut, but she also had to create something even more striking. Gazing at Zhang Hao, who resembled a finely crafted work of art, her heart raced. This was undeniably one of the greatest challenges she had ever faced. Before her lay a piece of exquisitely polished jade, and her task was to refine it further, enhancing its beauty even more. Zhang Hao waited for a considerable time, observing the barber intently scrutinizing his hair, to the point where his body trembled slightly and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Exasperated, he remarked, "If it's too troublesome, just make it casual." Despite the challenge, he urged, "But please, trust me." Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, the barber's expression suddenly turned resolute. Seizing the haircutting scissors, she approached the task with utmost seriousness. Difficulties? Is it truly so challenging to simply trim hair short, and perhaps even make it look a little unkempt? Zhang Hao nearly questioned his own hearing. As he gazed at the barber in the mirror, her demeanor so earnest, it felt as though she were preparing to style the hair of a distinguished figure. However, as she began to cut, he chose to remain silent and sat quietly. Chapter 43. The new hairstyle. Zhang Hao anticipated that the haircut would be completed swiftly. Yet he found himself waiting as if time had slowed to a crawl. The stylist scrutinized every angle, meticulously snipping away, and after what felt like an eternity, only minimal progress had been made. To his astonishment, she was perspiring profusely, a clear indication of her apparent inexperience. Could it be that this was her first attempt at hairstyling? Zhang Hao wondered if she was indeed a novice in this craft. This was a scenario he had never encountered in his numerous visits to salons. He decided to let her carry on, reasoning that a less-than-ideal haircut might deter a multitude of suitors. Observing her intense concentration, he felt it inappropriate to interrupt, opting instead to gaze vacantly into the mirror. Eventually, after what seemed like an age, the stylist suddenly exclaimed with excitement, startling Zhang Hao from his reverie. He stared at his reflection, taken aback by the short hairstyle that had emerged, followed swiftly by a rueful smile. Indeed, with his striking features, he could pull off any hairstyle. And while he once resembled a pretty boy, he now radiated a sun-kissed charm. With his bangs trimmed, his face was fully exposed, showcasing his elegant features, bright eyes, and a vibrant demeanor. Zhang Hao was astonished to discover how well-defined his facial structure was. He pondered what had altered his appearance so drastically in the past. Was it the prolonged exposure to computer screens, or perhaps the burdens of manhood? The stylist had spent an inordinate amount of time crafting what was ultimately a rather ordinary haircut, short on the sides and slightly longer on top. Zhang Hao was puzzled by her apparent pride in the outcome, clearly indicative of her novice status. "How does it look? Is it acceptable?" the stylist asked eagerly, applying a generous amount of hair wax to give his hair a slight lift, enhancing his somewhat fashionable appearance. It seemed this new style suited Zhang Hao's aesthetic, and he felt undeniably more handsome than before, a stark contrast to their initial agreement. Yet, observing the stylist's exhausted demeanor, as though she had fought a hard battle, he refrained from voicing any critiques. He nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "How much do I owe you? Could I take a photograph of you for our shop as promotional purposes? If you agree, I want to charge you today and will offer you discounts for future visits." The stylist proposed after a moment's contemplation. "No, thank you. I'd prefer to pay," Zhang Hao replied, disinterested in having his likeness displayed for promotional purposes. Although he was not lacking financially, he noted the stylist's shop seemed to be struggling, with no other customers having entered during his lengthy stay. Disappointed by the rejection, the stylist accepted his payment of 15 yuan, watching as he departed. Zhang Hao didn't linger outside. He was eager to return home for a shower after his workout. Feeling uncomfortable with sweat and hair clippings clinging to him, he stopped briefly to purchase some dumbbells before hailing a ride home. Zhang Hao's thoughts were validated on his journey home. There was hardly any difference. The streets still garnered an impressive level of attention, and it wasn't long before he was approached for conversation. Even in the taxi, the young driver inquired about his contact information. Zhang Hao had grown rather numb to it all, choosing to ignore the driver's peculiar gaze as he carried his dumbbells back home, only to find the house empty. He did not rush to take a shower, but instead engaged in a brief workout in his room before finally heading to the bathroom. He believed that consistent exercise was essential for achieving results, and he resolved to prioritize his workouts whenever he had the time. After showering, he lifted the dumbbells once more before retrieving his phone, where an avalanche of messages awaited him. After a moment of searching, he found Lin Yilong's message and promptly informed him of his safe arrival home. Given the incident involving Lu Xian, Lin Yilong was naturally concerned about Zhang Hao's safety. As he scrolled through the unread messages, Zhang Hao suddenly contemplated changing his QQ and WeChat accounts. He realized that unless one experienced the overwhelming influx of messages firsthand, it was impossible to comprehend how bothersome it could be. He began to long for the days when opening QQ would reveal just one or two messages, or even none at all. Apart from Lin Yilong and Lin Ling, Zhang Hao had no desire to respond to anyone else. He was well aware of the ulterior motives of others, particularly those he had only recently added, like Lu Xin. If she continued to pursue him relentlessly, Zhang Hao considered the possibility of visiting her bar to uncover any illicit activities, as he was skeptical of her claims of operating a legitimate business. At present, this was the only course of action he could conceive. Without any evidence, he couldn't simply report her to the authorities. He decided to ignore her for now and try his hand at gaming instead. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao recognized that dwelling on the situation was futile. He reached out to Lin Yilong to join him in playing League of Legends, eager to test how his reflexes would impact his gameplay. If his skills proved sufficient, he could potentially become a formidable player, even earning money through gaming, thereby justifiably declining Qinqin's allowance. He was of age, capable of earning his own income, and the thought of relying on Qinqin's money each week was disheartening. Lin Yilong immediately assumed the role of the seasoned gamer, eager to guide Zhang Hao through the game. He created a room and invited Zhang Hao, along with a friend who had previously spoken ill of Lin Yilong, only to be promptly rejected. She doesn't play. Zhaoing is quite skilled. I need to tell her there's a handsome guy here. Without Zhaoing, we would surely be bullied, Lin Yilong remarked upon her refusal. Forget about her. It's just a game. Losing one match won't matter. Let's get started, and I don't want others to see me struggling on my first try. Zhang Hao replied, fully aware of her reluctance to play with Lin Yilong. He quickly urged Lin Yilong to initiate the game. Respecting Zhang Hao's feelings, Lin Yilong refrained from further comments and promptly began the match. Meanwhile, in a towering building in S City, a woman dressed in a suit sat quietly in her chair, head bowed, as she meticulously corrected something with a pen. A knock echoed through the air. A sudden knock echoed through the room, followed by the swift entrance of a woman clad in a secretary's attire. She approached with purpose, respectfully presenting a mobile phone to Miss Wei Nan. The chairman hopes you can locate this man, she remarked, as he possesses the potential to become a great star. Wei Nan lifted her gaze, revealing an exquisitely elegant oval face, undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Her long hair shimmered like polished ebony, her skin resembled fine jade, and her striking eyes bore an air of aloofness. She exuded an unparalleled aura befitting one of high status. Her mere presence commanded respect and evoked a palpable tension, akin to an imposing iceberg. With a fleeting glance at the secretary, Wei Nan's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation, causing the woman to instinctively lower her head. Hesitant to utter a word, wasn't this the work of a talent scout? Or did she simply wish for me to assess this stepfather of mine? A cold smile graced Wei Nan's lips as she accepted the phone, immediately encountering a surreptitious photograph, two men seated together, gnawing on chicken legs. One, rather unremarkable in appearance, was swiftly disregarded by her gaze, which naturally gravitated towards the other individual. Chapter 044. Brother Hao, you are absolutely incredible. With an alluring profile and piercing eyes fixated on the slender, snow-white hands grasping a chicken leg, it was none other than Zhang Hao, who previously indulged in fast food at Kentucky. Just a high school student, yet undeniably brimming with potential. With proper guidance, he could very well become the next Jia Bingbing. However, this task of locating individuals should be delegated to others. Wei Nan immediately discerned Zhang Hao's promise, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Yet, she was reluctant to squander her precious time running errands, so she handed her phone to her secretary. Very well, I shall relay this to the chairman, the secretary replied, not daring to voice any objections, bowing respectfully before departing the room. Wait a moment, bring the phone back. Wei Nan suddenly recalled something and called the secretary back. The secretary promptly returned, once again presenting the phone with utmost respect. Wei Nan took it, glancing at the screen before opening an email from a talent scout that she had received earlier. Within the email was a candid photograph, which she had overlooked at first. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it depicted the same individual. In the Dongjing district of F City, Wei Nan reviewed the address again, then shifted her gaze to a detailed report on her desk, which happened to pertain to the Dongjing district, concerning allegations against a subsidiary's employees for selling illicit products. Well, since I need to visit F City, I shall take a detour to investigate, Wei Nan declared, rising to her full height of 1.8 meters, rendering her 1.6 meter secretary unable to do anything but look up in awe. Clad in a fitted black women's suit, she exuded confidence, her form accentuated by the tailored attire. Her family Esfohong group once stood as the most notorious and powerful gang in the nation, although they had successfully transitioned to legitimacy. Severing ties with their underworld past was no simple feat. Many of their employees had recently made the shift from illicit activities to legitimate business, which was not an easy adjustment, often leading to clandestine dealings. As long as they did not cross the line, Wei Nan would turn a blind eye. However, Severe transgressions were intolerable, as they could bring undue trouble to the company. Thus, upon discovering such matters, she would intervene personally. As was the case with the serious allegations in Dongjing District, where an employee had dared to peddle illegal pills. She needed to resolve this matter immediately. First, she would promote him, launching his career as an internet sensation. The fighting platform was in need of a prominent figure. This time, ensure you guide him well. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the previous fighting champion, who, in a bid for attention, exposed himself during a live stream and faced a ban. Wei Nin instructed her secretary casually before striding out with purpose. Well, Brother Hao, you are absolutely incredible. Lin Yilong's ecstatic shout erupted from the phone, overwhelming Zhang Hao's ears, which had already endured countless shrieks. Unable to resist, he rubbed his ears and responded with exasperation. Could you refrain from being so overzealous? It's just a game, and please stop breathing fire at the tower. The fire-breathing skill from the support cannot damage the tower. But Brother Hao, you are just too strong. Isn't this your first time playing? How come you're so impressive? You're practically like a girl. Lin Yilong's heart remained tumultuous. Despite Zhang Hao playing for the first time, he had already achieved an extraordinary level of skill, not having died even once. Lin Yilong could hardly believe it, previously suspecting that perhaps a girl was playing on his behalf. How absurd. Zhang Hao glanced at Lin Yilong's dismal score of 071 and felt speechless. While he soared to greatness, Lin Yilong plummeted into despair. A game that could have concluded swiftly was unnecessarily prolonged due to Lin Yilong's ineptitude. Yet, Zhang Hao felt no anger. Instead, he was exhilarated. His remarkable reflexes proved invaluable in gaming, as he adeptly struck down minions, swiftly securing gold. Zhang Hao's chosen champion mirrored the character Master Yi from League of Legends, known as Wuju Swordmaster, one of the easiest champions to control. His ultimate ability granted him speed, and securing kills or assists reduced his skill cooldowns. His Q ability allowed him to inflict damage on up to 4 enemies in the blink of an eye, rendering him untargetable during its execution. The W ability restored health over 4 seconds, simultaneously diminishing incoming damage. What once felt like fleeting team battles now seemed to slow to a crawl in his perception. He was acutely aware of his actions, executing every maneuver with precision, deftly evading non-targeted skills. For instance, a robotic hero capable of dragging opponents could hardly touch Zhang Hao, who either sidestepped with finesse or utilized his Q ability to escape. Initially, he struggled with the controls, but soon he became as formidable as a seasoned player, commencing a spree of kills, being a diamond-level player. His superhuman reflexes allowed him to dominate these ordinary opponents with ease. Before long, the opposing team surrendered. Zhang Hao was an unstoppable force, dispatching fragile enemies with just 2 strikes, his movements fluid and assured. In team fights, he would wait until they had exhausted their skills before swooping in to claim the kills. Although he did not achieve a pentakill, he frequently secured triple and quadra kills. Brother Hao, this can't be your first time playing, can it? How are you so skilled? You seem even better than Zhaoing and the others. And you haven't died even once. As the game concluded, Lin Yilong, brimming with excitement, bombarded Zhang Hao with questions, utterly astonished by his prowess. Fully aware of the game's inherent difficulty, it's not as exaggerated as you think. This champion is simply exceptional, and I've watched videos of expert players to emulate their techniques. I also sneakily played a few rounds beforehand. Zhang Hao struggled to explain to Lin Yilong, casually changing the subject. By the way, I got a haircut. Huh? Why didn't you wait for me to be there when you got it cut? Lin Yilong instinctively asked, leaving Zhang Hao puzzled. Did one need to gather a group for a haircut? I just got it done on the way back, Zhang Hao replied, reflecting on his vague memories of haircuts, only recalling a few indistinct images. All right then. Lin Yilong was not particularly concerned, thinking that Zhang Hao would merely trim a small amount of length as he usually did. His heart raced with excitement as he exclaimed, I can hardly wait for Zhao Ying and the others to witness your prowess. They always comfort me when I fail, saying that boys are not adept at playing games, and that it is quite normal. Although it is meant to be reassuring, it frustrates me to no end. As if boys cannot excel at gaming. Next time, I shall show them what you are capable of. I will head to the kitchen now. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. It was not just this elite alliance that showcased his quick reflexes. He excelled in any game that relied on skill. Just as he was about to disconnect the voice chat, he heard Lin Ling's voice calling from the distance, Zhang Hao Gitch. Come play Honor of Kings with me. Can I also visit your new room? I can bring clothes to stay overnight. You mischievous girl, what outrageous thoughts do you have? Lin Yilong swiftly cut off the voice chat before Lin Ling could finish her sentence. Chapter 045. May I embrace you? Zhang Hao chuckled softly, shaking his head as he rose to prepare dinner. His father and Aunt Zhang Yin had requested that he make congee at around 6 o'clock, accompanied by a few simple stir-fried dishes using whatever ingredients were available in the refrigerator. However, just as he reached the kitchen, The sound of the door opening startled him. He thought his father and the others had returned, and he hadn't even started cooking yet. In the midst of his concern, he heard Zhang Qianqin's voice echoing from the corridor. Is Hao back? Yes, I'm in the kitchen. Realizing it was only Sister Qianqin, Zhang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not daring to delay any further, he hurriedly began to cook the congee. Guess what I brought you? Suddenly, the graceful and beautiful figure of Zhang Qianqin appeared in the kitchen, her face adorned with a warm smile. However, upon seeing the busy Zhang Hao, she was momentarily taken aback. I just had a bit of a trim, Zhang Hao explained, touching his short hair. It suits you perfectly, with your good looks. You could pull off any hairstyle and still be captivating. The texture is just as delightful as ever. After a brief pause, Zhang Qianqin generously complimented him. Reaching out to touch Zhang Hao's hair, her smile growing even warmer. Then, she produced a box from behind her and handed it to him. I bought you macarons. Thank you, Sister Qianqin. Zhang Hao was instinctively touched, at a loss for words. Zhang Qianqin's kindness made him feel as though he truly had a wonderful sister. He recalled the gift he had purchased for Zhang Qianqin and asked her to wait a moment, rushing to his room. Before long, Zhang Hao emerged with a beautifully packaged decorative belt, which he had specifically requested the shop attendant to wrap. Handing it to Zhang Qianqin, he shyly said, This is a gift for you, Sister Qianqin, even though it was bought with your money. Don't worry about that. Thank you. Let me see what it is. Zhang Qianqin exclaimed in delight, eagerly unwrapping the package. Upon seeing the belt, she expressed her admiration, quickly removing her own belt to replace it with the new one. Sister Qianqin, you don't have to change it right away, Zhang Hao said, unable to contain himself as he watched her. He thought to himself that if his father saw this, he might mistakenly assume that it should be Sister Qianqin who was trying to tease him. If I don't wear something I like immediately, I will feel terribly uncomfortable. Since it was bought by you, my fondness for it is multiplied 1,000 times. Not wearing it right away would be torture. With a radiant smile, Zhang Qianqin exaggeratedly declared, swiftly putting on the belt. I'm glad you like it. It truly suits you and looks beautiful. Zhang Hao felt somewhat speechless at Zhang Qianqin's enthusiastic words, yet as he observed her donning the new belt, he genuinely thought it looked stunning. Indeed, with such beauty and an admirable figure, any attire would undoubtedly compliment her, captivating the eye regardless of how it was worn. I think so too. Thank you, Hao. You've given me a wonderful gift, and it makes me very happy. Zhang Qianqin admired the belt, expressing her gratitude. Suddenly, she opened her arms towards Zhang Hao and asked, May I embrace you? Zhang Hao's gaze naturally fell upon the two mountains before him. It was not that he lacked purity. Rather, the imposing presence of the mountains was simply impossible to overlook. Embracing them seemed out of the question. However, at that moment, he could not utter a word of refusal. Zhang Hao, fearful of giving Zhang Qianqin the impression that his heart was impure, nodded promptly and replied, Sure. As soon as his words left his lips, Zhang Qianqin enveloped him in her arms. Her embrace was remarkably strong, binding their bodies closely together. Zhang Hao found himself uncertain of where to place his hands, overwhelmed by sensations that were soft, warm, and fragrant. Zhang Qianqin held him tightly, and the sensations coursing through her body caused her cheeks to flush slightly, yet she did not relent. Instead, she tightened her grip and whispered softly in his ear. This embrace is truly nostalgic. Do you really not remember anything from before, Hao? The feelings of super softness and warmth, along with the intoxicating scent that filled his nostrils, were entirely unfamiliar to Zhang Hao, though he felt slightly constricted, as if his bones might be crushed. And no, I'm sorry, Sister Qianqin. My childhood memories are quite hazy. The only thing I remember is that there was a person like you. Zhang Hao bravely suppressed the discomfort, shaking his head and speaking candidly, feeling remorseful for not recalling more from his childhood. Although Sister Qianqin claimed to be his good friend from those days, his recollections were scant. Zhang Hao understood that the confusion stemmed from the mingling of two distinct memories in his mind, leading to his current state of disarray. Yet he believed that these memories would gradually coalesce, and with each passing day, he would recall more, until one day, he would remember everything. He had anticipated that Zhang Qianqin would feel disheartened, but to his surprise, she seemed rather pleased and promptly said, It's for the best that you don't remember. I was quite mischievous as a child, and I wouldn't want you to recall any of those troublesome antics. If you happen to remember anything unflattering about what I did, you must forgive me. Naturally, Zhang Hao felt compelled to respond graciously, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Well, Sister Qianqin, I need to prepare dinner now. Everyone's father will be home soon. If we continue like this, it might lead to trouble. The intensity of Zhang Qianqin's embrace was unlike her usual gentle demeanor. It felt as though she were trying to pull him into her very being. As a normal man, he was beginning to find it overwhelming to be held so tightly by such a stunningly beautiful woman. Thank you, Hao. Zhang Qianqin expressed her gratitude and immediately released him. She shared his concerns, aware that she was a normal woman with typical reactions. She could not allow him to discern her feelings. Furthermore, if she continued holding him, she might lose control. Hastily, she stepped back, her face flushed. Yet she feigned nonchalance and said with a smile, "I'll help out as well." Zhang Hao understood her unspoken sentiment and smiled in return, not rejecting her offer. As he was unaware of what dishes Aunt Zhang favored, two individuals were preparing a meal, and naturally, the dishes were ready in no time. Shortly thereafter, Xun Guang and his colleagues finished work and complimented Zhang Hao on his new hairstyle, praising his innate beauty, stating that he would look splendid regardless of the hairstyle. Zhang Hao trembled with apprehension and remained silent. After dining together, they settled in the living room to watch television. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao presented gifts for his father and Aunt Zhang Yan. Aunt Zhang Yan was evidently delighted and, like sister Qin Qin, immediately donned her gift. Witnessing the scene filled Zhang Hao with joy, yet he also felt a sense of embarrassment. They instantly wore their gifts upon receiving them. While he had tucked away the gift from sister Qin Qin as soon as he received it, showing no intention of wearing it whatsoever, it seemed he had been somewhat inconsiderate, as sister Qin Qin had been so kind to him, and the precious gift was clearly a thoughtful selection from her. Chapter 046. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a young girl's struggles. Although sister Qin Qin did not voice her displeasure, it was evident that she must be feeling upset. She might think that I do not appreciate her gifts. However, I felt a surge of joy when I saw her immediately donning the gifts I brought. Yet, those feminine earrings are something I truly wish to avoid wearing. How infuriating. It is unbecoming for a man to cause distress to his family. Embarrassment aside, I will wear them on occasion to prevent sister Qin Qin from thinking I do not cherish her thoughtfully selected gifts. Treating Zhang Qianqin's offerings in such a manner left Zhang Hao feeling too ashamed to face her. After a brief chat in the living room with everyone, he retreated to his room alone. After engaging in some exercise, Zhang Hao opened his computer, glancing at the macarons and the diamond-studded earrings beside him. His desire to earn money surged. He yearned to make a living through his own efforts, allowing him to purchase precious gifts for sister Qin Qin. It was not that he was being overly formal, it was simply that he regarded her as family. Sister Qin Qin treated him so kindly that he wished to reciprocate her generosity, aspiring to present her with a gift she could treasure for a lifetime. Naturally, his father and Aunt Zhang Yan also deserved something special. The inexpensive matching bracelet was simply inadequate. Aunt Zhang Yan held a prestigious position in her company, and wearing such a trinket might invite ridicule. A more exquisite bracelet would be far more fitting. Yet, as a high school student, Zhang Hao found himself limited in his options for earning money. He had considered becoming a gaming streamer, believing that if he excelled at games, he could achieve fame. However, streaming required him to show his face. It wasn't a matter of confidence. Zhang Hao was convinced that with his current appearance and decent gaming skills, he could become an internet sensation. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong aversion to public life, disliking the lack of privacy that came with it. The online world was rife with keyboard warriors, ready to hurl insults at one's entire family. The prospect of being doxxed or harassed by fans was unacceptable to him. He would not tolerate any harm coming to his family. He cherished the hard-won reunion of their family and was determined to protect it at all costs. While he wished to represent men and showcase that gaming could be an impressive pursuit, he had no desire to be in the spotlight. Unbeknownst to him, his image had already been circulating online, a candid photo of him with a chicken leg accompanied by scandalous headlines, shared widely by internet users. Thanks to the efforts of a certain group, his likeness had gained notoriety. Much like the young man who shot to fame years ago for a photo with bubble tea, Zhang Hao now found himself referred to by some as the Kentucky brother. As he contemplated ways to earn money, Zhang Hao remained oblivious to his unintentional transformation into the Kentucky brother. Had he been aware, his frustration would have been palpable. After some thought, he decided to try his hand at writing novels. His writing skills were no longer a concern, for he was indeed an academic achiever. Ideas are certainly not a problem. He has indeed encountered the world prior to the transformation, or rather, he has absorbed numerous novels through listening. During his workouts, he prefers audiobooks to music. Thus he has consumed a fair share of literary works. The immensely popular novels from that bygone era may now lie dormant, as the once prominent male authors might very well be leading a tranquil life as devoted husbands. Consequently, he could effortlessly assume the role of a literary scribe. The earnings of some renowned novelists are astonishingly high. Should he succeed, he might never have to worry about his future. With just a few hours of writing each day, he could occasionally feign illness or claim to be out gathering material, thus affording him ample leisure time for fitness and other pursuits he enjoys. The first step toward penning a novel, of course, is to ascertain which genres are currently in vogue. A casual search leads Zhang Hao to the largest online novel platform, Dianyang. Upon perusing the male-oriented novel rankings, he is met with a disheartening sight, rife with domineering CEO narratives, ghostly wives, and youthful romances, all of which are rather disconcerting and fundamentally flawed in their storytelling. For instance, he randomly clicks on a top-ranking novel, wherein the impoverished male protagonist is forcibly seduced by a tyrannical female CEO right from the first chapter, leading to an unexpected pregnancy. The CEO promptly abandons the child with the male protagonist, who endures relentless bullying, only to have the CEO's ex-boyfriend reappear to torment him further. Zhang Hao can hardly bear to continue. The narrative is enough to induce nausea. Indeed, it is a common occurrence in this world for a female CEO to relinquish her newly born child to the male protagonist, neglecting her parental duties entirely. Such scenarios are not uncommon, as some unscrupulous women often engage in these actions, hastily severing ties with the father after an unexpected pregnancy to pursue new relationships. Although childbirth remains a female endeavor, it is devoid of any hardship, pain, or pregnancy-related ailments. The physical toll is minimal, and the newborns are particularly small, only growing over the following days to reach the size of infants in the former world. Women exhibit a lack of the exaggerated maternal instinct once revered, leading to a more detached approach to their offspring. In contrast, men radiate paternal affection, instinctively nurturing an affinity for children, particularly their own. Thus, when women find themselves unexpectedly pregnant and choose to abandon the child, the biological father typically assumes the role of caregiver. This is not to suggest that women are indifferent to their children. They care deeply, though individual circumstances vary. Many men, feeling insecure about retaining a woman's affection, resort to various methods to ensure pregnancy. These insights do not stem from Zhang Hao's searches but rather from fragments of his gradually resurfacing memories. In any case, the women of this era are far from ordinary. They possess considerable strength, and they no longer experience monthly cycles. If they are unbothered by the prospect of pregnancy, they can even engage in strenuous labor while expecting. In summary, Zhang Hao is profoundly disappointed with the current male-oriented novels. Finding them overly feminized, such narratives are beyond his capability to craft. He then explores the female-oriented offerings, only to discover a refreshing sense of masculinity. It is neither divine nor invincible, rather, it seems to be an arbitrary selection of tales. Despite the predominant female protagonists, each heroine in these fantasy and cultivation novels inexplicably possesses an extraordinary defiance against fate. One cannot fathom how the heavens have offended them, yet they appear formidable and powerful. Urban narratives often revolve around warriors, special forces, physicians, or assassins, tales that seem more suited to Zhang Hao, who feels capable, albeit the protagonists are invariably female, which strikes him as peculiar. After some contemplation, Zhang Hao decided to delve into the top-ranked novel, Battle Through the Heavens, intending to further explore its depths. To his astonishment, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the story. The heroine, Fa Yin, descends from brilliance to being deemed worthless, mocked, and neglected by her kin, only to be jilted by her fiancé, Nalan Yin. In a fit of rage, despite being the one spurned, she brazenly penned a letter of divorce, proclaiming defiantly, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate a young woman in poverty. Upon reaching this juncture, Zhang Hao trembled and hastily closed the novel. It lacked immersion and felt entirely dissonant. He realized he could hardly write in the female-centric genre, as those incongruous phrases were utterly beyond his grasp. Yet, he pondered, how could a man so easily declare defeat? It is precisely the challenge that renders it intriguing. He resolved to test the waters before yielding. Though a fleeting thought of abandoning his writing ambitions crossed his mind, he quickly chastised himself. How could he ascertain his limitations without first attempting? He refused to concede defeat so readily. Chapter 047. The Strong Woman in a Patriarchal World. He continued to scour various novels, discovering that the once popular stories all bore striking similarities, primarily in the reversal of the protagonist genders and an increase in romantic entanglements. Indeed, it seemed women had a penchant for emotional narratives. However, this posed a dilemma for Zhang Hao, whose aspiration to pen novels stemmed from a desire to emulate successful authors. To his dismay, he found that virtually all renowned stories had been adapted in this manner. Even the Legend of the Condor Heroes had its own female-centric version. Thus, he resolved to create something original. After some contemplation, he refused to relinquish his ambition. Men, when faced with challenges, do not cower in defeat but rather forge ahead with determination. He opened a document on his computer and commenced his creative process. The thought of creating something entirely original was daunting, as it demanded considerable time and mental effort. He had to balance his studies and fitness regimens and certainly did not wish to be confined to his computer, lost in contemplation for hours on end. He recalled his previous experiences writing domineering CEO narratives and was acutely aware of the exhaustion that accompanied that endeavor. Zhang Hao pondered what he could write, that wouldn't require such strenuous mental exertion. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not write about the world he had previously inhabited? That world, after all, was undeniably real. If he crafted a narrative based on his memories of that reality, it would require little effort on his part. As this notion blossomed in his mind, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. An unstoppable urge to chronicle the past took hold of him. He yearned to share the existence of such a world with others. He found himself lost in thought for a moment, inadvertently typing the words, "Once upon a time, there existed such a world." Upon gazing at those words, he drifted off again, and then, quite naturally, continued writing. In that world, women married men. Children bore their father's surname, and men were obliged to pay a bride price. Without a significant sum, one could hardly hope to win a wife. Men were robust while women were perceived as fragile, thus it was only natural for men to earn a living for their families while women managed the household. A man without a car or house would be looked down upon and might even struggle to find a girlfriend. Women often remarked that men were creatures of base instincts. The more he wrote, the more engrossed he became in his memories, unwittingly composing several hundred words. Observing his burgeoning text, he couldn't help but comment to himself. Men truly have it tough. Yet, despite his lamentations about the burdens men bore, a smile crept on his Zhang Hao's face. He had firmly decided to pursue this narrative. He was determined to resurrect the world that had vanished. However, he now grappled with the question of whether to categorize this work under male or female genres. Zhang Hao found himself in a quandary about the appropriate channel for his story. Logically, it should belong in the male category, yet the current state of that genre was quite disheartening. He could easily envision the outcry from male readers upon its release. They would undoubtedly drown him in scorn. Alas, is this not a tale of torment for the protagonist? Absurd. The narrative is entirely about men pursuing women. Men are required to pay a bride price for marriage? What nonsense. Are all men aspiring to be paragons of masculinity? The gods have been poisoned. Yet, placing it in the female category seemed equally problematic. Zhang Hao stroked his chin in contemplation, ultimately concluding that the most fitting classification for his work would be the all-encompassing realm of the aesthetic dimension, where all varieties of peculiar narratives coexist, albeit predominantly within the female genre. In novels targeted at female audiences, the protagonist must undoubtedly be female. A narrative from the perspective of a male character, such as Zhang Hao, would feel profoundly incongruous. Thus, the female lead could indeed be crafted as a strong woman who undergoes a transformation into a lady influenced by her original world. After some contemplation, Zhang Hao devised a plan and resolved to pen a few passages as a preliminary trial. He envisioned a story wherein a striking woman, whose aspiration is to embody a strong female character, awakens to a dramatically altered world after witnessing a blood moon. Of course, there would be nuances. For instance, the female protagonist hails from a typical family, blessed with parents and an older brother who is already a strapping young man, strikingly handsome and charming, mirroring Zhang Hao himself. Indeed, this brother is a reflection of the author's own persona. Zhang Hao initially titled his work The Strong Woman in a Patriarchal World. He was unfazed by the potential implications of male versus female power dynamics, having discovered through prior research that numerous novels bore similar titles, which had become quite commonplace. After settling on the title, he utilized the text he had previously written as a synopsis and promptly embarked on the main narrative. The first chapter closely mirrored his original concept, beginning with the protagonist awakening to a world that had inexplicably transformed. Her parents had changed. Her brother, once elegantly poised, had morphed into a muscular figure. Zhang Hao, intimately familiar with the emotional turmoil this would evoke, effortlessly conveyed the female lead's reactions. She found herself chastised by her parents for the volume of her eating, while her once gentle father now exuded an unyielding demeanor, instructing her mother to fetch water with an authoritative tone that left her bewildered. The confusion escalated as she processed the news of a girl who had been assaulted, her father reprimanding her for improper posture while watching the television report. She grappled with a plethora of bewildering changes. Her best friend was being fervently pursued by a crush, yet displayed annoyance at his attention, lamenting the absence of other suitors. Moreover, her brother had commandeered her computer, and when she sought clarity from her parents, they claimed they did not wish for the computer to distract her studies, readily conceding it to him. In her desperation to comprehend this bizarre new reality, she ventured into her brother's room to use his computer, only to stumble upon perplexing items, artificial companions, electric devices, and a folder ominously labeled study materials. Upon opening it, she recognized the files with a jolt. They were eerily reminiscent of the 300 gigabytes of study resources buried deep within her own D drive. As she delved deeper, she discovered the forbidden contents that should not have come to her attention. A quick search online revealed a world turned upside down, everything transformed into an oddity. She endeavored to explain this perplexing situation to her family and closest friend, insisting that they were not as they appeared, that this was all too strange to comprehend. Yet, no one comprehended her plight. Indeed, not a single soul did. Everyone found her every utterance, which was evidently grounded in truth, to be peculiar, even going so far as to suggest that she might be experiencing a mental disarray, advocating for her to seek medical counsel. At that moment, her inner self was on the brink of collapse. As Zhang Hao wrote, he became increasingly absorbed in his thoughts, pouring forth his emotions onto the page. He recalled his own mindset during that time, which had completely unraveled. Although he still struggled to accept the realities of the world, the intensity of his feelings had diminished. A glance at the clock revealed that 3 hours had slipped away. It was already 11 o'clock. Startled, he hurriedly shut down his computer, preparing for sleep. Realizing how easily he had become lost in his writing, indeed, crafting words consumed an inordinate amount of time. Before retiring for the night, he made his way to the restroom. As the household lay in slumber, Zhang Hao tiptoed cautiously, fearful of disturbing anyone, opting not to turn on any lights and instead illuminating his path with his phone. Suddenly, what was that sound? As he passed by Zhang Qianqin's room, he seemed to detect a noise, prompting him to halt and furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 048. A true mature man acts as if nothing has happened. Zhang Hao listened intently, and indeed, he could discern a sound, a voice that seemed to belong to Sister Qin, filled with evident distress. His complexion shifted slightly, and instinctively he reached for the door handle. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, he heard a clearer sound and immediately grasped the nature of it, nearly startling himself into a panic. To his astonishment, Sister Qin was engaged in. No, wait. It has become commonplace for women to indulge in such activities. Yet, the thought of him nearly entering that room left him aghast. Had he opened the door at that moment, the innocent and loving sibling bond they had just begun to foster would have been irrevocably shattered. He imagined the scenario reversed, himself secretly engaging in such indescribable acts, only to have a sister unexpectedly walk in. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. How could he ever face anyone after such an encounter? Overwhelmed by dread, he even hesitated to use the restroom, fearing he might inadvertently make a noise. Crouching low, he tiptoed back into his room, understanding Sister Qin's plight all too well, and felt no inclination to judge her, instead choosing to be considerate and avoid her presence. That night was destined to be a restless one for Zhang Hao, beset not only by the discomfort of holding his bladder, but also by the incessant recollection of that beguiling, seductive sound. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, he finally deemed it safe to sneak to the restroom, under the assumption that Zhang Qianqin would have cleaned up and retired for the night. Moments later, he returned to his room, his expression devoid of desire, ready to embrace slumber. Due to his late night and physical exertion, he awoke the next day at 10 o'clock, roused by Zhang Qianqin's gentle voice. His entire body ached, and he found himself disheartened by his own frailty. "I had intended to let you sleep in," she said, "but the hospital has requested my presence. With our parents out shopping, I couldn't risk leaving you alone in case someone knocked at the door." She pulled back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to stream in, then turned to him with a hint of exasperation. "Sunday is our parents' day off. Don't worry about me, Sister Qin. If you have things to attend to, go ahead." "I'll get up," Zhang Hao replied, rubbing his head as he sat up. He had rested sufficiently. Yet the memory of the previous night cast a shadow of embarrassment over him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. A true mature man behaves as if nothing has transpired. Dressed in a light blue sweater dress that day, Sister Qin's outfit was slightly different. Cinched at the waist with a belt that Zhang Hao had gifted her the previous day, which brought a smile to his face. "Breakfast is in the kitchen. Just heat it up. I must leave now," she said, reaching out to smooth his short hair, satisfied with her adjustment before departing. Zhang Hao let out a soft sigh, gazing at the assortment of dishes left for him in the kitchen, regretting his late rising and missing the chance to share a meal with his family. After washing up, he opened his phone and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had been added to a discussion group on QQ, titled Moonlight Classmates Social Experience Discussion Group, consisting solely of Huang Yuan, Lin Yilong, Zhang Hao, and Min Weihua. Zhang Hao did not need to ponder for long to deduce that this was the handiwork of Huang Yuan. She had orchestrated a discussion group for an outing today, ostensibly to provide Min Weihua with specialized training to enhance her social skills. It was peculiar that no one had inquired about my willingness to participate before adding me to the discussion group. Puzzled, Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling a twinge of curiosity. He glanced at several messages sent by Lin Yilong and discovered that Lin had already made up his mind to attend, insisting that Zhang Hao join him, as he had previously promised to lend a hand, and besides, he had no plans for Sunday. Originally, Zhang Hao had intended to spend the day at the gym. However, he felt compelled to join Lin Yilong. After all, He could not allow Lin to venture out alone with two women. Who could predict what might transpire in the world before the transformation? Having the opportunity to go out with two beautiful women would have been akin to winning the lottery for Lin Yilong. But the circumstances had changed. Leaving Zhang Hao alone felt akin to sending a defenseless woman out with two burly men, instilling a sense of guilt within him. Thus, he resolved to go, arranging to meet Lin Yilong at noon. During this time, he perused the messages from others and stumbled upon a multitude of love declarations from Liu Xian, replete with sweet nothings seemingly copied from elsewhere. How many stars illuminate the sky, and how many boys inhabit the world? Yet in the heavens, there exists but one moon. And in this world, there is only you. I wish to see you as my last sight before slumber. Zhang Hao barely paid attention. If one felt no attraction, sweet words only served to induce a headache. Just as he contemplated shutting off his device, he noticed another message from Liu Xian. Meet me tonight at 8 p.m. at the Tianshang Tianxia bar. Make sure to dress beautifully. If you don't come, you will undoubtedly regret it. The tone of this message starkly contrasted with her previous sentiments. It seemed that her frustration over Zhang Hao's indifference had boiled over into anger. Zhang Hao's expression darkened at once. Clearly, she lacked self-awareness, resorting to coercion when ignored. He comprehended the implications behind her mention of regret, essentially a threat to either exert pressure on him or trouble his family and friends. After a moment of silence, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Regret what? Please stop bothering me. I cannot be your boyfriend." Zhang Hao sought to provoke further threats, which might serve as evidence should the need arise, yet he could not ascertain whether she was aware of his intentions. She merely replied, "Indeed, you are quite astute. Tonight at 8 p.m., whether you come is entirely your choice." Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. There was no doubt this was an overt threat. Should he decline, those around him might be in danger. Should he accept, he would be at risk himself. "My family's curfew is at 8 p.m., he replied without much hesitation. Liu Xian promptly responded with an okay. Zhang Hao did not deliberate for long. This relentless woman, unwilling to relent, had to be dealt with swiftly. How dare she threaten him with those he cared about? This had crossed Zhang Hao's line. He now harbored a singular desire to see her imprisoned. Reporting the incident prematurely is largely futile, as there exists no tangible evidence. The gravest concern lies in the possibility that if he indeed alerts the authorities, it could result in Liu Xian's apprehension, exacerbating the situation exponentially. It is all too clear that relentless retaliation would ensue, ultimately drawing family members into the fray. The underworld adheres to a strict code of honor, repaying enmity with enmity. Those numerous younger sisters are not mere ornaments. This predicament is undeniably complex. Yet Zhang Hao has conceived a potential strategy to seize this opportunity to gather incriminating evidence against Liu Xian. Although meeting her at the bar appears perilous, akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers, he believes that with adequate preparation, he can ensure his safety. He plans to have someone on standby outside, ready to alert the authorities at a moment's notice. One must venture into the tiger's lair to capture its cub, even in the worst-case scenario. The most he might endure is Liu Xian's unwelcome advances. Zhang Hao's mindset remains untainted by the prevailing societal norms. He steadfastly clings to his original beliefs and principles. Such occurrences do not lead him to perceive the collapse of his world or the end of his existence. Nevertheless, he would never engage in such acts with Liu Xian, for his disdain for her runs deep. This evening, even if it requires the use of force, intimidation, or despicable tactics, he is determined to resolve this matter once and for all, ensuring she can no longer threaten him through those he holds dear. He will not permit her to lay a single finger on his friends or family.